Okay, I am. Shit, I am. So, hello and welcome. Let me switch to the camera. I am so fucking late. Main camera, this is it. That should be it. I don't know. Where's my fucking OBS? I never do this. I don't like doing this. Anyway, hello and welcome to one of my... Well, this is my second stream, actually. And, yeah, we're going to be watching... I have 20 seconds before it starts. We're going to be watching the CitizenCon 2022. And, yeah, it's going to be fun-ish, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. If you want to join this podcast or the stream, you can hop into my community Discord. It's going to be linked down in the description. And, yeah, they started talking, so I got to fucking stop them first. And, yeah, there's like... if you are a member, and like some members of course are going to have like a more priority because I know them better. But if you are a member, you can hop into the pre-podcast down in the live section, and I'm just going to drag you into the podcast live, whatever it's called. So the thing started, so I should probably switch to this scene, and here you go.
People the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
Hopefully,
when I first did
there's
the
sound.
CitizenCon, where I got to fly.
Hey, Only-chan, can you tell me, is there any sound and is it good?
We were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
I have I had a lot of problems with sound yesterday when I was trying to set this up.
Inside of an entire RV or
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering
probably
the atmosphere that just looks really grand. I love all
Hello,
the
Seiko.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate.
Please do tell me if the sound is good, if something needs to change. Can you even hear me? Okay, good sound for you. Okay,
Crazy shenanigans they get up to
nice.
in the PU.
Let me just try.
The new and exciting ways they find to break.
Oh shit! How do I share this link? I gotta share this link now.
The gameplay we intend.
It's gonna be
People
here. There we
doing
go.
crazy stunts in their ships.
Where the
from the
fuck is
character
the link?
team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the
I
only
don't have
time
a
we get
link.
to see them.
Share.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community run events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person, even if they're like really.
Okay, we have some community members that are gonna join. I think.
They have so much love
Jack,
for it.
you here?
I really like when.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Grumpy.
Hey, hello, Jack.
to see how excited they are about our progress.
Wait, why am I not seeing your name
from
tag
their
when you're
ideas?
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on
That should be streaming, but it's
and
not.
how they're always
working for
interested
some
in
reason.
what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the
I
people
think I
who are
fucked it
able
up
to keep
somehow.
track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts.
Yeah, streaming is not really for me.
For
How are you doing, Jack? I'm just gonna. Can you see my stream? No, I'm not streaming on Discord. Why I'm not? Streaming on
We're not
Discord?
making
Give me
the
a
game
second.
alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
They really do make all this possible.
Right.
I'm living the
I
dream.
should be streaming now.
We
if you
all
wanna
My favorite thing
watch
about the
through my
community, it'd be
stream.
impossible for me to narrow it down to one.
Okay.
And if somebody said you had to,
By the way, Jack, you wanna
Turn
promote
one
your
for it.
channel?
Oh. Go
So-
ahead if you want,
So this is Jack Reacher from YouTube, and he's doing fucking phenomenal memes on his channel. You gotta check him out. My camera just died. What the fuck? Okay, it's working now. It's weird.
It's totally amateur, so it's more like humoristic, but it's not like you know. People should not expect like professional content development. It's more like for the troll.
It's amazing. It is amazing.
But I don't want to build any old game.
Why is my camera dying? I don't like
I want
this
to
at all.
build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do.
So what are they showing?
I have no idea, dude. Like,
Oh, that's the.
they're probably gonna
Early-
show us Pyro again for the fourth fucking
I want to
time.
be able to share this
But
experience
right now,
with
like
my
this
friends,
Chris Robert thing is the.
space, not just AI. And I want this to be
That's the early days when he was asking for money, right?
actively push.
That's the video he made for the original Kickstarter.
With more
Is
and
it?
more driving PC performance and cost.
Yeah, give me.
gaming
I
community
need to stop
embraces
streaming on
talented
Discord
developers
because I
via
think
crowdfunding.
my
I believe
sound
it
is
possible to do.
crackling
I've
because
never
of
been
that.
accused of having a small vision, And so I thought it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited
Dude,
by how it's
like
going.
streaming is so fucking stressful. I do not like doing this at all, ever. Honestly.
10 years ago,
I think
I
it's
stepped
hard,
out
yes.
onto a stage at GDC
Hmm?
Online in Austin.
I think
Texas, and
it
revealed
must be
Star
hard,
Citizen to the world.
harder than people think.
Yeah, there's so howdy windshield. There's a ton of things that can go wrong, and I do not like it. It's all live, and like I've done a few live shows
every year since then
for
we've
television,
celebrated our
and
anniversary
I
of what we
hated them.
dubbed
I
CitizenCon,
fucking hated
a
them.
celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees.
I'm alright.
studios,
I'm alright.
wait. Just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there
Aaron,
we filled out the standard
what
system
boom are you talking
from
about?
ArcCorp to Microtech, and finally
I
Crusader
don't
with
know.
its floating cloud city of Erasan last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000. And we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This
How you doing,
compares
buddy?
with just
How's
under
USA for you?
10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes. 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been. And the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming the show from. All of this is down to your patience and support.
No problem,
Building a
Jack.
game of the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen.
His channel
as it
is
you see
actually
today,
fucking
that
amazing.
allows
I
us
love
to
him.
seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together. At the visual quality of the biggest AAA games is perhaps the most ambitious
Bruh,
goal that has ever been
it's
set
like
towards in
Star
gaming.
Citizen content,
both
but
humble, thankful
it's
of
just
being in
memes.
the position of
It's
chasing
basically
my
just
dream
like
to build a
he's just
truly
memeing
immersive
about
universe.
everything they say,
And it's
and
only
it's just
been
like a comedic
possible by
approach.
building it
It's fucking
outside the
amazing.
traditional
I love it.
Publisher system with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140.
Yeah, I was about to
events
say that,
around the world,
Casey,
with some of the
but
most recent being in China, South
I'm
Korea,
trying to let him
Singapore,
talk.
Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Star Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the
Theodore.
Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person.
I can barely
For now,
hear him. Like this music
on
is
the
so
road.
fucking loud.
10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant.
Oh
You
my
may have thought
god.
it was green screen.
Oh
but
my god.
We need something.
Why are you spending their money on this
to
shit?
entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation
And
Phoenix, my favorite ship.
Money.
Prototyped by Roberts Space Industries, commissioned from London shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952.
Right,
Manchester,
guys,
Southport.
I'm muted.
Captain
Are you seeing
Jared
this shit?
Kirby. Jared, that wasn't the deal.
Why are they spending fucking money on this?
Oh, that must have gone in my junk
Is
folder.
that?
Take a seat.
That's a fucking Marty McFly from
Quite a nice
Back to
little
the
setup
Future
here, isn't it?
jacket.
We've been talking about
Well,
this
they
on and off
did
since
both
2015.
field
I know how to do
sets,
something to get you over to the
so
UK.
I expect
Hey,
them
you
to
know,
use
he
it
knows what I
all
like.
for
So
some
what do you
sort
have?
of show. Apparently,
well, let's
we
do
did
a
back
science fiction
without
drink.
our
Can
consent.
you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared.
It's probably a comedy genre as
Hey,
well.
it's our first show.
That.
We gotta start small.
Just a laugh at the backers, you know?
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better.
Hey,
So
don't be that negative. Come on.
Well, for the past 10 years.
I
T-shirt,
just don't
next
understand.
10
I
years
didn't
and
back
beyond.
that.
And the community.
Oh, we did that as an area. Cheers.
I love the jacket on Jared. Honestly,
We didn't even plan that. All
maybe.
right.
Wow.
All right.
it's
so,
like straight from Back from the Future.
Strong. Ooh, back,
Back
why
to the
we
Future.
keep everything. So what do you think?
from,
Rather
I
than
don't know where
Venus.
that's from.
Stegman Cordamon, Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look
Oh my
like you're
God.
in Night at the Roxbury.
All those footage are amazing content for
Yeah.
to
I
make
don't be
videos.
twinsy with you. No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
It looks good on you. I'm not saying it'd be the same for me.
I'm glad that they
oh
look
wow!
like
Look at all these cool
happy, you know?
artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. It's a bunch of stuff. That's really cool. The CitizenCon trophy. Wow.
Hey,
That's
Puppeteer.
brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up.
Puppeteer, if you want to hop into a call with us,
Yeah.
we're in the
It's a very
Discord.
nice chair.
So
Yes,
just hop into the
bobblehead.
pre-podcast
It's
channel
a great place
and you
to
can
interview
hop in.
people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system, the first of our Journey to
I
4.0
fucking
presentations
hate
of
the
day.
Constellation
So
Nicole
take it
with
away,
a passion.
Max. I really want my chair back.
Honestly.
It's a very nice chair. We'll talk about it.
Well, it's supposed to be modular ship after all, so I don't know. I hope we will see it in full glory someday.
My name is Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today.
So we are on the journey to
I'm a senior
4.0,
environment
by the way.
artist, and I
don't know
want
if
to
you
show
noticed
you
that.
some of the cool stuff
Yes.
that we worked on in the last 2 years. So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in
Pyro.
engine. This is like the current
Again.
version of Pyro, so we're still gonna do like a polish pass on it. So not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like
Green
repeatedly.
Shield, this
We got
is
some concept
CitizenCon.
art
It's
from the
currently
concept
streaming
art
on their
team,
Twitch channel,
and the way
but
that
I'm
they
like restreaming
visualized
it
these solar
with
flare hits
my grumpy
was like
commentary,
glowing
basically. So
marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on, so we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on
The clouds
planet.
were bugging out.
I
I
just
don't know
tweaked
if you guys saw
sun
that.
position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer. And then you can see
Hey
why
BP,
it's
yeah, I'm
blue.
doing fine. How about you?
We added
Casey,
ton
this
of
is
these
like the
crystals
fourth
to
year in a
Pyro
row
1.
that they are talking about Pyro, because
We've
like
used crystals
was
before on
2018 when they
Wala,
announced silver
but I
meshing
think
with
we were a
Pyro,
bit
so
too,
this is
we
gonna
played
be
it
a
bit
fucking
too
four.
safe on
Maybe it's
Wala. I
gonna
think we
like
only
because they
put,
skipped
like,
2020, right?
crystals as
So it's gonna
ground
be
cover assets.
3
But
fucking
for Pyro
Citizen
1,
Cons,
we
but it's fourth
really
year in
wanted
a
to
row.
push the shapes,
Oh, they're just going
so
to
you can
show
find like these really large
the same thing
crystals here.
as we saw
Heisenberg
when
would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plans over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission in on a space
Do you
station.
see the limit
mission was
of the
scrapped,
vegetation? Doesn't
unfortunately. And ever since then, this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plant set, and I'm happy that we finally found a spot to use them. So this is another spot I want to highlight. It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really
This is No Man's Sky type of
we try to
vegetation.
push
Doesn't
the
look
scale
better.
of
I
the
really like
assets
it actually.
for the Pyro system.
I think
we
the
felt like
Planetary
by
team
now
is
we got like
doing their job. They
the basic rocks
just
and the scattering of the basic
limited
rocks
in
to,
some
like,
fashion.
very good
Oh, Puppeteer is
quality.
here.
So now we can
Give me a
explore
second. Hey,
more
Puppeteer.
crazy
You
shapes,
are
I
muted.
guess. And this is one of
For
the
some
sets
reason.
that
Hey.
we
Hello.
made.
Hello.
Finally,
it's not done yet.
I'm working.
It's
Hey,
still
Puppeteer.
a polish pass.
Everything
But
is
I
working.
wanted to show you guys.
But by the way, like,
when you
yeah,
in
it looks
game,
amazing, but it's gonna be
walking
fucking
around
as empty
here.
as
Now I
most
want
of
to
the
show
moons
you
on
my
Stanton.
personal favorite biome
We
of
can
Pyro
create
1.
content as long as we
It's
can
this
get the
biome
means.
here,
Meaning the roads.
which has these really cool
Get us
looking
roads,
rock
we'll get there.
formations. They are massive.
This looks
in
really
scale.
good.
Like if I jump
Yes.
in game here,
But again,
you get a
limit,
good feeling for
like
the
it's
scale
like
of
20
them.
meters
Yeah, it's
far and
possible
then
to
no
land your
vegetation.
spaceship
No?
on them.
And I
Yeah.
expected
It's
that
probably
on
really
their
fun
rigs
to,
they wouldn't have that
race
limit.
through here. We can imagine that this is going to be
Well,
like a
maybe they
nice
didn't
combat
like
space
do
as
level
well,
of
because they do
detail.
provide
and-
nice cover.
Oh,
Let's just jump
that's
to
like
a
the
couple
last thing
different
they do.
areas on Pyro 1
I
before
think
we
I
they
get
don't
to
know.
don't-
Pyro 2.
But dude, imagine all the screenshots that you're gonna
Yes.
make here.
Yes. I actually love just strolling around planets, you know, like just it's beautiful.
But that's not like a game, right? You can do that on Google Earth.
So now we're on Pyro 2.
In
No,
VR,
Pyro
I
1,
mean, you can do it in
immediately see
game.
the planet is,
That's
like,
the
way more
difference.
colorful,
Interactivity.
there's more variation in
Yeah, but it's
the
nothing
use
to
and
do.
values of
So
the colors.
I mean, I gotta
we
be
have,
on both
like,
sides here. Like, there's
browns
nothing to
and,
interact with,
like
but
white
it looks
spots,
beautiful.
some
Like
red.
from
You
a
can do racing.
artist
All
side of,
contrasted by, like, a blue,
like
clear
from that point of
ocean.
view, it
So
like
Pyro 2 doesn't
looks
have
fucking
volumetric
amazing.
clouds yet,
Yes,
but
and
they
also
will be
grab
there
3 friends and do a
So now I
race.
jump to,
Nobody stops you.
What do you mean dual race? Did you see the
biomes of
patch
Pyro
notes for
2.
the
What I wanna
317.3?
highlight here
They
I didn't
slowed
read
they,
all.
they slowed
the
down all the
improvements that we
land
made
vehicles.
to how
Yeah, I
assets
saw
work
that.
on the side of
It doesn't
mountains.
really matter.
That was something
They
that
can
was always
still
quite challenging for us to
chase
do,
each
to have
other.
some natural transition from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way. Now we can make nicer rock
This is
formations. It's not
absolutely
quite there
gorgeous,
yet.
but with but
There's
what is our initial?
plans
Well, yeah,
for
our
it,
incentive.
but
I don't know, dude.
comparison to
Like,
what we had before.
because it's beautiful and you're gonna make some screenshots, I guess.
Also, what you might see
Nice
is
looking plates, but
the
empty.
drawing
We need a
distance of
reason to go.
assets
Well,
has
yeah,
been greatly
we need a reason to go there.
So
I
everything
don't know
you
what
see
we're gonna
in
do
the
there.
distance
Like,
is
I
actual
honestly don't know.
geometry. So if we
It's
would
probably gonna
fly
be
all the
as
way
empty.
over
This
there,
fucking
you
this
would
looks
see
amazing, guys.
that this
Guys,
is,
are you getting like fucking
yeah, like cliff formations? And I think it looks really
US
cool, the
like
silhouette
vibes from
of
this?
the terrain.
It looks like
Let's
Grand
fly
Canyon.
through the canyon.
Yes.
Colorado,
I
yeah.
would
Yeah.
use in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use the camera in editor. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2.
Gonna be great for low flying.
It's simple, but I think
That
sometimes
is
less
true.
is more. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest
See
of
the
the planet
poppin'?
is that we added
With the
these
level of
calciferite
distance.
trees,
Mhm.
and
The rocks
they
are popping
spawn
into view.
very dense
Yes,
clusters.
they load in.
So
Yeah,
you
they
almost
probably
get,
need
like,
to
little
like
forests
work on
of
the
them.
level of
So it's
detail.
supposed to look very dry and kind of dead, but still.
Well, at least we know they use
way.
same
If you look
stuff
at it
that
from
we
this
have,
angle,
so
what
there
I really
there
like
would
about
be
this
no
biome
disparity.
is,
So it's also
the
good in that
contrast that
regard.
we have.
Oh my god,
Please,
this
the
looks
setting, you
fucking
can change it on the
amazing.
fly if you wanted to.
It's look very
And then in
nice.
the background,
Yeah.
you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert.
Minecraft and
but we try
Roblox
to
have
add,
proven
like,
the
a lot of
graphics
different,
are secondary gameplay,
geology
engagement,
assets,
interaction, immersion are all
different
far more
mixes
profitable
of
than
bushes and
just a
grasses.
pretty environment.
So
That
it's
is
not
so
like a
true. But we're
depth
still waiting on the
It's
game
just
because
kind
they're
of
still
slightly,
developing the tech to build the
find, like,
planets and
foliage
all of
here.
that shit.
We have like these
Like,
cliffs in the background, which are
I don't know what to
dark.
say, guys. Like, it's
And
fucking.
it's another nice contrast of this planet.
As I've said, it's like watching a fucking
saturated red
flower
terrain,
grow, and you can
and
see
the
something
dark
is
bedrock.
happening.
So jumping to
But
this
in the end, you don't know what a
what I
flower
would
is gonna
highlight
be like.
is
Is it
the
gonna be a
improvements
weed?
that we
Is it gonna
made
be
to our
smelly?
ground
Is it gonna
textures.
like eat you,
So previously,
or is it gonna be a rose?
like
Like
2-3
you don't
years
fucking
ago,
know.
we had to rely
That's
a lot
that's
on
and you're just getting older,
ground cover assets
and then you
to
die.
add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover assets, yeah, the result is really successful, how things blend together and the amount of detail that you see on the ground. So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro 3. So from
The
this
River
distance,
Con is looking
you can
great.
see through the volumetric clouds, like a lot of the yellow coming through. We talked about what's making it look yellow, which is the moss, and I want to like jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now. I'm just going to jump in game.
I really
a lot
like
of
it.
time and effort was spent on making the moss look just right. So like the right level of fluffiness and density.
A bit too fluffy, I guess.
Really nice when it's like
Fucking
covers
priorities.
these rocks.
The right
Yeah.
level
We
of
also have, like,
fluffiness.
lots of smaller
Yeah,
moss on the
but
ground.
actually, you know, at
We
least
combine it with, like,
something
yellow
is
grass.
nice. So
And it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important
Well,
for us
Tinter,
to
thank
make
you
this biome
for.
look really dense.
Love to see the passion
so
you
we
have
pushed
for the things
amount
you
of
do,
assets
and
that we're
also
using.
love your new rap song in
So
English.
it's basically
I gotta go because
completely
this is
covered
my
in
actual
foliage.
friend from Serbia,
Compared
and he
to
moved to
Hurston, for
US,
example,
so I gotta
which
go.
Hurston and
I
Microtech,
gotta
which are
switch to
probably
Serbian
our
for a second. Dušane,
densest planets
volim te,
when it comes
brate,
to
i ono,
foliage.
javi se da
This
se
is
vidimo
way
kad
denser.
ako se ikad
The
vratiš.
good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we
to
can
go
use on
aside
ground
of
cover, on
Pyro
grass.
as the new
Now
system,
we
yeah.
jump to
Hopefully that's
Pyro
gonna be the
coast
only
biome.
Serbian that,
The
like,
improvements we
only
got to the coast biomes is that we can now use
Hopefully this is gonna be the end of me
for
speaking in
every
Serbian.
single
That's what I
biome.
wanted to see.
Previously, we could
Planet,
only
you
use
know,
one
with
overlay
volcanoes
per
and
planet, which,
sheets
as you can
everywhere
imagine,
with
is not enough when you have
thunderstorms
something
and stuff like that.
before,
Things like
where you have
your ship
snowy
would barely
regions
survive
and,
the
spruce
flight
tree
through.
regions,
Absolutely.
and one object
Here it's just like
can't cover
Stanton
every
2.0
coast.
with different color scheme
Yeah.
and new
These
assets, right?
Coral.
They reworked a
disorder,
lot
like
of the
Guys,
system.
yeah, like the water fucking looks
to
amazing.
have some of the yellow also
Compared to the water that we have right now in the
so you
river,
see here,
this looks really
you
good.
always have like a little bit of yellow.
It's not up to the standards,
and
but it's
eventually
much
it
better.
into the
It's
nice
better,
mossy
I'd say that.
areas. Previously, when
It's
we made
still like a
coast
sludge a bit,
object
you know,
presets,
like
Yeah.
we
not
played
too
it a bit
fluid.
safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the
But that's
density
better
along
than
the
we have
coast as
now.
well, you can find different kinds of coral.
Thank you, BP.
seaweed,
We actually have
different
Emerald.
pebbles and
You can't
rocks
see their names.
and
I set
others.
it up
Now I
like
jump to one of the
I don't know what I
regions
did, but
on
it's not
Pyro
working.
3.
So
you might not
currently
expect
with me
to
in
find
Discord, we have
vegetation
Emerald. He is
but
Russian.
we
We
did
have
add
Jack
a little
Reacher.
bit of
He is
vegetation to
from
this region
Brussels.
to make it a
or
bit more
he's
interesting.
actually from Switzerland.
What I
And
wanna
Puppeteer,
highlight here
like
is
he's a
the
neighbor of mine. He's
quality
also a Serb.
bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail on display. Here we have like nice little flowers
nice.
and these like knots or whatever, like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places.
So regarding constellation, Grumpy, you're supposed to change cockpits, middle section, and so forth.
Yeah,
so
it was.
it would be very
supposed to
useful.
modular. Yeah.
If it ever happens about this.
Wait,
Now
we
we're on
skipped Pyro
4,
3?
which is my personal favorite of the
Yeah,
Pyro system.
I guess.
Just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will
Here we
be.
go.
They will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes
Is this
special
clouds
for
or
Pyro
what?
4 because it's loosely inspired
I have
by
no
like
idea. It looks
Scottish
like rocks,
highlands.
honestly.
So there's not a lot of like verticality, not a lot of trees. So everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets on display.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to open up
variation in color, but it's all
the window where I'm
by,
streaming
like,
at, so I can see
color
how
of
many
the
people
soil.
is watching right now. But like
and it
every
just
time I
looks
do
like
anything
we
on
have
this computer, something
multiple
breaks.
new vegetation
So,
sets on
yeah.
display here.
Will it
first
come
of
with a
all, we
CD?
have this
CD? Why?
bush set
Like
here, which is
horizon
called,
or area?
I think it's called a fire.
Well, as
stalk.
far as I know, there's gonna be like
It's kind of
settlements
like a
there.
modified version
It's
of
like
the real world thing.
Pyro is
They
a
add, like, a
dying
little bit of
star.
color to the
So
area,
everybody
and
left.
make
Maybe there are
things
gonna be some
pop. Then
ruins.
we
maybe.
have these ones here. I
But they
forgot
never like
the name
showcased
of the
anything like
asset
that,
set.
so I'm not
Yeah,
sure
they
that
also look quite
there's
saturated.
actually
It looks
anything.
nice. Looks
and
nice.
interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher. The texture
Green
is
Shield,
a bit
go
higher,
to Cluster and go
and they just look
to the like main
more polished
area
and nicer,
and take a look
which
at the
means that
rice
eventually we
bowl.
have to go
Like
back
zoom
to
in
Hurston
holding
to
F and just
Microtech
zoom in
and give
into the rice bowl,
the
and you will
trees
see
there
that it
like
is
a little
actually
makeover.
8K
So what was
fucking
really
rice.
important for us was
So
to
yeah, they
improve
really
the
need to, like
blending
they always
between
need to
different
like
biomes.
over-engineer
So you see
everything.
here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here,
Riker,
you have, like, the red grass
I don't
kind
know,
of
probably not.
feathers
Maybe for
out. Yeah, it
crafting
feels very organic
at some
and
point
natural.
in like the
Let's
next
jump to
20 years.
the most experimental
It's not
biome
like
that
what
we've made
Pyro
so far.
was meant to be. in
So
my view.
for this biome here, the
changed.
concept art team
It doesn't
gave
look
us,
like a
some
system where
really
everybody had to leave because
interesting
the
concept
star
art
is dying.
because
It
this
looks
is
fucking
easily
friendly.
some of
There's tree and
biggest,
vegetation
rock
everywhere. People are
formations
growing
that we
potatoes
have in the
on those
game
planets.
so
And
far. Actually, let me try to fly a
But it
ship
looks nice,
so you
that
can
I
see
agree.
the scale of them. So they're massive in scale. And what was the hardest part about getting these to
Ooh, I
look
like
right
that low
is
cloud.
that they're supposed to look really good from a distance, because you would expect something this big, to be visible
Well, compared
almost
to
from
DCS.
space.
Come on.
But then the tricky thing is also to make them look good when
hit
you're
on the
standing
nuts.
up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see how big these rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale. You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them. And they
Aaron,
feel like
I don't
really
think that
small.
anything
And I
is
think
gonna
it's
end
a
this
really good
project.
visual
There's
that you have
always
these,
gonna
like,
be new people.
dark
There's always gonna be like
gray
content creators that
rocks
are gonna
against
check this
the
out.
crimson
They're gonna
of
be
the
amazed
soil
for
and
the
the
first 3
grass.
months
So
of
here's a
playing,
little
and
happy
then
accident
there's gonna
where
be
we
a bunch
have
of
the
people
volumetric
pouring in,
clouds,
and then they're gonna
covering
buy a
the
bunch of like
terrain.
Auroras,
And
fucking
because
Idrises,
the height
Idrisai,
map,
and all of
the
that. So
difference in
this
height,
project is never gonna die.
is
Like
so
it's
large,
stable.
we actually get, like,
The only reason why
shapes of the
it would
terrain
die
popping out of
is
the
maybe
volumetric
if
clouds.
Squadron 42
you can probably
goes
spot
like
some of the
if it's
tiling
complete
issues
fucking
that we have
disaster.
here,
So
which is
yeah,
something that
I don't
we
think
still
that
need
like
to look at.
they releasing
But
Pyro
like I said
that's
before,
empty
this
is
is
gonna
still
be
work in
like a death
progress.
of this
So
project.
it's gonna change.
Solely because we have Stanton that is fucking
mentioned
empty for
biome
how many years
diversity
now?
along
For
the
6 years?
coasts
No,
before.
4 years.
I just wanted
Since
to highlight
20.
what one of the
When was it
coast biomes
released?
from Pyro
2016,
4
something like
looks
that.
like.
So yeah,
So
like
this one is kind of this
I don't know.
sand.
Something
we scattered
oily.
some of the
Mhm.
seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these
Probably a nice
pebbles.
place to go
And
mining.
then we also get like nice seaweed moving.
Yeah, I
with
actually didn't
the
see any
waves of the
mineable rocks
ocean.
here.
One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have
Because
a
I don't think
massive
those nodes are
crater
in their
region.
tool, at least.
On other
Probably
planets,
not,
we have
yeah.
individual craters which are a whole height map, or
Which is
like 3 or 4
problematic
smaller
because like the
craters on
last
one
time
height
they
map,
changed something
but
on the
this is
planets,
actually multiple height maps forming
they covered
one
all
large
the mineable
crater.
rocks, like
And
the
you can
you know
see
the little
all the
like
way
rock
out in
mining rocks
space,
for the
like this whole region is
Grey
one
Cat
big
rock.
crater, so it's a mix of like
So they were all like in
displacement,
tree stumps and like in
texture,
other
and
rocks,
then
so you
the
can't even like get to them.
height maps of the ecosystems
They need to like
adjusted something and broke something else.
Yep.
Because what I think is like it works in phases. So the first phase is this is what this guy is doing, like he's setting up the planet, how it's gonna look like, creating plants, creating mountains, clouds, etc. And then the other team or somebody else in his team seeds the other stuff. Then comes the outpost, then the nav points, and so on, and then to live.
Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous biome. We go down to the surface
I hope
of
they
the crater.
introduce some
You can see that we added
mining
this
components that
dark
are more valuable, because it's supposed to be more dangerous, so there should be some kind of a reward if you go there.
Jack, could you get your microphone a bit closer to your mouth,
looking
please?
ground cover
Yes.
assets.
Thank you.
And this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons. This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space.
Imagine going
It's not a
fishing
crater,
in
but
Star
it's like-
Citizen.
yeah,
Fucking
like a
amazing.
long
Right after
strip of,
you like did a race with
obsidian.
the
So let's fly down
whatever
to
is
the
gonna be like.
surface of the
There's gonna be
street
something shittier than the
and
PTV,
have a look what it looks
and then
like
you go fishing
from up
and you chill.
close.
And
Again,
yeah.
we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here.
It's a shame that this
If
is a
we
stream.
jump
I would
to
love to
this
skip to
point,
see like what are we gonna
which
do there.
is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian.
I think
in
it's
the right
not
way.
the
look at
most
this
boring.
screenshot.
It's like nice and shiny.
It's not the most boring
you can
part.
see here that the ground looks quite different from other
Yeah,
At least
planets.
there's
honestly, it's a
something
bit
to
better
look
than
at.
last year.
Soil, it's
Yeah.
it almost looks
Because they can just
artificial in
talk.
a way. Acid-wise, we're using
That would be most
one
boring.
of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update.
Ooh,
A
nice
bit of
obsidian.
polish, so we improved
Yeah,
the
it
shapes,
looks like lava
different
rock.
textures, just to
Yes.
make it look extra cool, like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white,
Looks like
light
RTX
gray
without
shrubs,
RTX.
just so the area doesn't feel too samey, and it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation.
Is my voice
To
better?
set the
Oh, yeah,
obsidian biome
thank you.
apart from the
Much
rest of
better.
the planet, we went with the opposite route.
I wouldn't say
for
it
these
looks like
biomes here.
RTX, man.
So instead of
Looks
being
good, but
shiny
not
and
RTX level.
slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand.
Yeah, BP, like
the
if we
vegetation is dry.
had an
We
incentive
added
to
some
go
of
here, like
these
if
spiky
hunting was a
shapes
thing,
to add some
it would be amazing because the
verticality
planets
to
wouldn't
the
be just like
scattering.
barren
But yeah, outside
wastelands.
the obsidian
But
crack,
yeah,
this
like
is what
we
you
just
will
need
find
something. We
on
just
the
have a
planet
bunch of
most
empty
the time.
space.
So this goes
And I'm not even talking about the space in between the planets, which is completely unused, which would be amazing if it was used for something that you can like do something there. Yeah, like you can go in,
the desert I just showed is also
like into
light
deep
gray,
space and maybe
so we
like
felt
have a
this needed
possibility
bit,
of finding something after a
bit of a
while.
color
But
breakout,
we don't have
so
that,
we added
which is okay.
some of these
That would be
red
like such a strain on the
hues
servers,
to,
but like planets, if
the
we have
occasional
planets, we need to
biome.
do something on them.
It's very rocky,
And like they're
You
not giving
also
us
find
anything
the red
for
sand on the rocks
like I'm
from
here
the
for
biome
3 years,
accumulation,
no 2
and it
years.
looks
I'm
really
like
nice
2
how-
years,
how the red,
two years and like
creeps up
change.
into the
So
crevices of the
yeah,
maps in the
we didn't have like anything big change and happen
our
in the
showcase
past 2
today on
years,
Pyro
which is
6.
completely bonkers to me.
Pyro
Like
6 has a very interesting color palette.
yeah, this
I
fucking
really
looks
like the
amazing. But
yellows
yeah, I'm gonna
and
go back
pale,
into the chat with the guys.
as you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters, and we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those craters, so now we're at the edge of one of those craters.
These rocks are weird.
In game right now,
they're
just
like
to show you
defined
what
physics.
it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some dramatic looking coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left.
Just floated.
This is still work in progress. So one of us, probably me, has to go in and
right, guys,
yeah,
you heard it first
the
here.
settings
So Jens
spawning here,
CAG set on Spectrum
and then we're right at
that
the edge.
in 318
And I
shift
really like
plus
the
left click
color of the water,
will allow you
how it
to
looks
move
against
an
the
item from left
the
to right or a right
chalky
to left.
terrain. Then over here, I want to introduce you to
I'm
our
starting to think
human
that 318
scale
is
ref
the
mesh.
god patch. Like, it's not gonna be server meshing, it's just this. The possibility to fucking move items from left to right. Now,
because you can
did they think about like moving more things, or there is that just like for a single thing? Can we like select more things and just like?
To the scene, he spawns
I'm getting
that
aggravated.
object preset spawns.
That's cool.
And yeah, he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the Pyro system, which is red.
Which planet or moon has
Then we
these
get, like,
kinds of rocks?
Some really cool looking.
I think it's like Magda or
sunbeams
something
coming
like
through
that.
The
Just
volumetric clouds
vertical rocks.
here.
Vertical.
And then if I
I think
turn
it Magda.
the sun and we make
It's like
this
bluish hue though.
Yeah.
dark. And
I think it's
jump
Magda.
in
I'm not
game,
sure, but it just doesn't.
You can see how
doesn't look
drastically
right.
the skybox impacts the lighting.
Need more tuning.
When you're on the dark side of the planet, and the skybox is just it looks.
What was the name of that
really
planet?
cool.
Levski?
So this is the skybox
was a-
for the entire Pyro
that's
system.
supposed to be in Nyx.
So you will see it.
It's
on
it's not
every
Levski.
single Pyro
Levski is the
planet.
landing
It's
zone.
settlement,
It's just
yeah.
that Pyro
But,
6
what-
has like a very thin
Delamar.
atmosphere, so
Delamar.
Yes.
you see it
Delamar was
here.
like that, but much more impressive actually,
Yeah.
with much more
I'm
verticality.
happy to
Delamar
have had
is
the
lost
opportunity
tech.
to show you guys
They lost
what
it in
we
code.
did in the last 2 years. I'm super
Someone pressed the
excited
delete
to
button.
see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback.
Hey, Aaron, it's tier
there's
0.
still
Come on.
work that we
It
have
is
to do.
tier -1. It's tier
but I
minus
hope
10.
that you
Come
are
on. Like,
even more excited. than
give him a shot.
before
It's fine.
After
Like,
seeing what I
just
showed you today.
like the carpal tunnel syndrome. It's fine. It is fine. Okay, so seriously, I had a podcast with Space Tomato, and he asked me if like I would prefer for them to like not release something such as the inventory system before it is in a better state, and you have a shift, a click, or a control alt to select everything and all of that, or just release it like this so we can have it before, so we can have it faster, basically. And I didn't know how to fucking answer, because like my answer was like, yeah, I would love them to release it faster but complete. And I guess that like that's not a thing. With CAG, that is not gonna be a thing, probably ever.
It's a lot of work.
Well, when they saw us the last time, when I saw that new mission on Pyro. The terrain, we already got the snippets of it, and I thought that they progressed a lot further than this.
This looks bad. Sorry to cut you off. No, I'm just talking to myself. This looks bad.
But
it looks amazing, like look-wise, but I thought that they were gonna be a lot further than still working on maps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, like compare this to any other like new game, like Unreal 5.
Yeah.
This is just flat. Okay, this looks okay-ish, but most of it is just flat and like it looks like a game from like 2010. Until you zoom in.
I think it's
the lighting, honestly.
Maybe. My main gripe is it took them so long and they have to go and make so much more. So I don't know when they can do that. It's just beyond any scope at this point. It's nice that things are floating, but
when we asked in the past to get the canyons and so on, some deeper canyons that we could fly into, they said there's a limitation in the tool to the height map.
Yeah.
And now I think they still have the same problem, but they added in something on top of it to make it like look like it's more height in the mountains and so on. But I think those things are seeded
he's a game developer,
manually.
a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts. Hey, how you doing, guys?
Not too bad.
You were looking at me and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it.
That's right.
During the thing. I'm not
Not
good
one
with
word
titles.
about gameplay.
I've had 6 of my own.
I just constraining myself.
Hold on.
That's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Absolutely.
Good.
You like it? We have been.
Let's watch the whole thing before we jump on them.
Dreaming about this. And
Yeah.
2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do?
I was about to
It was
like
always
mention
we should
some
build a
alcohol
spaceship.
abuse.
Not abuse.
Yeah,
someday.
Some things that were said during being intoxicated.
Sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in.
Talking about
you're cool with tonight. It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952.
How many journeys did we go through?
A brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations
Sure,
from
it's
the
the
upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us, and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about, the community over there.
Organic distillation is not in the game yet. Certain textures will look flat until it's in, especially plants and the rocks.
Fantastic.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a dev, but I can say that like it looks flat and it looks like
really educational.
It's not photorealistic, which like they're going for.
Had a nice bar
so
citizen out there.
I don't know. I think it's
great,
just like
great food,
the lighting,
fun stories.
But I'm not sure how
while
they're
we were
going to
in
fix
Korea,
that because lighting
live
is
stream into the China
a
bar
huge
system
issue with like
So
when you
we had
have
some
a single star.
technical difficulties.
This lighting of the
while
whole
we were
fucking
there.
like universe.
Yeah, we couldn't hear them
what a waste
and
of
so
time.
on. So they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore.
It is obvious that CG is the kid that's
I was gonna say we haven't
tossing
had
something
any,
together
technical
at the last minute and
so
yeah.
far today.
Well, yeah. Yep.
I don't know what.
Well,
yeah,
about this,
I was going to say nothing in here is actually wood.
I got a Google distillation because I don't know what it is.
Cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea. Yeah, we'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the
Is
full
this the
history
node that
behind
he's
it, but
getting?
It is
because he's getting fired.
Like a replica of an ancient scroll, but the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
Which is really cool.
Oh yeah.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
Are these Teenage Mutant Ninja
So we each got
Turtles?
one of those as well, but they specifically wanted
these.
us to bring one back for you.
Switch to Brian's cam. Let me move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
I got the string in the right. Yeah.
Oh, it's a conga line.
Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back.
Oh.
Yeah.
and then
It actually is.
Yep. Really cool.
What, conga line?
Singapore.
Yeah, from
while we were
Jumpdown.
there.
Oh.
all the everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Clearly.
Bad, but we got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Okay, so
Very cool. So
organic distillation. I still don't know what it is. I'm going to Google it on my phone in a second. But how do you think that, like, I know what nanite is. I watched like UA5 presentations. How do you think that, like, they can implement that into this engine that we have right now that is not like UA5? That's like a completely fucking different engine. I don't know. Let me just Google for organic distillation.
China and South Korea. I think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
It's proper, yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Are they going to showcase the Banyu Cube?
And there's some other
that they bought off of eBay for $30,000.
Because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's 10 something.
There
was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10.
Takeover artist.
The first one
like,
comes to my mind.
Yes.
There's a lot, but the
but
most
also there's one more
memorable
thing. The atmosphere is too low on most of the planets
in Los Angeles,
except Crusader.
Very first
of course,
CitizenCon
that's
I'd
fucking
ever
too
been
high.
to. Really
But
had an
like,
interacted face-to-face with
imagine wanting to have an atmospheric fight, like it happened to you a bunch of times. I'm pretty sure, where you like fought a guy, and then you just like realized that you're in space for fucking 10 minutes because you were on the moon and the fucking atmospheric flight model stops at like 2 kilometers because you're out of atmosphere, and that's it. Like it needs, like moons need to be at least at like 10 kilometers, and then like planets need to be at like
be there. And for
20
people to have the
kilometers,
reaction
and that's it.
That you've been
like
working on,
you can go 20 kilometers with one
that's
boost, basically,
never
on most of the
forget.
ships.
You're
So it's not going to be that
level.
much change,
You're feeling the love
but
from
it's
them,
going to
the
be something
excitement that they
different,
have,
and
their
like
different
it's
way
going to be a
hold on.
bit more real.
I'm used to working at
realistic.
companies where we hold our stuff for 2
and
5
you will
years without showing anything.
be able to
You have this
fight in
opportunity
the
to
atmosphere.
show this
These
off,
guys are
and you
just
get this
confusing me because they're
feedback.
talking over me.
It was
That's so
my first
fucking rude. Come on, guys.
basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do, and you know, haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons, is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole, watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to scene again, and all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is.
Well, this is most boring so far.
It'd be too hard for people, you know, one event. I mean, you know,
previous was.
Did you watch the last year's?
Which could be, you know,
yeah,
you know,
but
really
I was like,
it's really that ability.
Honestly, this is a bit better.
I even think of overall just the journey.
At least we're not looking at fucking PowerPoint presentations.
When I started in
like
Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know,
why do they speak about how they feel?
Hassan,
I mean, why is that
in
relevant?
the UK loaded up a van.
I mean, they're not like
this
pop
van showed
stars.
up with our PCs or monitors.
Like
then they
their
included
feelings are
like
important.
some pens and pencils and trash cans. And
It's interview like they're interviewing Michael Jackson
and we
or
set
someone,
everything
you know,
up, and it was
or
like cool.
famous football
like,
player. But they're just developers. I mean, do the fucking game.
No.
What
It's
are-
a show.
What,
It's a show.
Are you gonna whip them? Are they like fucking mules? What are you saying? They have feelings too. Come on.
I mean,
back to work.
It's all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times.
Honestly, if there was like in the pledge store, if there was like I don't know a thing that you can like pledge for like $50 and they get whipped in the fucking back for $50, I think this project would like be. Like next year, it would like reach 1 billion.
Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other.
All the haters would start paying money, you know.
Yeah. Imagine Star Citizen refunds just like spamming the pledge button.
I'm going to take PTO next year. You are not going to take PTO next year, and. The next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off, and I'm like, "You took PTO?" Because I told you, I'm like, "You're my hero."
It's like a reality show, really. They talk about their life,
It
what
is.
they feel, what they do while they're not developing, you know.
And
I mean,
I don't.
That's the most. That's like the most time that they spend not developing. So that's the only thing they can talk about at this point.
I mean, it's fine. The shirts, the office, so forth. If it was entertaining, because it's not. It's like waste, really.
What you're just thinking about, not necessarily.
But it really shows that there is something about a cult, you know, like people are really fan of those people and they like to hear how they feel and what they think. And
today to the point where it makes the game.
Are they really though?
To open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley.
Or this is more like an echo chamber.
Discuss an entirely new kind of mission, not a new mission.
New mission.
Entirely new scope and type and design of missions that.
New scope.
Move away from combat and translate.
You sound so fucking excited about this.
Cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, design brief.
Deduction and like okay, space Sherlock Holmes.
Will be a laser.
Whatever.
Hear them
The butler did it.
Hi, I hear 2 more years.
System designer.
Oh, my favorite guy.
On the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look, a new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early.
At least Luke
we don't have,
does something when he
but people keep
do a
asking
mistake.
to see the design brief, so
This
we thought,
guy.
what the heck?
Yeah.
We'll let you see.
What the heck? Exactly.
So a mission is built out of objective types. And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone.
I mean, we know about all the missions because we've been playing them for 6 fucking
destroy a ship
years.
that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay.
This is aimed for new players, not for you.
Oh,
you have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or
so where's the
kill a
Sherlock
bunch of
Holmes
enemies.
comes in?
So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single.
And that box going to kill you.
The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective.
Before the NPC does.
Target.
Yeah, sure.
But even the most like simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of 2 objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item like even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective
more
types,
jumping puzzles.
For the time being, have been pretty simple. You know, kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
Some random Canuck, is that how you pronounce that? I'm not sure. Yeah, data running is getting put, like, they were waiting for data running because you need, like, other systems to have data running because you gotta run the data from a system to a system. But yeah, I'm not sure that that's coming in with Pyro
We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players.
I don't understand. One of the first missions was investigation.
Like detective.
Yeah.
They feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately
find dead bodies.
The question
Yeah.
that's been
Just
posed
click,
to them,
click.
and that they're able to
no, I mean
search through the evidence and find
there one when you have to follow the voice messages and so forth.
The right answer.
So what we
in the
want is
depot.
we want to build
the old
a
ones,
mission
okay.
Yes.
requires you to have
One
to
of the
think,
first missions ever.
you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before.
Never seen before.
Dig into like why has this derelict.
So you're getting data pads,
Or why
and
have
you're gonna
fortune
go
come
from
to be
data
dead?
pad to
Or
data
why
pad
has this
until you
target gone
find.
missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type,
Oh,
I don't
that I'm really
want
willing to
players
see.
along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life. As
25 PowerPoint.
And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
Because you want to deliver a minimal viable product, you don't want to deliver a finished product.
Simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you
Riker,
to
like,
another place.
Imagine if there would be like different
like
endings
itinerary on there.
to the mission.
And they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location. And
That's not
should
gonna
you
happen.
go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they.
Yeah, Osmond. Yeah, I know.
The mystery.
I don't I don't know if it's the ramp. I think it's like the winds, because every time I died, it was like when it was windy, and that's it. I never like just died to a ramp. I did before, but not in the last couple of patches. Although I gotta say, I haven't played 3.17.3 and 3.17.2 because I'm boycotting this fucking patch completely. Like 3.17 cycle for me is dead. Until we get 3.18, then I'm gonna come back and play this game, because this game is fucking bullshit right now.
You would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, you know, I did it kind of thing, that would get you like the bonus for the mission. And both pitches
Ramps
had
are
their
the
strengths and
boss
weaknesses.
enemies. Yeah.
The simple pitch, we could see like how easy it was to scale. And it involved less.
Really, you died in the hangar. Well, that's
complex narrative.
That's a bug that we had like in 3.12. It's fucking amazing that it's back. Like in 3.12, you will land in the hangar if you don't get killed by the ramp, like stepping on the ramp. You would get killed because once the ramp hits the ground, the fucking ship just explodes immediately. So yeah, like cargo running and doing
other designers can make
like
their own mysteries.
running your refined goods to like ArcCorp to sell them, it was just fucking impossible. I lost like 40 mil in 3.12 to that, and I know that like that's a reoccurring bug for some fucking reason. I think it has something to do with the tick rate or whatever, but I don't know.
Is a story. So the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we can make it like a mystery happen in the most restrictive location we have.
But Canuck, did you notice that while you were falling through the planet,
from there,
they actually like simulated the gravity that's like the center of the planet has a higher gravity pull, and also the temperature gets higher.
For instance, like you can kill a guy and get
mind-blowing, fucking amazing. Yes, you did fall through the ground, but also the fact that they did that is fucking like they do all the shit that like like it's they're just wasting time doing some things I guess because it's an alpha and they don't fucking care about the bugs. Like they said it like themselves on Spectrum a couple of days ago that they don't want to focus on the bugs, and like I think actually this guy said that, but I'm not sure, I might be mistaken, but yeah, they do not care about the bugs. Bug fixing for them is like low priority right now, and they're just gonna like pour shit onto us and make us cry, and once we cry a lot, then they're gonna fix it. Because like, yeah, the guy actually said, I'm not gonna pull up the quote because it's probably gonna crash something, and like streaming, I'm not really into that, and I'm not really used to doing this. But let me try to find the actual quote. It's fucking amazing. The guy said,
we want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that
you're gonna feel like a fucking detective. I found the quote. Let me see if I can show it to you. I'm sorry if you feel, so it's Sylvan CAG. I'm sorry if you feel that way, and I can totally understand. Somebody was crying about, crying. Well, he was fucking pissed off because of the bugs. As upsetting it may be, it ensures that we, the devs who actually fix these issues, will not get swamped by the bugs which just happened once or twice for a handful of people. I'm just speaking for myself here, but usually I ignore extremely rare issues when they land on my table, because sometimes they tend to fix themselves, so looking at them is simply not worthwhile. Unfortunately, our time is finite, there we go, that's the pronunciation, and we have to be deliberate when we put our time into. Or where we put our time into. Yes, bugs are annoying, blah, 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 but they need to be fixed, but at the same time, we also have to make progress on our actual tasks. So, yeah, he like added that post a bit later, and I guess he got like a call from somebody, but yeah.
These missions. We've got combat missions. We've got,
That's just like it goes to show that like if you go to the issue council and report stuff like I did for fucking I don't know how long, most of it is gonna be unnoticed. And when it gets noticed, sometimes you're gonna get like I reported the Cuddy steel damaging itself when you're shooting. Okay, so these guys are. I'm gonna pull the volume up, but let me just finish this. So I reported that the Cuddy steel was shooting itself when you're shooting outside of it, and it was just like damaging the hull, damaging the shields and all of that. It got like upvoted, it got confirmed, and then CEG dev commented that it is intended behavior. So yeah. All right, let me
systems and just kind of explore
pull them up.
and get
There
to
we
be
go.
these kind of detectives.
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't always
Aaron is drinking
notice
in the
or
background.
always be like.
Yeah, a few more
Probably
drinks and
lay
we're gonna
off
get some. We're gonna get some real news now.
Yeah.
serve him a few more beers,
We want
please.
to make sure that it feels unique, to the area.
Let me tell the
and
chat
it's
what
interesting.
we're talking
So
about.
it's-
So
like I think
there was a leak a couple of days ago. Aaron apparently
the fun thing about it too is
got
this is
drunkish
a
on
type of
Bar
mission where
Citizen, and
we
he
don't
told
just-
a bunch
it's
of
not
guys
just
there
knocking out checkpoints
that
on the list. So
we're gonna
part of the
get
fun of
Squadron
it was
42
creating
in
a system
2 to
where
3 years.
the
It's not like
onus is on the
finished,
players
and
to
it's
feel
gonna be
they
like
have enough
80 to
information to
100
resolve
hours
the case,
playtime and all of
but
that.
not flat out
And
telling
that's
them
why
right
we're
off the bat,
joking
yes,
about
you
it. Like
have,
it's
or no, you
no
have.
ill will, no bad intentions. It's
definitely
just
a fun
like
thing that's presented cool.
maybe
You think it
maybe
maybe
if
one
they
way, but there
drunk
might
a
be a
bit,
key
like
piece of
all
evidence
of
that you
them,
missed
maybe we would get
that
some
completely
actual info,
blows
like some realistic
case open.
predictions.
And we
But yeah.
refer to the Precision Universe as the sandbox. I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision Universe. So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now?
Todd wants to kill
I
somebody.
can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentioned.
Honestly, this is the only guy
Homestead
that
demo,
I can
but
actually
I think,
relate to.
Even just
in
getting
CEG
3.0 out the door
seems to
like
be
that.
completely
That was
fucking
such a
honest
arduous process, and
everything that he does.
Climbing up that hill was a difficult one, but to finally
like
get
the filter.
and,
Well, there was a bunch of times
see
when
people's
he said that he wants to do a bunch of things, but he doesn't have the
I made this
manpower, and he
unfortunate
was
bet with
really
the
fucking
community
angry
based
about
on
it.
Chris Roberts'
On camera.
feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the
won't
global
tell you
go no
promises,
go.
promises.
To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control.
He'll go,
Everybody's
no, you
checking
can't
in,
have
you
it,
know, I'm
and
good,
that's
I'm
it.
good, I'm good.
He
And we
looks
get
like
to-
he feels
and
sorry,
Aaron
you know?
is on this call. He's leading this call. He goes, well,
He
that
looks
seems
like
like
he wants to
everybody.
kill
I'm in a
somebody, but
bathroom listening
my
to
opinion.
it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron,
He really doesn't
I don't
want
know
to
if
be
you
there,
remember
but
this,
the
Aaron.
pay
You
is
go,
good.
all right, that's good. We're ready to go. And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA.
Peter, it's 10 more years of just 2 more
the live
years.
stream. So hearing
basically
Chris after at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really actually it was the 2015 like the PCAP shoot. Just to be able to work with that cast, the crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three month shoot. Right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the
really
cast
fun.
that was there and the how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of, you know, there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Okay, this should be interesting, hopefully. Maybe.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities.
I'm waiting for
now,
that Need for Speed.
This was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, you know, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want.
Didn't he just say that they made it like for a CitizenCon demo, and that's basically what they're doing right now? They're making another underground facility for a CitizenCon demo.
Is an example kiosk
looks nice though
of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a
emphasis
spire.
on could look like, not will look like, but could look like.
Towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top, and then moving down.
Oh yeah, sell me the dreams.
The landing pad.
Sell me the possibilities.
Quite close to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands, not far off from the location.
Sell me the concept art.
Close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, you know,
I think we're all here for the concept art
on the landscape
honestly.
there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool.
Where's the credit card?
Surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary.
Does it come with LTI?
To get into these locations, depending.
As someone said in your chat, like before, all those things they show now, we're not gonna see before many years.
Oh yeah.
Surface entrances down there below.
Yeah, well, he's using could and might
so after the players landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception.
Same design language as Pleasure.
We'll be able to rebrand these depending on
the
manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is
the view from the side, like
into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, you know, just an example
I like
of
this,
what a
even though it's just a fucking
could feel like.
painting.
I thought they would show us internals.
Now, moving into elevators, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So
you just need to have buggy elevators.
Transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few
last time they showed concept art, they showed straight to the finished product in engine, so we might see that with this.
Mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room.
So what do you guys think? Which ship are they gonna announce? I'm gonna have like $5
ultimately, we didn't go with this idea.
on Anvil.
Didn't really fit the art style that we
capital
wanted.
ship.
But
yeah, I was going to say a new
so what we
capital
landed
ship.
on here is something that we felt
I doubt it. I think they, as usual on CitizenCon, they announced something around $600, like Nautilus, Hammerhead, this style of ship, and few small ones.
So what we're seeing here is
it's gonna be at least one more small one, and there has to be like a capital ship.
Big and
not sure regarding capital. I would be surprised.
Hopefully not, because we have like what, 26 capital ships on the backlog. So
on the top level, that's where the containers will be shipped up and down.
But I agree, Anvil doesn't have a capital
yet.
Little
nooks and
but does it need to with that bad clock?
We'd be able to.
It's good for sales, man.
It's great for sales.
This is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the.
But what they
looks
could,
like Titanfall. I like this.
Echoing of that.
You know what they could sell well is an intermediate ship to salvage between the Vulture and the bigger one, the Reclaimer.
That could be announced, yeah. But like,
so you can really
how we design.
So you can really pull people from they first buy a small Vulture, then they buy they upgrade to the intermediate, and then they upgrade to the Reclaimer. You can take more.
Yeah. But we still only have hull scraping. That's the issue.
Sure.
Like, why would they do? I mean, why not? Never mind.
Moving on to Zone 3. So this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really
I don't want to buy
before.
capital ship.
A lot of the locations
put it
in
like
the game
that.
tend to be quite residential.
Neither do I.
Here we're going for
not
something
anymore.
Completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose.
One guy in the chat said Cutlass yellow.
Walking around, so we dedicate
is that going to be a taxi?
Logistics.
They still owe us the Cutlass purple, the party boat.
You kind of see it where big trucks.
And they did bait and switch and made Cutlass steel.
To kind of explore.
No.
Now,
it would not be over until we get the party Cutlass.
Towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles.
But talking about taxi, but transporting people is supposed to be a gameplay.
Maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of.
Yeah, it would be amazing if they showcased a mech suit.
Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about
which they did.
So not just a linear
like 6 years ago,
traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay about
I thought they would show stuff in engine. This is boring. A disappointment.
I mean, he's using words like could, might, maybe.
So looking at this image,
we'll see and all of that. Like, yeah, sure, buddy.
Modern day aircraft carriers. About how you see.
Like at the beginning, he said we did the original bunkers for CitizenCon, and that's why they are like this. Because we didn't have enough time, and now he's showing fucking PNGs.
Extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down.
You know what the issue is?
Is the best load bearing.
Maybe,
so,
like, even if they make
design
this,
language instantly was feeling quite right.
all of the bunkers are going to be still the same.
Corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool.
unless
but also on top of that,
there's some like modularity. If it's done in like what is it, building blocks or whatever the name is, and then they can just like toss like we have right now with the bunkers, but they need to be much more modular,
like stations.
Part of this could be maybe is stealth
but
route.
those are
Maybe
still
this is,
like they're
the
still
upper
the
area is
same.
blocked off, so the planes
Yeah,
have to go
but
down
at least
below.
they
So
have
even
internally
within,
a bit different
something as a
walkways.
concept of a
Yeah.
corridor,
Still better than nothing,
we
I
want
mean.
to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics,
Canuck,
maybe containers
actually,
going through, shipping
so
containers going through.
we,
Underneath
I think
here,
it was like
maybe
a few
this is
patches
just
ago.
more
My friend and I,
towards
he's going to be joining us
processing
soon.
of it, maybe
We
hydraulic
kidnapped
cylinders for these
a guy,
elevators
an NPC
Hierarchically, it's a different mood.
from
So up
Grimhex,
above, it's clear,
and
it's
he was like
smooth,
outside, and we
low,
pushed him into.
dark, and steamy,
He spawned
and
outside
again,
because
that
it's Star Citizen.
presents
And we pushed him into a cuddy.
Now, we can't
Dude,
have these
like he found the chair and he sat on it.
Performance-wise,
I kid you not. I think my friend actually has the footage. But he fucking found the chair and he sat on it, like the back chairs on the cuddy, like the jump seats. We were fucking blown away. But yes, they cannot navigate tables and chairs in fucking stations.
So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like
the fine hardcore is he's Dutch. He's not Slavic. The other guy is Puppeteer. He's in the chat here.
You know, also inside here.
And I was actually talking, like just a second ago, I was talking about the fine hardcore. He's going to join us pretty soon.
So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme.
It looks like another 3-4 years of work.
A really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing.
So what do you think? How long did it take for them to make this movie set where they're filming it right now?
How that process. So
and like compare that to how long it took them to make an actual constellation.
And we're seeing the bottom route coming in
depends.
as well. So this is how
you mean the serious question. If they put their mind to it, they can do it fast.
Yeah.
Now going from a large
they can do it fast,
set
under a year,
we're considering here,
like 6 months plus.
Small. So these are
what,
if
the whole bunker?
Networks that will link into
no, you mean the set, right?
The set.
These again will be
6 months to build a fucking.
And these
bunker 4 years.
Bunker 4, yeah.
Now,
I told them initially. The set they did really fast.
Really fast, 8 months.
To chapter that experience with the rooms. Now, what
depends.
Here is an example
the priorities.
An industrial space. It's processing. We didn't
Puppeteer, they're talking about you in chat. No, he's actually basically a neighbor of mine. He is Serbian. From Belgrade.
So here we're seeing an example processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, you know, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles.
Thank you.
One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space.
It's really sad watching at this. They
Another
should
theme room,
go and look at
idea
the
we came up with was processing. So
engineering, properly engineered buildings,
processing them through, ready for
how this works.
So we had a bit
because
of
it
fun
looks
with,
to me like
ways
they
in
have
which
no
we
idea.
could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas, areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map
mech
room.
suit
So this is where the
announced.
control the networking.
This is going to be this side is going to be the minigun. The other side is going to be the rocket launcher.
But also
confirmed, announced. You've seen the pictures.
The player does get access to these executive wings. Then we're seeing.
That's basically what they're doing right now. Like fucking
here as well. So
PNGs of sure.
Now we'll be
sure.
seeing,
looks great.
The corporate
but when?
foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle to go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design.
Not water,
about,
oil.
Interesting opportunities.
We already had like underground bunkers with the
and then
water
lastly,
inside
zone 4.
of them.
Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity
industrial
if we go into some sort of
facilities
organic
use
locations
oil
as
for
part of the
cooling
underground
because
facility. So this
it's
could
very
be
efficient,
excavation zones
and
or areas where
there is
it's
hardly
abandoned.
any
This could be
other
vindication
solution
rooms.
that
This
can
was
be as
something we
efficient.
had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually
Jackie's, I actually drew
the player from being in this fairly
like a
well-established
PNG of a mech
industrial
suit,
location to a cave
to
that
calm
needs
them.
to be some form of
So that's why he's
transition
asking,
period. So we came
when.
up with ideas about how we'd see
And Moon, to answer your question, soon, and
with
you
the
can buy the
roads kind
LTI
of
right
peak
now
route.
on
And as part of the roads,
grumpstore.com
maybe we can do some pretty cool
for like
layouts for the player to
$9.99.
something that's
There we go.
a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed
I'm
cave,
so glad,
the
Simple Choices,
equipment
that I'm
needed,
not the
to
only
create
one noticing
further
that.
UGS
And that's why I'm
spaces.
not like even fucking
maybe
paying
there's a large
attention to
war
this,
machine
because
still there. Again, maybe
we
that
want
comes
to,
into some form of
might,
gameplay
could,
opportunity for the
would
player
be,
to
and also
traverse
like
over,
all of that. It's just like whatever, dude. Okay, sure,
as
looks
part of
fucking
that,
amazing. The
another
drawings are fucking
opportunity
amazing.
to
Like
introduce a new
I don't know if you just joined, but I just made a LTI ship. It's not even a ship. It's a mech suit
not only introduce
announcement,
different types
and
of
it's gonna be
geology, but maybe
it's
we
gonna be looking like
introduce
this.
some form of liquid. So
And
depending
yeah,
on
it's
the
basically the
location,
same thing.
maybe it's on a
It
certain
just spends
planet,
like more than
be
5 seconds
like
on making
underground
that.
rivers, underground lakes, maybe
Sure.
it's lava.
And this mech suit
And also if we're
might
describing,
kill the Nova
these
Town,
locations as maybe
but
some of
it
the
also
more
might
advanced
fly.
ones, we can
And
start
I
to
want it
showcase how nature's
to be
slowly
stable on the
starting
ground.
to take over.
Also, it could not go through the
introduce some
ground.
pretty cool opportunities.
And
So also
yeah,
another
$9.99
approach we
LTI.
do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities,
So,
right from the
3 more
early
years more.
visual development process. And what we're
It's
looking at here is
Back to the
very
pictures,
loose
back to the
meshes
pictures.
brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process. That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
It does not come with carriers, but we can make a deal, and it's gonna be $48 more, but it's yours if you want to.
Oh, he's T-posing. the NPC was T-posing.
Was he? I missed that.
That's
Yeah,
a
it was.
natural state.
Wait, where do we have this elevator? I've seen this elevator in
In a
Star
different
Citizen.
game.
In a different game. Yeah, probably.
I told you they're gonna show something.
Oh, it's just
I mean,
preliminary.
last year they showed us basically this for the Mist Odyssey. and we still don't have the Mist Odyssey. Like they're not even working on the Mist Odyssey.
No.
So they tend to do these stuff for CitizenCon, and they just like ditch them after that.
Yeah,
Maybe.
sadly.
I think it's still like the limitations of the engine itself.
I mean, yes, because
it needs this white box. It needs so many phases to go through to the final product.
It's not just the engine; it's the servers. Like this would be such a strain on servers because like that's a bunch of new things like different models that you need to load in onto the servers. With server meshing, it would work better.
They plan to get wasted or what?
Ian, why?
Yep.
Why are we redoing the?
Where is Aaron? You probably left with 1 or 2 bottles, you know.
Bigger, more special location in the game, so it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories. Drink up, Todd. Last 10 years. What's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one.
Moon, once you buy the mech suit from Grumpy's,
joining the company,
what is GrumpyMerch.com, LTTstore.com, then
we're making really much.
Then it's tied to your account for sure.
8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
Don't you guys think Jared is
Baptism
cringe
by fire?
as
we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and you know,
like he has a lovable personality,
so
but
it's not just
his
going
jokes
to be a
are really,
big,
really cringy.
giant, empty, awesome.
I used to like him a lot, and then the more I watched him, the more I thought he's weird.
What are we going to be doing these things?
I mean,
it's fine.
All of our mission verbs counts.
It's not the worst trade.
We want them to be a sandbox element, you know, that players can go and explore.
Actually, you can buy the mech suit from LTTstore.com or GrumpsMerch.com right now for $99.99. But I'm probably gonna sell the picture as not the picture, the dev art, the whatever art, concept art. There we go. I'm gonna sell it as an NFT.
We're building it,
so,
but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, you know, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
You know, 3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4
Are you still
levels
talking
underneath the
about their
surface of
memories
Pyro 2
from the past 10 years?
These are coming to both the stanchion system and the Pyro
Okay, guys,
system.
what are your best and worst memories from playing Star Citizen for how long? So, Puppeteer, let's start with you. How long have you been playing Star Citizen?
Since I could go into the hangar module. I don't know what year it was.
2013, maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so what's your best memory and your worst memory?
Best memory? Probably the original Jump Down.
Okay, because you're a PvPer. Worst memory?
Worst memory? I don't know. Like getting stuck in same place 30 times over, or watching my ships open and close cockpits from patch to patch, even though the patch note said it fixed 2 months ago. But you know,
it obviously said it should be fixed. Come on.
No, they fix it and they bring it back because they drag the DLLs with something else.
All right, so Amaral, when did you pledge, and what's your...
I created account in 2013, but I actually backed in 2018, and the best memory was original Jump Town. I flew Glaive, and it was really, really fun. And the worst memory is the game having more and more features, and me and my friends playing less and less as became more and more buggy.
Okay.
It was bugs, but it became worse.
Right, Jack?
Me, it was 2015, somewhere. I think best memory is the fun with friends, you know. Mainly
so
around
just
PvP.
chilling on the A90, right? Making screenshots.
Yeah, exactly.
And the worst
And
memory?
the worst, I think, all the bugs, like everyone. I think it's also it's not like one instant shot, one moment, but it's more the slow realization that this game is just not getting anywhere and just empty. And so once you've done 1 or 2 rounds of it, you just lack of content.
Okay, they're talking about gameplay. Come
changes
on.
to the flight systems and
we
the
gotta
combat
listen to
systems,
them.
which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but
It's
which
Yogi.
will eventually find the way to the persistent universe.
Yogi Bear is gonna give us a lot of goodies. Maybe. Hopefully.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more
that guy's
opportunity
still there.
for different careers, different responsibilities.
He was presenting the flight model of the Aurora.
Perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work.
When
and
he was
different
like
types of
18.
jobs.
Star Citizen
Now
is
he's
supposed to be
55.
a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat. It's
Dude,
not just
these-
about an economy.
this
it's not
guy's
just about piracy,
side
it's about
hustle is
all of
being a
those things
DJ.
happening at the same time. So we need ships that
course.
can act.
I don't know.
in
He
different
gives
ways
me
to
a
support all of those
vibe
different
of
goals.
like.
In trying to figure out these roles and
What was
define
the
what they are,
what's the name of
gameplay
the
for them,
actor
we
that's also a
started very
DJ?
heavily leaning
Fucking.
toward combat, mostly because
No idea.
combat is a mechanic
He's from
that
London.
is very widely applicable
He's been,
throughout the game.
in Game of
and
Thrones, I
the
think.
principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also it's to make sure
Idris
that
Elba.
when we are defining these
There we
roles
go.
and balancing
Hey,
these
he's a
roles,
DJ.
that
Yeah, he's a
we're
DJ.
putting the ships in the right
No
place
idea.
because we
Okay.
don't want the ships
He's a
to
cool
be
guy.
like,
Yeah.
you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between
Hey,
the
Bambi.
ships. So just picking one
Welcome.
type of ship just isn't.
You didn't miss anything. There was a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda,
Usually
and
known
all of
as
that.
light,
So
medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters
a lot of
fighters
concept
which are
arts and a
very
lot of things
dominant in
that
the area
should
of one
happen
versus
probably
one, PvP combat.
maybe
But
soon.
they come with a downside because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at one versus one, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility.
Are you going to talk about slowing
so
down
a player
the
can
ships?
tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes
It's
come with a
crazy
turret
that
as well, so
we
you've got that
still,
additional gameplay of the turret,
they're still debating
which
internally
is aimed to kind of
what the
counter the
ship
lack of
roles
maneuverability
are
that
after
the
10
ships
years,
have.
right?
And then additionally to that,
When you're
we
doing
have
a
racing
space
ships,
game,
which
that
are
should be like the
basically
first thing you
really
want to
fast
freeze
at changing
and-
the velocity.
I mean, when you're
and
doing an
make
MMO,
clear.
you got to start
And,
off with a fucking swim mission,
interceptors,
right?
which
Also,
we
yeah.
basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware
Hello.
on these ships.
Bombers, on the
Hello.
other hand,
Hey,
are
Fate.
well,
Hello,
they're
Fate.
just slobbing heavy ordnance
I can't
at
do
larger
this. This
targets,
is-
so you use them to take out
I can't
bigger
do this.
ships.
I don't have any caffeine.
But they're not really good at killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation.
So for you guys that are watching, Fayless,
less about
a friend of mine
positional
just
combat,
joined.
but more
I
into
had
the naval style of
all of this
It's
set
important
up
to show the
and
correct
Discord
shield
names
and
were
fire arcs
showing
and
in my
timing the
pre-stream
shots, over long
testing, and
distances.
now it's not
So the
working.
purpose
So
of ship roles is to really
yeah.
help players
What I wanted to
understand
say is
what
I
ships
do
should be
enjoy
used and
the company,
when
and
they
it's
should be used.
really nice,
And it's really about
Grumpy,
delivering
that
on those
you
kind of gameplay
managed to
approaches that we've
gather
been
us.
talking about, over the past.
Thank you.
Several years.
It's
If every
nice to
ship
have
is
you
the
guys
same,
here.
it's not
Absolutely.
fun. But if we have
Exactly.
dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting
So,
combat environments.
Faithless,
And the
I'm
biggest
gonna
challenge we
ask you
see in
the
order
same
to
question that I asked the other guys. When did you pledge? Also, you can say how much did you pledge for. But what what's your best experience and worst experience?
I pledged, what is it? A little bit more than a year and a half ago, I think. Yeah, about a little bit more than a year and a half ago. Last April, I pledged. I guess
That's
a little bit
basically
less
when
than
we
a year and a
met.
half.
which
Yeah,
is not very
yeah.
interesting. And it just
What I have for an actual account, not including the gray market stuff I bought, is about 16,000 into actual CIG proper, like their actual website, into the Reddit gray market. You can probably tack on an extra 10 grand to that because I decided I like to collect all the shiny old BIS and special edition ships like the Raven and stuff like that. My best experience would probably have to be when I was playing with friends, like Grump example, the org we were playing with, or we are in now, and jumping into the Carrack for the first time. Like that was my experience. I literally upgraded my account three or four times in one day. I went from a freelancer dir to a constellation package. I went for a freelancer dir package, melted for a constellation package, decided the ship was gross, melted that for the $1,000 explorer package, I think. I forgot the name of it. Exploration package, which had the Carrack in it. And then I was like, shit, this other package that had the Carrack in it had the 600i and the Aquila, and I was like, I'm gonna get that. So I stopped there for a while, which I think was like 1,600 or something. I don't remember the actual price.
Yeah.
Lots of situations.
But one of my favorite and most memorable experiences was definitely stepping into the Carrack, or actually spawning the Carrack and then going outside and realizing, holy shit, this thing is massive, and going into it. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was the same for me when I stepped into a caterpillar. There's somebody spawned for me so I can see it.
The advantages of flying fast.
Okay, so the worst experience and why you're not playing Star Citizen.
Oh, worst experience is it's not a knock on the company so much, but it's things like this, the CitizenCon, right? Fantastic. You guys want to explain they want to explain to us the ins and outs of the company, but frankly, I don't give a shit. I want to play the game. It's fantastic. Great. Tell us whatever you guys want to tell us. But how about talking to us about the actual game and not how you're making the goddamn game? I want to do things with my friends, PvP, base building, whatever, what have you. I want to have fun, in the verse with all my friends and whatever. And I consider them really good friends and family at this point because we've been hanging out for more than a year and a half and change. And what's it called? It sucks. It sucks to have these patches that come out straight broken. And I, as many times as I hear of, persistent entity streaming and blah blah blah, I don't give a shit. I want to see it. Fix the cut. I know it's an alpha. Say it as many times as people want. Also, I don't care. People put in more money than I have. They put in less, and it doesn't make it any different. You know what I mean? How about giving us a product after over a decade? You know what I mean?
Yep. But they're reminiscing of the past years in this CitizenCon. That's the main purpose of this CitizenCon, I think. They're just talking about the good things and the bad things that happened.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm hoping 318 is going to be great. I really am. I'm hoping it's going to be great and a stepping stone milestone for them, and for the company as a whole. Having the Vulture, not having the Vulture and Corsair, is fantastic as ships. Having the extra gameplay loot with the Vulture brings is fantastic. That part is I'm looking more forward to than the Corsair, though the Corsair looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Additional things to do in the game, that's what I would like.
Oh,
I guess like anyone else.
Give me a second. They're talking about the modes
We're
of flight.
thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations.
Holy shit, they're actually doing it.
But that it is a limited resource.
Let's see them do it
Use
first.
it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space.
But they've done that already, didn't they?
Well, we had something like that before,
the
yeah.
boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can.
But you see on the left side, there's SCM mode, and you're in the SCM mode where you're moving slowly.
Debuffs when you're trying.
And then you're going to transfer into faster mode, and then you have quantum travel.
Variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1,200, 1,400 meters per second, whatever the ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not at the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point.
Okay, so that's the quantum jump.
So at any point
basically.
you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount
this was
of time.
in game before.
Purely on a
I don't know.
straight
3.0.
line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, Quantum Boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use Quantum Travel to do very long-range jumps between planets. So Quantum Mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1,200, 1,400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do Quantum Boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar
The question
objects.
is, can we
But
like
it
jump
comes at a cost.
into
Your capacitor
planets?
systems are non-functional because they interfere
think so.
with
Like into
quantum
the
bubble
atmosphere, not
that
into
is
planets to fucking
allowing
kill
you to
ourselves,
go fast.
like right now, but like
You
into
won't
the
have
atmosphere.
shields. Your shields will
I don't
will
think so.
collapse
You'll
right away
be
when you
you'll be blocked in the
when
atmosphere.
you swap into quantum mode. Your
Uh,
weapons will
I
stop
have
working.
another
Your
question.
shields go down when you go
Firing
into
outwards
quantum
of your
mode.
ship will
So if you're running, your
quantum
shields are
bubble.
down.
Your countermeasures won't
Yeah,
work,
that's great. That's
and
what I wanted
That's
to ask.
actually
not
really
able to use
good.
thruster boost. So basically, all your capacitor and combat related
You can't
systems
escape combat
turned
anymore.
off instantly.
Yeah.
When you switch
People are
between
gonna
modes,
cry,
there'll be a
man.
little
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
where everyone-
They're gonna
That's
ask
actually
for a
pretty
PvP
cool.
slider, dude.
So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you
The
should
biggest
be in.
problem
At any particular
within
point. So if you
PvP,
feel under threat,
disengage.
of someone that's
You
close
can
by,
just
you're not quite
disengage
sure
whenever
what their
you want.
intention is, maybe
This
switch
is
to
going
standard
in the right
control mode and
direction.
be safe. Or
Yes.
you can switch into quantum mode and escape.
But it will be
And this is going to kind of bring in
a drama
element
on
of
Spectrum.
danger and
You will
element
see
of
people
risk.
will say, you're
Because,
giving
going into the
opportunities
few
to
different modes
griefers,
is
blah,
like
blah,
a
blah.
systemic thing within
Yeah,
the
of course.
ship's items. We actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles
And side
that
with
can block
griefers
people
and
from escaping,
start
either
salvaging.
using
Dude, like,
devices
but
that
also,
press the quantum bubble,
is this going to be tied
or
to the
devices
turrets?
that
Because if the
can
turrets
effectively
are not affected by this,
interfere with your ability
that
to
means
transfer
that
between the modes.
if you're in a hurricane or
For
whatever,
example,
you can just
specific
like
ships like
run away
interceptors can
while
be
the
tuned
turret
such
gunner
that they
shoots
have a higher
backwards.
standard control mode.
Right.
be the
You can put
case,
fire on the
probably
target
patch
and try
it
to
out.
leave.
Or, for
They'll patch it
example,
out if
make the
they
swap
didn't
between
think
the
of
modes
it, but I
faster and
think
more
their
efficiently.
intention
But
is to.
so that they
honestly,
could
like the
catch up
question
with
is
you,
that good?
go into
Because like
standard control mode
it
and
would
attack
give
you more
an upper
effectively
hands to the
as per the
heavy
properties of their
fighters
ship versus another ship,
and like
which might not be as
fast-paced
good at doing something
engagements
like that.
if you're in
It's
quantum
something
mode.
that's fundamentally
There shouldn't be
changed
any
the gameplay
engagement in the
experience for
quantum
us.
mode. That's the whole
And this is
point,
working
I
now,
think.
you know, and we're playing it every day in the studio. We're refining it. We're tweaking bits here and there.
So you
but
mean
we're
they
actually
should
down with
deactivate the
balancing.
turrets during the
But the
quantum
core
mode?
feature is
Exactly,
there
yeah.
in the game playable.
Yeah, I think so too.
And
They
the
probably
difference
should,
it's made on
yeah.
the game for us is. It's
But also,
basically
come
my-
on, like being
Because the
a
speeds
back
have been
gunner
limited in
while running
standard
away
control
from a
mode,
swarm of
suddenly
enemies. Come on,
fights are a lot
it could be fun.
closer. The accelerations of ships similarly
Yeah.
have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have
We're
a
still
much
gonna
more
be
significant
face
impact
tank-
because
face
you're
tanking.
closer. So if I like thrust up or down,
not
you'll
too
immediately
much.
see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships
You're gonna be
effectively
fighting for
get
a
a
position.
buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speed.
As long as they keep
You
the
have to
6
get a lot
degrees of
closer,
freedom,
which will make
that
the
won't
turrets
change. No.
Is this
much more
foreseeable
effective at
future or
shooting
318?
turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships. is
Yogi
more
already
important than it has
confirmed
been
to us
before.
that these changes won't make it in 318.
This is a really exciting
We'll make
change
it.
because it allows us to keep the combat
Won't make
speeds
it.
relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is
Sad.
better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we we can have battles with
Dude,
big
I love the
capital
stream
ships and
chat.
smaller
It's
ships,
fantastic.
we'll have brought something to the
what?
Star Citizen world.
The
that
Twitch
I
stream
don't
chat
think
is
has been
fantastic.
as quite
What's
before.
there?
Oh, mine?
It's just
Oh no,
it's
theirs.
Improvement to the game.
yeah, their Twitch.
Having made
It's
these
just
changes
it's a hot
to
mess.
implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ships,
What's
Everybody's
happening?
getting back.
we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've
I'm not
always
reading the
wanted,
chat.
and to
Just
bring a
wonder
lot more
what's
variety
happening
to the
there.
game.
It's a bunch of everything. You know, you got
it's been a really long
you got the
journey,
White Knights
so
battling
you've
more or
been
less,
about this
you know,
journey.
everyone else, and
We've tried
it's
many
just it's
different
funny.
things
It's
all the
just I'm
time
reading it as it's
to try
scrolling.
and
I'm not even
really
slowing it
give the
down.
experience we want, but the reality is from us, it came
Thanks
down.
for
Honestly,
Thankful.
this is the
Always
biggest
success,
change that they
which is creating
announced
choice.
in a
This
while.
one, yes,
It's about
yes.
giving
Yeah.
players the option.
I agree.
And their choices have consequences.
Which, like, we knew that they're gonna
So with
do
master
this,
modes,
but
it
like,
really helps define
we knew how they're gonna do
the
this.
player
But
choice in the game.
We
it's
knew
just
that
when.
Choosing to do combat.
It's
they're choosing to
inevitable,
travel from
but
A
then
to B
again,
content, they're
how
choosing
long
to QTE
do they
somewhere.
plan to change
Just
flight
giving players
model?
that
You
freedom
know,
in
you
the
have to
universe we
stick
have,
with
it's just-
something eventually
like, it's
to
a
make
really
the
magical
progress.
thing, and
They always
we
change it.
tried many times to control that as
hopefully
designers
this
try
is
and
gonna
get
be
a
the one.
specific experience at some point.
I hope so.
But
because they they
we
were
always end up
announcing
coming
this
back
for
to
the
the fact,
past
let's
4
just
years.
give
Like
the
if
players
they
the
were
choice
working
and
on
let
this for the past
them
4
make key
years,
decisions.
not like designing it,
We
but like
understand the
just
balance around that.
We
trying
finally have it.
to figure it out.
Now nailing down
Oh,
the space
okay.
combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, I don't know, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all
Okay.
the footage you've seen today
There you go.
is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the
let's
game.
hope
That, internally,
he's
we're playing
right.
this every day. With
Hopefully, yeah.
some tweaks, but everything is there right now.
Oh, so
It's
I
all
didn't
about
know that
foundational kind of tweaks that we're
they
making. And we
actually
can't wait
have
to
to
get
do
it
it per ship.
So thanks a
Oh, yeah,
lot
yeah, of
for
course.
listening to us today. We're
That's the
very,
issue.
very
Like
excited
whatever
get
they
the
want to
changes to you
change,
as soon
they
as
gotta
possible.
do
And yeah,
for each
we'll
ship.
hope to
It's
see you
fucking annoying.
fighting in the verse.
The more ships we have, the more annoying it is. Let me just talk to the chat for a second.
All right, so.
All right, let me see what I missed. I neglected you guys for a second. Jared and these guys are just gonna reminisce of the good old times when they were young, when they started playing Star Citizen. Okay, scam. My mom even told me not to do this. How it's a scam. Now she laughs at me. She's in her 70s. Okay. I mean, like it's not a scam. It's just like they're being
Show the camera.
so fucking slow and like borderline dumb with their decisions. But yeah, Chris Roberts better give you a lap dance for the much money. Yeah.
One of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Kenshaw.
Have I missed anything, chat? Like I'm not sure. Should I scroll up? I agree with how Chris Roberts said he wants to make an in-game universe. Well then, like a Star Trek episode, that's way massive in scope.
We've got it. The team's been super.
Yeah,
hard
they're not
work
gonna
for
fucking
quite a long
release
period of
that.
time on this. We've gone through.
Hey, like this,
I don't know how many
the thing, like they just talked about, and the thing that they're talking about right now is the biggest change that we've seen in a while, and they were talking about that for like 4.5 years. I can find fucking videos of them talking about like shaping the ship combat and slowing down the ship speeds so we can have faster paced. Like when you slow down the speeds of the ships, you can have faster paced combat, and like this is a huge thing. My hope is that we will get this in like Q2 of next year, maybe. That would be really good. But like, if not, I mean, it's Star Citizen. It's a scam. They banned me for asking WTF. How am I supposed to run away from Avenger 1? Well, you're not supposed to run away from Avenger 1. You're not supposed to run away from... Like, you're going to have...
A lot easier to do a system like this.
Like, okay, so you're going to have an advantage because you know when you're going to engage the fast mode or whatever it's called, the quantum mode, whatever it's called. So you're going to have a few seconds of delay from when he realized that that you're trying to run away. And that's going to give you an advantage. He's going to catch up, probably, but also you can like duck and weave and all of that. we will see how it's going to work out, but I think that this is a step in the right direction. There is no running away from Avenger 1. There never was. Honestly, I love Avenger 1. He's a nice dude, but like
more together all at once.
he is a really good YouTuber. He's a really good PvPer, fucking amazing PvPer, much better than I am. I stopped playing, so I wanted to get up to that level, but then I stopped playing. I just don't give a fuck. But I know people that can like decimate him, and like there's always a bigger fish that like. If you guys heard about Liberty Reapers, they have their own channel, or at least one of them, and they have a few fights with Avenger 1's like whole squad, and they're fucking amazing. Those guys, they have a Discord. It's called, let me see, I'm going to link it to you guys. If you want to learn about PvPing, let me promote them for a second. I just got to find them first. They have a, Star Citizen PvP Academy. I'm going to drop a link in the chat here. So Star Citizen PvP. There we go. So it's ran by like Liberty Reapers, and they're fucking amazing. Those guys, like, you can learn a lot from them.
Gameplay stuff.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna come back into my Discord with my guys.
You'll have a good time, and I'll catch you guys later.
Oh, you're going? Oh shit. Okay, bye.
Yeah, I gotta take my kid to his soccer game. I'll see you guys later.
Bye bye. Kisses. Bye.
Yeah.
Lorville. Star Citizen.
But I thought I could always buy ships back if I need
to put in.
The game progresses.
We've built Microtech, New Babbage. We've built Orison on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up. And I messed it up trying to explain why I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guindon.
They're still planning on like redoing ArcCorp.
So close.
They doing this server meshing. They doing website, which is done badly. I'm like,
give me a second.
My name's Ian Leyland, and I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
I just saw a message in the chat. Greenshield said, so wait, how are cargo ships supposed to run? Are they supposed to? Well, yeah. See, the thing is, you're not supposed to run. You're going to have turrets. And if you have them manned, those turrets are going to be better than the gladiuses or arrows that are going to surround you. Because the gladiuses and the arrows will not be able to run away from your turrets and like just like boom and zoom you and fly around you that fast. That's the thing. So if you're doing cargo rounds and all of that, if you have turrets, at least that's what I'm like understanding from what they're saying. This fucking looks amazing. Oh no, this is. That was just a shot of New Babbage, and I was like, oh my god, screenshots. But yeah, like if you're doing cargo runs in a Caterpillar, for example, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 turrets, I think, which are all like size 4s. Like plonk some repeaters on them, and you should be good if you get attacked by like a couple of gladiuses. Hammerhead, which is a dog shit ship right now, is gonna be fucking amazing when this comes online. So yeah.
Is to create
okay.
sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city, they build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I use 3D
Greenshield, like
basis
if
to working on that.
if this works
I need
like
to make
intended,
sure
there
the
should be.
ratio of everything fits
Hammerhead
well
is not
to
a cargo though.
approach
No.
closely
I'm
as
talking about
possible.
turrets on
So mainly
ships.
the goal
Like if you have
is not to
a Caterpillar,
dig
which
right
has
away
like
on the
two size
details,
3
but
shields,
it's to
I
stay
think,
on the big
as far as I
picture
remember.
and to
It
see
has
if
like 3 or 4 turrets,
the
which are
skyline
like size 4s
makes
and size
sense.
3s,
So
and you have the
this
guns.
is a
And
good
at some
challenge
point,
to
like
play with that,
the main
and
capsule
I
for
think I did
flight controls is gonna
nice
be
job on that,
detachable. So you
at
can
the
have
end,
like another
what
fighter
view
right
we
next to
had,
the
it's like a real estate.
cargo area.
So I use
But
my
once we
my
get
3D
this,
background in concept art
hopefully that will
to
mean
make
that the turrets are like they're not gonna get
the closest
directly
possible
buffed, but this is gonna buff
concept
them
art,
because everything else is
with
gonna get
all the
nerfed.
techniques
So that's the
inside of it.
idea.
3D paint over, sketching, painting.
This looks
and
fucking
at
amazing,
the
guys.
end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the
How many years?
mandate to the
17.
the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are.
The only thing I don't understand, like the whole building,
moving on that.
Thanks, Eric.
the Hurston
There's some
building
beautiful
is so
image there,
fucking
and we had a lot of fun
massive.
internally developing,
And then you
that
go to
cityscape. Now, we're not
Constantine's
just
office, and it's like in the
We've
lower
actually just passed our
floor.
white box
He needs to
milestone
be on the upper
internally,
floor.
So we're going to jump over to
Yeah.
Max.
Like observing
He's
the
gonna
whole
show you
city.
where we're at.
Well, he's not the top guy, just a manager.
Well, no, Constantine is the like.
No. He's just one of the lowest like guys who actually bear the family name. But there's like.
Okay. I thought he was like the grandson of
No,
the original
they
Hurston
no
guy.
longer
Okay.
go by the lineage, so to speak, but they award the family name for some as well. So he's like
it's time to start
smaller guy that got into family, so to speak.
Oh, this guy is terrified of the camera.
What was possible
What?
to do?
This guy is
extend
terrified of the
and make
camera.
it
He's
much
fucking
bigger
shaking.
than the initial
Ah.
Lorville city, up to something that matches the
They forced-
ambition. For
yeah.
instance, we are
Yeah.
keeping the
Forced
L19 area. We are keeping the CBD. We're keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon
It looks
this
nice.
and just
Looks nice.
extending
I like
the,
it.
the city. We've done several tests with the
Hey, Kristlin.
the
Good
transit
morning,
system, the rails,
evening,
and
afternoon,
we try
whatever
to
it is for
extend
you
it out
right
a
now.
bit. We're keeping the same number of gates
On the street level.
but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around, and
Oh, we can actually fly
to
around
actually,
here and not
do
get
some
fucking
races in it.
turned
We're
away by
building,
the autopilots.
arches, bridges, and like
That would be cool.
underpasses, and it makes it
Well, you
interesting
you
to
see the
be able to
message
fly
still,
around. We
like
see
the
the
message is
community
still there.
of players.
So
they're
hopefully they'll
they're
turn
doing
it
like
off.
a
Maybe
merchant
just for
We did
internal
that
builds.
before.
that inspires
It was
us,
possible before.
and then the way that we're building the city. We are starting
Problem
now the
is
gray
it
box.
looked
We have like
poorly done,
Montreal's
so
tools
that's
teams
the
now
reason
that are
why,
working on like Houdini tools.
like CIG said
And
themselves, we
they
don't
are-
like misrepresent our
we're
game and
chatting
so
with
forth.
them, see what we could
Oof,
could
that was
use
close.
from the library of tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops.
Oh, there's
and
some
lookout
kind of
areas.
traffic down there.
And these are the
Thanks.
places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior spaces that will be built later. And in that sense, Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of 2 artists working on Lorville,
Of
and now
course.
we're 5.
2 artists,
And
of course.
we could even be like more soon. Each artist has their slightly different skill sets, and we
We started as a
complement each
team
other,
of 2
bring
artists,
ideas,
and now there's
and
4 of
bring
us.
ideas to the table on how to
But
advanced,
the 2 other guys that are additional, they're also working on the
That's-
Battle Mission Man.
that's really
The rest of the
brilliant.
company is working
So
on Squadron
I
42.
hope you like what
That's
you
going to be
see,
released in
and
like
we
2
can't
to
wait
3
to
years.
show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on,
He was
on this
forced.
mandate.
2 guys
because
working on this scale.
it's gonna make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best
I
yet.
can't wait for them to
And
lift
we'll be
off
showing
the Armistice
more. Thanks for letting us showcase
zones.
that for you
Jesus
today.
Christ.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
From Lorville and all the other cities, so we can shoot each other above it. Ooh.
Probably that's why it never happened.
No, it is gonna happen. They said it is. Oh my God, this is nice. They said that they're gonna do that in the end. When the
Hopefully.
crime stat system like works as intended.
When
This looks really
Crybabies
good.
have flooded the game completely.
Yeah. There's actually one streamer that like said that his org is probably gonna get Lorville for themselves. Like they're gonna, I know, they're gonna like siege it, and like if you wanna land there and do business there, you gotta pay them.
Yeah,
Once that
right.
happens. I mean, that's gonna be cool for like org org battles. Like even if you have a smaller org, you can like join up other orgs and like do a large scale
bring it.
battle.
Especially because no matter how big your org is, you won't be able to fill the whole timetable.
It's
24
not
hours.
the timetable, it's the server mission. The shards. So they just stand on different shards and that's it.
Yeah.
And you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And, you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to...
Peter, like the thing with copy pasting
it
things, it all has to do a lot with servers, and
started thinking, okay, there is
like they can't. Let me just mute them for a second. They can't have like. The server has, like, before server meshing, of course, it has like a finite amount of resources, and you can't allocate all those resources to just like spawning shit that's going to be different. Like if you have this cup of hot chocolate and another cup of like milk, it's gonna be the like looks differently. It's gonna be a different asset. If you have like a ton of different assets like buildings and all of that, it's such a strain on the servers. Like with server meshing, that should be solved, and we should have like a bigger cap on the servers or the server shards for all those assets. So that's why we are all waiting for server meshing, because like with that, not only that we're gonna get like different planets, but we will see if they actually did something in the background to like give us more stuff that's gonna be different, that's gonna give us some variety in the game, because currently we have no such thing as variety.
Interestingly, grey box phase. I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're all.
Why am I telling you this? I think you're
keep the team on the toes, but
aren't you like a developer?
Is terminology.
I thought you were a
we've
developer.
used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing. So we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lorville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're.
I haven't seen any
really good
leaked images. I saw a leaked video,
at, the
which
potential
I should not talk about because I'm gonna get
there's still
DMC
hurdles that we need
8
to
YMCA. So I don't want to get a
that was a
strike
look at
or
Lorville Redux.
get my video like
Just
this thing is
another
going to be
step on our
demonetized
journey
anyway
to,
because of their
4.0.
music and all of
I
that.
do want to clear up some of the
but like my old last year's
our
CitizenCon
journey
also
to
got
4.0
demonetized.
is-
So yeah, but I don't want to get a copyright strike
the
because
things
I
that we're
said
showing
something.
you
But I
today
saw
are
a
not
video
a
that
list of-
probably most of you
this is
saw
what's in 4.0.
of the other
This will be in
game.
some of this will be in 4.0,
That's
like the
the only
planets
thing
and
I'm
the
going to say,
pyro.
but it
Other
didn't
things
look
will
good.
be in 4.1, 4.2,
That's it.
4.3. 4.3, and we'll know which.
I don't know about the ships. I'm pretty sure they're going to like announce like 2 to 3 ships.
But everything you're seeing
this year
on today's show here
is like one of them is going to be a capital ship. My money is on an anvil ship, anvil capital ship, and they're probably going to do like a smallish like prospector size ship.
I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot.
Speaking of contests, my latest video that I uploaded yesterday, the song that I uploaded, if you want to join the contest, the ship giveaway that I'm doing for 5,000 subscribers, you got to go and comment over there. The first 4 or 5, I don't remember, subscribers that commented on my last video before that, like the last music video that I posted before that, I have contacted them, but like one of them responded. The other 4 or 3, I'm not sure how many I chose. I have a video on my Discord channel. If you want to join the Discord, I'm just gonna link it in a second. There we go. Linking it right now. So if you want to join my Discord channel, feel free to. Like everybody is welcome. But if you want to have a chance to win, it's not a big thing. It's like LTI tokens. I have a few Centurions. It's all because like CG is not gonna give you anything. Emerald here, he is, and Fateless that just left. They are basically the sponsors of this giveaway. And we got like a bunch of smaller like LTI tokens. Basically, it's like the hover quads, the mule, and the Centurion. Centurion is like the priciest one. But if you want to get something free, like that's the best that we could do, or that I could do, or that they could do actually, because I couldn't do shit. But yeah, you just go to my latest video, check it out. I don't know, find a favorite lyric there and just like post a comment so I can, there's like a random comment picker and I'm using that. I have a video on my Discord of me doing that so you can see that like it's all fucking transparent. So if you want to join the community, you can hop into my Discord and yeah. Ship giveaway. I'm so fucking tired. I forgot what I was talking about mid-sentence. But yeah, ship giveaway, latest video, comment. That's it. I'm gonna stop talking now.
Did I mention I have a spaceship?
All right, guys, what are they talking about?
And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been
wondering
when's going to be the day.
They've been sniffing dragonflies.
Well, Dan Truppen and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up.
Rexy, hello and welcome. You are welcome to hop into my community Discord. We are down in the live section. You can hop in with us so we can shoot the shit and watch this together. If you want to.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm assistant director.
Rexy is a good friend of mine.
Thorsten Lyman here today. We will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have
this guy looks fucking angry for some reason.
Energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also
the even passive
system
aggressive, just
that
aggressive.
will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones. Everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way
Super
more
duper.
than what we have
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because
that,
I would say that
move
that's a
on
good thing,
to,
because music beats
bigger
gaming.
ships, and
honestly.
finally the capital
at least
ships
for
will
me.
have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have.
Maybe they
multiple
just
roles
woke him
inside
up
those
because
ships.
it looks
It will
like
drastically
he just
increase the
woke
time to
up.
kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will
It could be
encourage
just the
people
beard,
to
I don't know.
disable ships rather than
He gives me like
missions
a
like Siege of
Viking
Horizon
vibe.
will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts.
Skipster, I went to bed at 10 a.m. and I woke up at 2 p.m. So that's 4 hours.
That we have more
Like,
control
and
over the
this is not
powers of
this is
certain
not the
platforms
first
that
time
can
it's happened. Like
introduce
it's
interesting gameplay that
it's been like that for me for fucking I don't know how long. Also, tell me, do you like the like? Do you want me to zoom in with the stream so you can see the whole screen? I think this is good because I'm not gonna cover anything with my like my video, my camera, and I should probably like you already know that this is CitizenCon 2022. Is this better? Do you want me to like disengage the background with the fucking purple and GrumpyEye letters going around? Tell me what works better for you guys.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving.
You remember
shields
they
from one side
presented
of
to
the ship
us
another in order to counter
fuse box and stuff like that,
incoming
like
damage.
several years ago. I
Obviously,
think it's
Yeah.
the same guy.
doing his job
He's
trying to
he's still
keep the ship
working on that
on
fuse
way.
box, basically.
Gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi.
We saw NPCs working on those. Wait, did the stream stop? What happened?
Yeah,
And for all of you
Okay.
out there that
It's not just me.
are waiting
No.
for
No,
items
I had the small freeze as
want
well.
to
Okay.
use the ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this
That was
is
scary.
a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into
But yeah,
the details
we
and see
saw
what exactly
engineers working on panels in one of the ISCs this year, and we
Resource
saw
management
basically the
can be
same
broken
thing
down into
on the
several,
Idris
key elements.
in one of
Power,
the
energy resources, like
Squadron
support,
42 videos.
item maintenance,
They already
relay
had
handling,
like
access control,
PowerPoint
and ground.
presentation for
So
it.
let's start with
For the
power,
thing he
energy,
talks
and
about.
resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they
Yeah,
don't need
Bambi, it's
to,
probably gonna be just beams.
efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced
Super
ship.
duper. Let me see
And
what you said.
overall,
I would say it's a good
prioritizing
thing.
certain
I mean,
resources.
SC content is a start for you, but Benny, you're figuring expanding it. Well, honestly, like I'm a musician, and that's my main passion. And like that's the main thing that I would love to do. But like being a musician in Serbia is not working out for most of us. Like since COVID hit and all of that, I had a bunch of friends and people that I know that like took suicided basically. Because yeah, there was like no fucking money for us there. We got like 50 euros at the end of the year for the whole year of not working from our government. So yeah, great, thank you. So that's why, like, one of the reasons why I started this channel, because like I wanted to branch out and like do other stuff. But like honestly, I would love to do music more because this is taking like a huge toll on my life, and I'm like basically not sleeping because all of the shit that I'm working on. But yeah, like maybe at some point someday. The problem is that I'm getting really rusty with like playing guitar and I'm not feeling like I'm advancing as a musician for the past year or even more since I started the channel. But hey, like we'll see at some point. I don't want to like flood you with music, and I don't want to like making a video like it takes a day or two maybe if it's like a complex video. But if you're making a song with a music video behind it, it's like for the last rap song that I did, it took me fucking 5 days just to do it. So and I did the song like a few months ago, and it took me.
Want to achieve here is
I'm gonna say like 3-4 days. It would take me a day if it was in Serbian, but it's not in Serbian. It's in English, and yeah, I'm not a native speaker, as you can see. So yeah, thank you, Bambi.
To assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for
so
example,
yeah, I wanted to make
one of the player becomes the engineer,
a music channel, or maybe like a channel that's dedicated for like music equipment and all that. Nobody is interested in music like in discovering new music. Like I'm not saying nobody, but like most people are just gonna like listen to music on their
and finally gravity. So
radio or iPads or like whatever is suggested to them through like TV or radio or Spotify, iTunes, and all that. So they're not gonna discover me or discover
we would like to give you some more control
in any new smallish artist until that artist gets discovered by somebody that's gonna like see that they can make a lot of money on them. And I don't have a huge bosom. I don't have like huge titages. Honestly, they are pretty big for a male because I'm a fat fuck. But hey, like that does not sell currently in the pop music industry. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna come back to the video and to my guys in the Discord.
Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is...
So I can bet that we're going to use beams to fix this.
Routes, or the most efficient routes
that
or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making players
that looked like okay, whatever. Yeah, Bam, like I don't know, like those kinds of videos are not really that like interesting for most people. I don't know. GrumpyEye is my dad. I'm waiting for him come back. Rexy, I told you, fucking hop into my community channel and just like go into the live podcast section. I'm gonna drop you in the voice chat with us.
Sadly.
What?
Fire expulsion.
It took a while before it happens into the game.
I mean, they can't even show it in one chip. It's like...
Oh, the stream stopped for me?
Yeah, for everyone.
They don't even fucking have a good connection.
Maybe, and there's also buffering, so maybe that's an issue.
Is video buffering? Use low latency toggle under the...
Not on your end, on their end.
Yeah, I know. Oh, everybody's pressing F in chat. Oh, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Probably PCs
So-
that crash.
Yeah, this is what like 500 million fucking gets you. They can't even fucking make a Twitch stream. Okay, so how's your day, guys?
Oh,
there we
that's
go.
good.
It's on fire.
Yeah.
Making new players suffocate.
Well,
Somebody said in the chat, it's the servers. Yeah, it's hosted on CAG servers. The whole video. It's
Venting
going
and
through
filling
their
rooms
servers.
with atmosphere.
Yeah, worthless. Yeah, it's their stream is 30King basically. The server performance is holding the stream back now.
This looks cool, to be honest. If they can
Yeah,
put that into the game.
the color coding is that's gonna change, but this really does look cool.
And making players suffocate again.
It should also be attracted to the outside if he's opening the door like that. But
Rexy, I'm a grower, not a shower. Wait, is this like in a scrapyard? What is this?
Just a room.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but like, is this gonna be in our ships? I guess this is gonna be in our ships.
I think it's a generic pool to make tests.
Mm-hmm.
What I find very funny is that they go with this kind of component physicalization thing, which is nice, but fuel is nowhere on the ship.
You know
There
what
is
I
no, like,
don't understand?
There's no fuel tank. Doesn't make sense.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource
You're just
management
taking off
system, but
fuses
with a
from the
system
whole
that is this big
drives.
and complex, we do not want to rush it. We
Like
want
things
to
that are
just
on
get it
top
right
of the.
and get
I
it
guess
right
the
from
fuses are
beginning.
gonna be
So let's
inside
talk
the
about what's next for the resource management system.
inside the closed like spaces on where the drives are.
As you can tell, resource management
And, like, the
is
shields
a
and all
huge
that, but
endeavor for us.
I don't know.
So like
look
everything
weird.
else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release.
It's going to be fun
But
to
this
sneak
is
in
what we're
people's ship and turn off
Interactable,
the
accessible
oxygen and
items
the,
and
the
ships,
gravity. And
relay gameplay,
Yeah.
changing fuses on the relays,
I can see it
resource
from
balancing,
There's gonna be a lot of
defining
great
control
there.
groups that will be accessible through the MFDs.
What do you do
allowing
when
people
you
to create
have a
presets for
fuse
your,
that's stolen?
resource network for each ship. An
Do you need to
engineering
respawn the
UI
fucking
with at
ship?
least,
Well, what's the idea there?
A list or schematic view of your ships.
that's for the tier 3.
External
And we are
engineering
talking about
screen
tier
for
0,
ships,
Grumpy.
allowing engineers to define the
Sorry.
tuning parameters that
My
can
bad.
be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button.
Just reset an
loading
account.
presets and creating
We'll be fine.
And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
What do you mean, Revengex Moon?
We started
This is
talking
gameplay.
about resource management.
This is the best you're gonna get. Come on,
It is pretty
enjoy
much
it.
the evolution of what used to be
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Empire
It's
system.
again the how do you
And,
feel about my
this
God.
has been
What's
an
your
interesting
emotional
journey, and
state?
Finally, we're starting to see the fruits of our labor, and we're starting to see all
What's
the
the most moment
possibilities
you
of gaming
cried
that we can
about?
open up for players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so
How did
central
you
to the world of
how did
Star
your
Citizen
father
and that
treat
can
you?
impact the gameplay.
Just a random fucking question.
Irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most
What,
exciting.
what is
feature
cool is that we are really
ever.
paying those guys to
It's-
learn their job.
Yeah.
Such a groundbreaking.
It's a
I'm
university.
loving it.
feature
I'm loving to
that
see them
will
grow
change
and change and have new
its
experiences.
core. I think we
Yeah,
never
it's
had
like
this
plants you
opportunity
water
to
every day.
change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful
New sprouts, new
multi-queue
bugs.
gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players, where every decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress and have a nice.
You're welcome, dude.
No problem, dude.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really cool. They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system, and joining us.
Wordless, it's always like that. Like it's been like that for fucking years now.
Guys,
at least they're not showing us like sandworms and all that shit that we're never gonna get.
It's not
Like,
it's done.
not in our fucking lifetimes.
How exciting is this? This is
very. This to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. You know, so like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be. In
I'm
ships,
sitting here
we're-
and
we're
asking
also
myself,
putting it in environments.
how does Jared feel
This is what's
about
necessary
all this?
to have player
On
homestead.
scale 1
You
to
know, one of
10.
them. It's not the only
Yes.
one, but
Yeah, but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. You know, like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
being able to make, imagine Siege of Orison, but being
So this is going to be
solve
the highlight of the
platforms,
stream, by the way.
depower the platforms, missions that can take place inside the landing.
You know what?
zone,
I'm going to switch my
you can
cameras.
cut
Fuck
power to
that.
buildings
Fuck them.
and
They're going to talk in the
this
background.
This is what really.
So
opens
this is
it.
Lola.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the
she's
second, the
a
first
rescue.
place
Like
this
both
is
of them
going to
are rescue
is
dogs.
ships.
This is
So,
my dog, and the other little one. Her name is Ra, and she is also a rescue dog, but that's my girlfriend's dog. And they're so fucking cute, and they're so bored right now, and they're gonna be bored for like the next fucking 6 hours because this last CitizenCon
just to prove out a few things, because naturally
it was like 7.5
built
hours.
a long time ago.
That's how bad it
In
was.
recent times were built with
So yeah,
this sort of level. of
Ken,
detail.
Claudia, I gotta go, but it was great to see you,
But yeah,
GrumpyEye.
you'll have all these components accessible.
You too,
get to
dude.
the relays,
Thank you
do
for
orders
being here.
management. Something
Let me
really
switch
cool
the
in
camera.
that, video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I told you it's gonna be the highlight of the fucking
You're
stream.
not just limited to be I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner. That's about it. Now,
So what are
engineers
they
have
talking
thought,
about?
well,
Because I got bored and
huge
then I showed
parts of playing
the
ships
stream
because
of my dogs.
Things will go wrong, and if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very
Well,
bad time
nothing
for
of
all
substance.
involved.
You're feeling well.
They're feeling well.
This is the aspect of Star Citizen
I
that
love
first
it.
drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody.
For you
on the
guys that
team,
just joined,
that's
this is
contributing,
CitizenCon,
it's
as you
just
can see
super
on the
exciting
top
to see it,
of the screen,
really
and they're
begin to
talking
evolve
about
and really
shit,
beginning
and
to
it's
be
mostly
used
not
tangibly in our
interesting,
prototypes
and
stuff like that,
whatever. But I'm joined with Puppeteer, which is he's my neighbor basically. He is playing. I think he said like since 2013. Emerald, he's Russian, and Jack Reacher. He has a YouTube channel, and you can check it out. I'm gonna link it actually.
All right.
No, Jack. You there? Could you link your channel to your to my chat?
We've only got one.
Because if I click on something else, yeah, I'm gonna break the stream.
Ship talk, talking ship.
Yes.
Just drop a link there. Thank you.
Celebration of vehicles.
So yeah, he has a YouTube channel, and he's doing like memes on Star Citizen, and they're fucking hilarious. And I love the guy. So check him out after the stream or now, because their stream fucking 30K again. But yeah.
And I'll let them take it away.
Also, there's gonna be more people that are gonna be joining probably. Well, at least they said we have Fateless. but he is taking his son to soccer practice.
Hi everyone, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle
Yeah.
director here at Cloud
I had names on the sides. They were working before the stream, and they are not working right now. So I don't fucking
Paul
know.
Jones, concept
So
art
yeah.
director, and this is our yearly ship talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something
Yay!
today,
New ships.
something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite.
Jack, did you drop? You
pick a
didn't
ship
drop
or
the
vehicle concepts.
link.
Yes, I did, I think.
In the chat? It's not. Where? What chat?
In-
To kick
on
things
the
off
YouTube
this year,
chat?
We're going to be talking
Yeah,
about
in my
our
YouTube chat,
new
yeah.
concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit.
You should
This
see
is
it now?
a
No?
series
I
of
don't
ships
see
from
it.
Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at
Ooh.
the
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Crew level, and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series. Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also come with similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series,
Worthless. It's not mandatory, but it's like a huge thing. That's like most people were waiting for this for the whole year because we get the most info here. That's why we're doing that. And yeah, like it's like I never stream. I basically never stream. This is the only thing that I'm streaming. So
we have the
I
A1, which is the
it's fun
light to sort of medium
to like
bomber version.
have something
And then
different.
we have the
I guess.
E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice
It looks
features
like a-
of the
it
Spirit
looks
series as a whole
weird.
is the
Fighter
front half of
bomber,
the ship
as
is
I
kind of like
understand.
the shared area, and it's the rear
Jack,
section
you want to
that swaps
send
out.
So
your
C1
channel to me
is
because I don't
the
think that the
cargo
links are
version.
coming through for
This
some
comes
reason.
with
maybe it's
cargo
censored.
capacity in
Yeah,
the
just
area.
send them to
accessible like the other versions.
send
via
it
the rear
to me in
ramp.
private
It's wide
message
enough
so I can
to
copy
allow
paste
a
it.
variety of ground-based
Yeah.
vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't
Aha,
be fitting larger
Cyclone-sized
things in,
vehicle.
Like the tank, however,
Yeah,
with
well,
the size of the cargo bay on the C1,
LTI
you can
again.
fit a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity.
It's
left
not
over.
bad
The A1
size-wise.
is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of
Oh,
splits
so
the
we
difference
bombers
between
AFK.
the
We
Hercules
came to
A2's
the
bomb
credit card
bomber
part.
version, which has
Yeah.
both
Yep.
size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs, and they are arranged in 2 vertical gravity dropped.
Take that,
formations down
morphologist.
the side of the submarine. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle.
I'm sorry.
And you have the 2
That's
sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them
Just
drop out
memes.
of the bottom of the ship.
I sent it to you.
Delivers a
Okay,
big
yeah.
role to what the Starlifter does in terms of
All right, so
combat.
guys, one of the
much
guys that is
smaller,
that is
faster
currently
ship,
in
so
the
it's much
Discord
more
with me
agile,
is
you
Jack
can
Richard.
get
This
in
is
and
his
out,
channel,
and
and
you're doing your
he
bump run
I
and
talked
then
about this like a
getting back
minute
out the
ago.
danger zone quite
He
quickly.
does like
So it feels
memes
quite
for
familiar in that sense, but it does deliver
Star
as
Citizen and
a
all of that, and
unique
they're fucking
kind of
hilarious.
play
So check them
style,
out, subscribe, and all that.
compared to
Also,
the
like if you're
Starlifter.
watching
So
this
you might be asking yourself
first
which
time,
one's better.
if
It
you're
really
just
depends
like
on
in
what
the
you
stream
want
the
to
first
wipe
time,
off the face of the planet
leave
that
a
you're
like,
bombing.
subscribe, and all
Obviously,
that.
A2
I don't
has
fucking
both
like asking
heavy
for that, but yeah.
hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste
problem,
of
Jack.
what the
Come on.
Starliner will get in the future,
It's
but
all
on a
good.
much smaller scale.
VIP one is really
Very
interesting
nice of you.
module. It's basically split into two levels, and so we really wanted to sort of have that.
We gotta get you over 1,000 so you can
Obviously,
monetize your channel.
You're coming into a sort of.
That's really not my objective. And anyway,
I know, you're just having fun, but like it's
lockers,
fucking hilarious.
space,
Come on,
space to
Yeah.
more people
But-
need to see that.
I always use copyrighted music, so I won't ever be able
Yeah,
to
that is
monetize
true,
anything.
actually.
Oh,
so
I
it has
already
that sort of
see it on
first-class
sale, the
feeling.
ships.
I think what really makes
Okay.
the E1 stand out
370.
is the
370 for what? For this thing?
For collection,
when
3
you're
ships.
in this kind of shared VIP area, you're gonna have great.
Okay, that's not
views,
bad,
you know,
actually.
single bursts.
Yeah, that's,
I think is going to be quite.
Warbond
unique.
concept,
And we also
373
have,
ships.
the mix
Bombs
master,
galore.
which
that
is
we
at the
see
front of the,
individually.
front of the module, which is basically where players can go.
Let me
and
see,
choose
I'm
whatever
gonna-
they want to do. So it's,
110
cocktails,
is the
coffee.
single
Then players will
ship,
also have
100
super comfy seats. They'll have the
Warbond.
I mean,
widescreen TV.
Bombing morphologists shouldn't be reserved
really
only
excited
for
to
the
see
super
when we
rich, you
start
know?
getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and
Where is it? Is it in the concierge?
experience
Extras.
that kind of luxury
Extras.
living.
No,
that,
it's just
I've
extras.
not yet to experience.
Extras?
So between the three
Oh,
variants,
yeah, yeah,
there are a number
standalone.
of shared
Okay.
areas. The sort of core of the
I get
ship
it.
changes with each
There's
variant.
the
There are
box
some
and
aspects
the
which don't
single
need to
ships.
change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the various
So for the guys that
section
are watching the
which
stream,
does change
this
sort
is
of
the
integral
back.
floor plan of
There's
the
this
ships
back.
between them. Then at the rear
There's
of
a
the
few
ship,
of
you
them.
naturally have
Let me
the
just
ramp
open them
access
all up.
area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope
and
you look forward to seeing this and seeing
I don't know
it in
what
the future.
what the difference is. Like Spirit Executive Collection,
Something at the very
370,
start of our
370,
production pipeline,
370 for
something
3
near
ships.
the end of
It's
the
it's
pipeline.
okay-ish.
Talk about the Drake
They look.
Corsair.
I don't like the looks of them, like at all. Excuse me, but
The
yeah,
Corsair is
I don't know. They're
ship in their lineup
whatever.
because it
Like
fills that
honestly, I wouldn't buy any ships if I were you guys. I would not buy any ships
lot of Drake ships
until they fix the
various
fucking
usage
game.
roles, such as
Until we get something that
in
matters.
this size class.
Oh, they actually have.
You naturally have the
Oh, this is the
Constellation
Corsair.
600i
Okay.
as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification.
Now the question is, does the Corsair have two size 3 shields, a single size 3 shields, or two size 2 shields?
Kind of
Nobody knows. They change
I know.
after a while. So even after they release, give it 3 months and then
it's got
more
a
or less
sizable
settle
cargo
it for a while.
And it's kind
It
of
looks
everything
pretty
you need
nice.
to really
I like
spend
it. It does.
a decent amount of time away.
This is like the
from
only ship I'm
civilization, away
actually
from
waiting for.
stations, and just
Yeah,
really
and
to chart
they
out,
at least
those
address
brings
the
that
wings
sort of
because they've been very
no nonsense,
flimsy
no
in
frills
some
approach
middle
to the
concepts.
ship, and
Are-
you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that
Yeah, Space Dreamer. Like, I'm not saying that you should buy it. I'm just saying that like they're on the store. I wouldn't buy it if I were you.
Fans, when they see
we'll
the
see.
ship,
And more accessible, I mean, not by like
DNA that's running through.
price, but like it's a. If you look at it, it's like one
you can kind of
streamline,
almost
so
imagine how the
not
ship
many
was built.
decks.
You know, it's got that military
Corsair design should be quick in and out.
It's loaded with
which I like.
guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms inside it, so I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style. Being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic.
But now, how do you feel about the
exterior kind of
Corsair? That's
silhouette
the main
and
question.
Yeah. In the general chat, I put a link to the Crusader E1 Spirit.
Most of
Yeah,
the
I showed it to
exterior
the,
has had the
stream
majority
already.
of it's
Great.
core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing.
Don't
to do
buy it,
to make some
Emerald.
of the materials
Don't buy
till
it.
We're kind of properly happy.
I wouldn't.
But it's in a good place. So
I
really
just
really
use store
excited to
credits
show you.
because I
So
have
let's
like
take a look inside the ship.
Somebody
So you,
has to
so you
fund the
fucking
game.
bought it. Okay, never mind.
On the inside of the ship, you start right at the front on the cockpit.
Not yet, not
the,
yet.
The Corsair has quite a
I'll
unique
watch
feel
later
to its
what the
cockpit,
ship it is.
In the pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then
I
kind of
still have a
classic
lot of
kind
guns
Drake stylings.
and
The co-pilot
skins.
sits in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into
So
the
I
floor.
probably
Oh, this
melt-
looks
melt-
this looks
melt
fucking
some.
The
fantastic.
main cockpit area. into
It
that
looks
kind of
fantastic,
co-pilot,
but I'm like worried in.
section.
Is this
That
Cor-
one's quick.
what's-
You move
it's
right
Corsair
in,
or
sat
what
pretty
it is?
much underneath where the
Wait,
pilot
he's
is.
having
It gives
badgers on the
visibility
front
to
turrets?
Both the pilot and the
Aren't
co-pilot.
those-
The
oh,
other
no,
nice
yeah,
thing
it's a
about this
badger.
cockpit is,
Never mind.
again, you've got
Oh,
these
those are
massive guns
cannons.
that
Yeah.
stuck out either side of you.
But
so
he,
it should be
the
fun.
Corsair has
Seven.
like 4 size
In the rear of
5s.
the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's
It's
quarters
stupid.
is actually
Yeah.
pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind
It's
of
gonna
size
be
and its,
OP until
amenities.
Until they
As you
nerf
move
it.
back through the
Yeah.
ship,
Until the
there's
cells
a,
are-
No, but
I guess a small
look,
kind
the
of
pilot
crossroads
can't fire the
directly
guns.
behind
It's
the bridge.
the
From here,
It can.
you either progress backwards
can.
straight into habitation.
The
the original
one of the-
concept was that
power
you can
access.
fire the gun.
So it's right. really
Yeah,
at
it
the-
was
kind of like the
explicitly
neck of the
said
ship,
that
effectively.
pilot have a
Side
gun
direction
Can
changed
control.
a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45
4 or
degrees.
5. That's not.
Each way, you're now looking at 90
Yeah,
degrees
you
pretty
just
much each way, so it's a lot more.
get like cannons on it and attack
tiny
the
bit,
and that's it.
tiny bit. Yeah.
Of course, it has so many guns pointing.
Not
forwards.
overpowered,
Extra
at least
turrets is
in the smallest.
very Drake.
In habitation, we've got
The turret placement is really bad on the sides.
Yes.
It looks nice, but it's not going to cover
great,
the
they are
ship.
no frills. You've got a bed,
They already
you've got somewhere to store
on
your
concept
gear,
say
and that's
that
pretty
like
much it.
they
Yeah,
like
that's
support-
intentional. Yeah.
Is,
Yeah.
if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship in that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which.
What do you mean, Space Dreamer? How were you a whale and you're not anymore? You're still a whale.
The kind of
Like you spend the money
for
unless
food
you
and
ask for a
everything
full
to
refund
survive.
of how many
And then right in the heart of the
dollars that you spent. Well, I don't know if that
area,
actually
there's
works.
A large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not
The
just
interior
to,
is
have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan
Caterpillar.
your next move, and really.
Caterpillar is a bit better. Like
your adventure.
the issue I'm having with this is like it's so boxy. You know, like the
I think if
Reclaimer Retaliator, the Redeemer. There we go.
In the ship,
It looks like it's made in fucking Space Engineers.
It's
like
sort of this
a few boxes cut out
octagonal
and
space,
you have the interior.
With a few little rooms coming into
This room here is cool, but like the main dining area is.
Side airlock, which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for.
What did you want to see?
Before you go into EVA.
That's
or
the
docking,
design of
out of
Drake, I
the
guess.
rest of the ship.
A flying box with engines.
That's
it.
Yeah, but if you go into Caterpillar or shit, nice, yes.
If you do want to go on a
fucking levers, yes.
Go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got kind of easy access straight up the lift.
Oh,
Finally, at the rear, you have the main
amazing.
cargo hold, which has space for an Ursa rover or similar sized vehicles and down, along with a significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a
Can a
huge
ballista
ramp at the back of
fit?
it. All the mechanics are exposed.
No.
You can really see.
It will. It
how
will.
the ship
It will.
operates. If you're a fan of Drake,
We fit ballista in the Karak, no problem. Both exploded, but we can do it.
I had a ballista through all the 3 decks in the Karak. It was just like glitching through all of them. It's fucking amazing.
Giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie. And you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline.
Yeah, Worthless. I don't know, like I don't want to open people's eyes and like I have been
Racing
accused
is a cool and fun
of
aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that
working for another company to bring CAG down because
that we really want to
oh, this is a new
help
thing.
Support,
wait, what is this?
Within CIG.
Another
so we
buggy.
wanted to bring a
Hey,
new
Morelli.
vehicle to the verse,
Yeah.
which is where the STV came from.
Fast as a rock.
So the STV is the Grey Cat sports terrain vehicle. It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac,
What
and
about those new
onto,
physics?
much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler,
Oh, it's a
two-person
great
open-topped, sport styling, everything you need to razz around on the planets. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognize a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And when you see all three side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
The interior again is similar, design language.
Yeah, so I was saying, I was
that was a big thing for us,
attacked.
even though we don't have,
like
clean
people have been saying for
all this sort of
almost a year that I'm paid by another company to bring CAG down. So if you want to spend your money, do that. But like you need to know what you're spending your money on, and that's where I come in, and where like my honesty, I guess, comes in, because whenever I do like a ship review or a concept ship review, I always say, hey, like if you want to buy it, buy it. But you need to know that your money is going into Squadron 42, and it does not go into Star Citizen. And yeah,
maybe
like,
people wouldn't notice.
you're probably going to buy a ship that's going to get nerfed, and you're probably going to buy a ship that, like, if it's in concept, it's not going to be released anytime soon.
Gameplay that is
so
you and
yeah.
Buddy out exploring.
You might like.
We've got.
It's life.
these
Like
vast
1
ships
year
that
in
explore deep space.
a
and
35-year-old male's life. I think
cruise.
I'm
What this
peaking,
really
so I'm
allows you to
yelling
do
a
is
bit.
get down
But like next year, I might be a father. Like, and I'm not gonna have like enough time to play Star Citizen. So why would I buy? I don't know. Orion.
Rather than having
If I'm not going to have enough time to wait for it for 10 more years for the RSI Orion. If you don't know what it is, it's like the biggest miner, the biggest mining ship that they have in Star Citizen, that we will have in Star Citizen. And like
Cyclone RC, which is
we're gonna get it in like 10 years, and like I'm probably gonna have 2 kids by then. Like, why would I buy it now?
Racing vehicle. It has.
Why would you buy? Like, you never know. You might die. Like,
top speed.
I don't want to be like. I don't want to get you all depressed, but like, shit happens in life, and you're just like spending money on JPEGs that you're not ever gonna see. I know of people that have died waiting on their Javelin that they pledged for in 2012. So
a lot of us
yeah.
are excited internally about is racing within our game.
I'm here in South because you're not a white knight for Star Citizen. GG, things don't change. Yeah, I won't change until they pay me. I'm kidding.
So I think to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
I'm just trying to read out the comments. I'm really tired, guys. It's the Great Kids token. Yeah, it's LTI tokens all day.
By Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
Oh, where's my credit card?
And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realized that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship
Drake
that bridges
luxury
the gap
ship
between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone.
There's the Orion, by the way.
Big RSI Orion, which the scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The Mole,
because it is not in the game.
Just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles, such as the.
You see, on the one gameplay loop, they really want to make sure the next upgrade is not further than $100 away. You know, so you can.
We have 3 choices, which are
they
basically
progressively upgrade you.
We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these 3 options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
So no capital ship.
No, wait. There must be a capital
All right,
ship.
so
Every
the
fucking
Crusader
CitizenCon,
Spirit
they
is
announce
available
one.
now as a concept promotion on the robertspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the PT,
the small
coming
one,
to
the buggy, I didn't
the
saw
universe at the
I'm
end of the
gonna check it now.
broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the robertspaceindustry.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently,
it is not on the
you
website.
went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 3.18 Evocati, which sadly did not come out before 3.17.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down.
Sorry, Chad, it's still not on the store. I'm trying to find it. I'm seeing the prices of the E2, E1, A1, and C1.
Not quite where they should be, so we will go back and do more changes. But
so basically, C1,
people will get to
it's like the other A, C,
so
and
it wouldn't be such a
M that we have
17.3
from Crusader.
Which is how it turned out.
But
yeah, I'm trying to find
the Spirit.
It's not on the
looks
website still.
Amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, when you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner.
Hopefully the stream is still running. Let me see.
Ship.
Tell me that the stream is still running.
Out yet, John.
His little taste. What
an alpha. Okay, let me check the.
I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development. So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure.
Yeah, the new ships come out really buggy, and then they get nerfed. Yeah, like the C2 and the A2 and the M2, like the fucking elevator is still bugged. Like, speaking of buggy elevators, the it's not the mall, the raft. You couldn't even fucking get inside of it. What if it was the only ship that you had?
A Crusader Cutlass.
So yeah,
which is its, like,
I don't know.
And I hate it because it got abbreviated.
I don't know. Like this company. I was talking about this like before, like an hour ago, I think, about one of the devs posting on Spectrum and saying that like he's not really into fixing bugs at this point, and he doesn't really see it as a thing.
On the website and stuff at the end.
Therefore, like, don't even fucking report them because they're just gonna get ignored. But yeah, let me hop back into the Discord with my guys.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah, it's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we're like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider Minor from back in the day. They're two very different things. Right. There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the reworked PTV, still looks how everyone recognizes it, but it
Revengeance? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. But did you see the Star Atlas gameplay video? Like, first off, I tried to download it. It didn't work. I just couldn't download it at all. Secondly, did you see it? The gameplay, like, it's so trash.
So,
like the medium ships, like first the design of the ships is just fucking ridiculous, but also like
we'll do the small thing first, and then
the 3D modeling is done really badly, and you can see like where they,
I'll tell you in
like you can see the inexperienced artists working on those, and on top of that, like the interior is not big enough to house like a crew or a guy. Sometimes it's not even big enough to house a guy. And then you have a flying car that like the cockpit or the like the door for the driver is so fucking huge compared to you. Like, how are you supposed to get inside? Like, the whole car is too fucking big. Like, the whole model will need to be scraped because like it's so fucking bad. Like, fucking Star Atlas, dude. I don't want to be one of those like Star Citizen guys that like dislike Star Atlas because like it's another game, it's a competitor. No, fuck that. I don't fucking care about that. But like, come on, it's obviously a scam. And I have an interview on my channel with a friend of mine that was like the early adopter of Star Atlas. and he did it for the money. Basically, he did it for like when the game blows up, he sold all his shit and he made a lot of money from that. But he said, do not invest into that because that's straight up bullshit. And with all the NFTs and whatever happened, the prices of those coins and all that just like pummeled. You don't want to be invested in that. You don't want to like spend your money onto that because it's stupid. It's just plain fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Maybe those are prisoners, slaves, bounties.
What are we looking at? I was talking to my
Pyro,
stream.
I think.
Oh, Pyro. Oh, this is the station, Pyro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
That looks good.
Stanton will be a ghost town.
Not sure.
All the Care Bears are gonna be in Stanton because they're gonna see Pyro, they're gonna like it, and then they're gonna get killed.
Yes, exactly.
But they're gonna get killed in the same way in Stanton anyway.
No, because people are gonna get crime stats there, and they're not gonna get crime stats on Pyro.
But who cares about crime stat? I mean, I don't know anyone in the PvP
at some
community
point,
that cares about.
you remember when they said that they're gonna introduce like a new mechanic where like if you committed enough crimes in like Crusader, for example, so Yala and all that, like the Crusader system, you will get attacked by the security even if you don't have a crime stat.
I see.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
it's insurance.
It's not about the crime stat. Because if you look at a game like DayZ, where everything is open, nobody cares about any crime, but everybody's a threat. So no matter the skill level of a guy that is holding a pickaxe or whatever, he wants your stuff and he's gonna potentially come and take it. So everybody is a threat, and you need to calculate that in Pyro. And in Stanton, not everybody is willing to cross the line to get even CS1, 2, 3, whatever. And in Pyro, every player is gonna potentially be a threat.
Yeah.
Well, there's also a factor of insurance, because if you have crime stat, you don't have insurance. So you can't retrieve your Javelin or Idris or whatever.
Yeah. I think still understand the principle, but I think it's a bit theoretical. I'd like to see that in the game.
Space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise.
But no, we have 3 more hours.
Joining us on the show today are 2 people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr.
That's a big surprise.
Oh, Chris.
How you doing? How you doing?
Teachers of War.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show.
Chairman's letter.
And Squadron 42 game director.
Oh, this guy is
He's
the
gonna
biggest
announce
liar.
his retirement.
This is your first time on the space.
The guy on the left is the one who was announcing Toho.
Yes.
Theaters of War, and he was very excited, and it was.
And then he became very
So
sad.
Chris, Rich, you're
How do you
here.
feel about that?
Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU.
They're a different
one thing that
league,
we've
basically.
thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to
How's that
Star
then?
Citizen, the
I'm
PU.
wondering.
And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on
Sorry, stream.
Squadron,
I
no
gotta
one's
be
working on the
silent
PU,
for a
and
bit.
that's
We
not
gotta
really
hear
true,
the chairman.
a huge
Because
amount of
he's
the core
gonna
gameplay that we're
he's
working
gonna
on
like
Squadron
give us an
is
announcement of
specifically
something, and
being
then
built not just for
we
Squadron,
need to
but
hold
for
them
Benefit.
accountable because nobody
Just doing
else
it in
will.
sort of the
Basically,
test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they're wanting to do.
They said this
and
fucking
for
year ago,
Squadron, obviously,
and we're still
And the year before
final
that.
polished
Yeah.
AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together,
I wonder what the
working
watches
really well,
here
and
wearing.
playing great. And so we're trying
and how much
in
those
the
cost?
setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure.
Right now, it's the gaslighting operation.
Will play across into the PU, and so we
They
thought
need
it'd
to
be really
put back
useful
trust
to come back
in the
and
community.
tell you all about some of the subtle
Guys, already
Give me
watched
Idris.
the trailer.
gameplay aspects
I
that we're
want
working
Idris.
on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that like in today and
But they wouldn't.
during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep
false
the
hope.
Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so
I mean, the Idris
we
is
thought,
not
why
even
don't we just
finished
come
yet.
by and maybe just talk
Yeah.
about little things, maybe show you a
It
sneak
feels
peek
like
of
never will be.
something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready.
Come on, Bambi.
Baby out of the carriage.
Chris gave us a date for 318, and it was June of this year. It's fucking October now, and we're getting 317.3. We got 317.3, and people fucking attacked me for saying that we're about to get 317.3, saying that I'm lying. And now they're playing that patch, and they probably forgot about that when they fucking attacked me and unsubscribed and told me that I'm a dipshit.
10 years ago.
Like what do you expect from Chris? Whatever he says, you don't take it with a grain of salt. Like you take it as a fucking lie at this point.
So you've
Honestly.
You've worked in both.
Like I don't have anything against the guy, but like you just cannot trust them. You can't trust him in particular.
Now you're getting to kind of.
You can say like from a psychological standpoint or like a human standpoint, he is excited, he's a game dev, he wants that to happen soon, quick, all that. But like, it's never fucking rationally done, and he never rationalizes all the things and says, yeah, well, it's gonna take us like 2 years for that. No, he's gonna tell you like, first off, it's really good for marketing because like ship sales and all that. Second, I'm getting fucking pissed off now. Let me chill for a second. Secondly, like he gets excited and he thinks that he can meet a deadline, but that's never gonna happen. And not meeting a deadline is a thing that happens in game development always, but not like CG is
to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a
like what's the word I'm looking for? They're confusing me right now. Like they're on another level, like of pushing back stuff, of like not meeting deadlines. So, like they don't even fucking see them as deadlines anymore. Like they're like, oh yeah, we're probably gonna do it at some point. Let's go to a bar, I guess. Maybe they're working hard. I don't know. Never been there. I've heard from a lot of people that they are working hard, but still, like the mismanagement of this project is fucking obvious to everyone that's playing this game. Whoever played and managed this project is.
Once we then developed that and honed it and almost.
So yeah, I got pissed off.
In that iron,
Sorry
in
about
the
that.
Crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later because they would have had them probably earlier, but just.
Don't fuck me. Like don't fuck me. What? No, fuck me. No, I have a girlfriend. Don't fuck me. But don't make me. Don't fucking make me rant like this.
But we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that.
This is the way.
Really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about.
We heard this like two times at least.
Right, with the time.
This is the same thing they say for 10 years, man.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we've got a quarterly release out, and
it's the same thing as staggered development and all those things. They always come up with a new way to do things.
The past 4 years, this has been the narrative. So
just
while,
another 2 years.
Splitting off the
while they're
streams,
repeating
and so there's
this,
a
they're
huge amount
probably
of
repeating
effort
it
and
for
work
the
every
new
time
crowd
you do one of
that's
these releases. That sort of eats
not
into
been
your
watching
development
these
time in terms
2
of
years
doing
in a row, you know.
the feature. And
But
so
can
pulling it
we
out,
name
out,
one
out of
feature
that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're
that
gonna
came to the
work within
PU
Squadron
from
to
that
really
Squadron
make it
team and that was
polished.
great?
So it's like not a T0 version. We've really
Imagery
got it
system.
down. It feels good. We like playing it.
That's the only thing I can think of, and it was terrible.
It
It
feels,
was a disaster,
it feels
in fact.
good.
So
Is
He
the
also
benefit, I
mentioned
think,
ground-based
is happening with
turrets on
Squadron.
the
We're seeing
outposts
it
and
on
so
our
on and
side.
so on.
I know it can be a bit frustrating
But-
for everyone on the other side.
But like the issue,
telling you,
like
yes,
when
it's
you're
much better,
working
it's
on
not
a
right
on
now, but we
a
are
single
very
player
aware of
game,
a
and then
lot
you
of,
want to like
usability issues.
get it like hosted on servers for a multiplayer game. It's not the same thing. Like Chris himself worked on the trolleys. Like he said it himself that he worked on the trolleys, and they're probably working awesomely and amazingly in Squadron 42. But you know what happened in Star Citizen with the trolleys. What's still happening because of the tick rate and the bad calculation of the physics. Yeah. So whatever they say that they're doing for Squadron 42, even if it's like developed, I'm pretty sure that like the inventory system works fucking great in Squadron 42, but they can't just like introduce it to Star Citizen because like move all button that we are all missing is like on a single player game it's easy, but if you have like 100 people moving everything from inventory to inventory, it's gonna crash the server. Like it's gonna be such a fucking strain on the servers.
It's not the services, databases.
Well,
It's
but
like
it's still
so
hosted
much
on
more.
a server, right?
Yes, but I mean it's so much more because the database is consistent and it's like your save file. And imagine what happens if it gets corrupted. Player pissed off.
I mean, imagine we saw it
all the
already.
time.
Like,
Yes.
That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's
I don't know. In a broad scheme of things, I might sign like a white knight, but I kind of like this approach that they have because the previous approach was like backwards development, and they wouldn't go anywhere with it.
to work well.
It was completely backwards.
But honestly, this is the same thing that they said last year. And this year we got
both Squadron and the PU.
how many patches? Two patches?
There's a lot of things.
316 and 317, right?
Forever.
Was 315 this year or last year?
Definitely been a major.
I mean,
right now, I think.
I think it was no. I think it dropped on like January this year. So let's say 3 patches maybe.
That we're really sort of working to make. The new star map, which people haven't had, it's been in.
And all of them were broken. 316 was okay-ish, I think. But like 317 for like 6 months, it's broken.
So navigation, traversal,
and we didn't get like
combat, the whole.
What gameplay did we get? What fucking content did we get in 317 or 16 or 15 for that matter?
Squadron, and so I think. Ultimately, it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together.
Next couple of years.
Yeah.
Well,
he just said it. He just fucking said it. Oh my god.
I think there is two.
That's 5 years,
common
guys.
themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And
So Alan, yeah, they refused to fix it. Yeah, I was just talking about that. Like we saw a dev post with like Sylvan from CHE that said like there's no fucking point in fixing stuff right now. He doesn't want to do that and all that. Like most of them don't want to do that. They will need to do that for the beta, and we will see. Like even the White Knights are gonna get pissed off if the beta is still unstable and buggy as this alpha is. But the issue is like we're gonna go into alpha 4.0 and where like when are we going to see the beta?
We don't want to give away any
in 2 years,
Squadron 42
3 years,
specific
5 years, 10
locations,
years.
like that said, I think we
you never know.
Maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already
seen
showed that at one location.
So yeah.
Super duper. Like if they're smart. If you get like a cargo refactor, I don't know because they didn't showcase that in like the IAC. Like I don't know why they left it out, and that's like a big fucking stepping stone in 318. But I don't know. But if we get it, if they're smart, you're gonna get more money for the same amount of time that you spend. So if you spend like fucking hours filling up a caterpillar, you should be able to get billions, well, not billions, but like millions. The prices should not be the same, basically.
Ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing? And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, and we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around.
You
can
can't, but okay.
The whole goal is to make it a sort of physical.
Maybe they could fix the binding menu
you can interact
first.
To a level that in most FPS games you
Talking
don't.
about
most
that.
FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun.
Why is she talking about that? I can pick
Generally,
up
most
anything I
everything's
want.
static.
I can.
So our goal definitely for the PU
Like
is one of
I've been
the
dying of
system.
thirst in
The
Daymar,
whole idea of
and I couldn't pick a
streaming
bottle of
and-
water that's
and
next
later
to a
on with server
window.
meshing is to have this fully persistent universe. That,
And I couldn't
you can
find
put
any in the
chairs
boxes.
around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead
Also,
of your
he's like-
spaceship, Jared.
He's saying
And
that
it
you
will-
can
it will
pick
be
up
there, it'll
everything,
persist.
but
So-
you
so
can't. Most of the
obviously
things in the
interacting
universe
with
are
things is a huge
just
deal.
solid.
Yeah,
in
looking at him,
Squadron, we have
like
a huge
I'm a new
amount of
player, and looking
physical
at this,
puzzles,
he's giving me an impression that I can go on a table and smash everything.
I haven't
But
seen
you
a lot of
can't, like,
FPS
but he's
games,
giving
so
me
it's-
that impression.
It's almost like a sort of
You
story
remember
game
when
and a
they
puzzle
showcased
game and a
the
traversal game and a
formable
combat game and a stealth
ground, like when you shoot it, just like the forms and makes a hole.
Yeah, yeah.
So we need systems that
And everybody thought that we're gonna get that.
and, currently what we have.
So
ideas
that's
look good,
basically
but
the
it's
same
pretty
thing.
clunky.
Yeah,
So we've
Jared
really
knows
focused on-
what's
because
about,
also we want
like,
you to
Jared
have,
knows
okay,
what it
keyboard,
is.
mouse, what if you joystick, what if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take
think
forever to
Chris
interact
lives
and
in
do
his
stuff.
own
So,
world.
We've really been
With
focused
his
on
own
that.
rules.
And those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU.
That's why we
Getting
didn't have
new
him
person
in
getting
such
into
a
the
long
game,
time,
like,
because
how do I get out of
like
bed? How do I do some
yeah,
basic stuff?
keep
How do I
him in
understand?
a
Right
room,
now it's sort of trial by
or on
fire.
a yacht,
I
like
think
yeah.
for a lot of people, it's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship.
So Alan, there's
we need to make
yeah,
that
Chris
better,
is still
and that
talking.
is
He
actually
is
one of the
basically
big
giving
things
us
we've
the
been
same
focusing on,
speech
and
of
the player interaction
server
system.
meshing.
By the way, these
from,
have been plans.
what
that
is
have
it,
been around for quite a
2014,
while, and,
15,
Rich
16,
back when he was
I don't know,
in charge of
one of
sort
those
core
years,
gameplay group, which was
where you would pick up a
weapon,
cup of coffee
teams,
and drop it in the
reactor
woods
tech team
and come back to it, and it's
that
still
was on
there.
the list of
But
things
now
to
they're
do,
like
just, because of
going
talking
more
about
deep
release
into
cadence
that.
and
Just for like the time's sake, because
the alpha,
like they need to fill this whole segment
didn't
up
get to
with
it
some
yet.
talk.
We're getting to it now,
and they're talking about like the inner thought system, basically, and how
part
you
of it is
control
basically
everything.
removing the barrier. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said,
like,
to how to interact with,
I don't know.
With the environment.
I was tired before this, and now I'm just fucking
system.
fed up
So
and
if
tired
you're
even more.
walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to like look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press
You know
F,
which
and the
game
should
does
know.
that?
yeah, they want
Cyberpunk.
So if I'm looking at the desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take.
Every game does that.
Do whatever I want. But you want to
just talking about basic game design principle, you know, it's like they just went out of school of game design and they learned something.
I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, you know, your little mini
Flash BIOS, dude, like you're all in with this, like with me. You are here to save me as much as I'm here to save you. And yeah, this is pathetic. This is really like,
yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't
like,
have to go into this.
Honestly, it's much better than the last year's.
So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system.
When you like, I don't want to be a hater all the time, like 24/7. But
you're walking around, or you're in EVA,
what am I
or
mute
you're
and
crouched,
do
or you're prone,
voiceover?
all the different. You need to be able to just effortlessly.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask guys. So,
and you want it
knowing CAG and having that like in the back of my brain, and like whatever they say, I know it's.
And then on the other side,
problem, it's maybe not ever gonna happen. Maybe it's gonna happen. Maybe never. But also, if it happens, it's gonna happen like in 2 to 3 years. So whatever.
Like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think
Jack, you want to do that?
In the universe, it's very detailed. You know, that's one of
the
strengths that we
put him on mute and do a voiceover.
And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces that you can go and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. You know, for example, if you look at,
I think Emerald needs to be needs to do voiceover for
to
Chris.
show you where you need to go and where you
No, I'm not allowed.
But, you know, that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen's built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like
be banned
radio and
by
system
Synth Rider CAG.
A quick scan wave, single button.
No.
And that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, you know, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a
It's like in Cyberpunk.
Oh,
wow.
like
Cyberpunk.
I can hack. And I'm getting that information.
It's
almost like
insane.
Like I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out.
See, Bambi, you're not seeing the forest because of the tree in front of you. And you're not seeing the server meshing because of the teacup in the forest that's behind the tree.
You know, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective
Is that
I need to complete.
good enough of an explanation?
That's more because that's more gameplay pervasive.
Like, I don't know, you just gotta go mental with this. Like, I don't fucking know what to say about this.
They're also, so they may or may
Marco
not
will
know
get
that
the
they've
wall
been
hack.
scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar scanning of the ships, as it's FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. You know, I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, you know, radar scanner would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how.
My mama used to say, life is like a box of chocolates.
The other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Shall we show some videos of those?
So I
Yay,
we have two
videos.
videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing
the first
what
one
I
is going to be a
described as radar scanning,
PowerPoint
that first
presentation.
aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up.
It's
the
like in
interact with.
Right, that's,
Assassin's Creed, you know, you can make a ping and then you see all the things you can loot. It's
What?
So you
what
can
is
see
this door?
Here, this is in Asiado,
So I
which
see
we've
at the
already
station.
showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilising
Squadron.
the doors. And then here's a
That's
scan
it,
wave. You
ping.
can see that I'm looking at that
Told you.
data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving.
It's
you
basically what every
high-level
game is
information.
doing for the last 10 years, but
you will also have more detailed information depending on, you know, contextually what the item is. And what
I
you're
mean,
seeing here
it
is
looks
part of the
like a
player
game.
interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with.
Wait, are they
Getting
ditching the
confidence.
whole
Oh, cool,
fucking
I can grab
inner
that, I
thought
can use the
mechanic?
data
What is
pad.
this?
And you're not having to go into interact mode.
Oh my god, they're
cursor.
fucking
You can
reinventing
go
the
in
whole
and
game
just
again. What the
press F
fuck?
or interact with it. And,
They're reinventing.
probably
They
seen this in
reinvented in
plenty
the
of
first place,
AAA
then
games,
saw it
but they don't
shit.
have the
So now they're
detailing
doing
at scale
what
that we
actually
do.
game
So we wanted
industry
to
has
make
been
sure that
doing for
system's
the
really robust.
decades.
But hopefully it gives you kind of an
Exactly.
idea of
I'd also
And
say,
then you will
like,
see
part of the
I mean,
idea
some
they
of the
did the
fans-
same thing that like Arma
the
did.
default action,
So that like,
in this case, is
and
what you
Arma
see
is
when
so
you're
fucking
on,
slow
where
and
it's
boring
grab
and
or,
shitty.
or, you know, I think
Like the original inner thought system.
as your default action.
Oh, yes.
The icon, the if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action.
Oh, imagine.
You held F.
Cyberpunk again.
The modular wheel that would show you the other actions, so you could.
It has
maybe
like
equip
double
it
F
versus
in
grab it
Cyberpunk.
or whatever you would do. And
But
so
it's
the
fun.
idea
I
is
like
just
it. I like the
like
idea.
you can doing like. Rich was talking about a lot of other.
But Alan, like the thing is, they didn't start off like with copying shit. That's the thing. They had their own things. It was inner thought, and we were all fine with it. And now we're getting like, I don't fucking understand this at all.
Move your mouse around.
Also, how the fuck are you gonna like? Sometimes I don't want to carry shit. I want to inspect it. I want to like.
The idea is, I just play around. If I'm used to playing games a certain way.
Like why did you develop a system for fucking 10 years just to ditch it and do like a thing that every other game does?
And we don't want to like do something
understand
totally
it.
different to it because
train.
you know, people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're
yeah, the current system is crap,
and
but if they
the
refined
default action
it,
is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand.
if they
You want
worked on
to
it
always
to
be
fix it,
store into your backpack. You'll
to
actually
make
be able
it
to go in
like
there,
magnetic,
right click on the item,
so
you know, when
it
you
like
interact
it's
with
still
the
like
wheel
if you
or
go
like
onto an item, you're still on that
wheel.
same item,
and that will replace.
but
that
then
with
you
a
have like a
card
scroll
currently
thing,
right
but
now.
like
and you'll actually be able to
you
remap
choose it. Like
it.
I'm not a fucking game dev.
Like
Also,
3
I'm not a
clicks,
native
and you go,
English
I don't want
speaker,
it to be,
but like
pick
there
up
are
in your hand.
things that
I
you
want it
can
to
do
go
to
straight into
fix
my
that.
backpack, because that's
But
what you're
now,
doing
after
there.
10 years,
Then
they're
you can go
ditching
and have
this.
it.
And you know
It
what?
allows us
You know
to keep
what?
interaction systems how
Actually,
we want it
no,
to
I'm
be.
gonna rant here. Fuck this. So you saw, if you didn't join right now, you saw the fucking flight mechanics that they changed. We had that, or I didn't because I didn't play that back then, but like 2016, 17, 18, people had that in the game. Some of you may remember that. And they took it out. And now they're fucking bringing it back, a bit different, but it's still the same fucking thing. And it's the same with like this. They're probably gonna take out the inner thought, and then fucking 5 years down the line, in one of the CitizenCons, they're gonna say, yeah, this is cool, but we don't have enough interactions with the things in front of us. Therefore, we're gonna not revert it, but change it to something completely new that is gonna talk like it's gonna be called. It's not gonna be inner thought. It's gonna be like exterior thinking system, or I don't fucking know. But it's gonna be something like that. Like what? What are you doing? Like, why are you taking us out stuff? Why can't you fucking nail something and be like happy with it and just like continue making progress on other things? I don't fucking understand it. It is basically the same thing with what they did with the flight mechanics.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS.
I just saw your comment, Jack. Yeah.
Run and gun shooter.
It is basically
then bring it back to the point of fun.
them trying to not reinvent the wheel.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen
Them realizing that the wheel is actually like circle around.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charged scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're
Is the frame rate bad on your side? Because this frame rate is fucking terrible.
Then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar and scanning.
Not sure. Right now it's okay.
Or are you just like accustomed to
and they'll get your location
Star Citizen and Squadron 42 being
so what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through.
Looks normal to me.
The first one is kind of a more limited scope, and you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wide escape, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture, and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of
it's so hard to do, yet every other game has it.
Traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels.
Did you guys play Squad?
Of, the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth.
Yeah,
yes, so
okay, so you guys know that you can like mount everything.
For
you can vault everything.
We wanted you to be able to
same armor.
Slightly missed my jump.
But like in Star Citizen, you can only mount and vault certain things.
And it's it's kind of frustrating. You're like, oh,
it wasn't so in the beginning of the Squad. It also took them some time to get
but like Squad
actually grab onto ledges now.
Let me see when Squad Kickstarter happened. It was like 2016.
Which adds just
and like that team,
it's huge. Like,
I know like most of
it's a lot smaller team as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of small like they were just doing mod for Battlefield.
To judge like right on the edge, so we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal, so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling.
Yeah, I think from Project Reality to Squad, I think.
Which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of it's improved ladders.
I found
we've been playing like on the original maps. We've been playing through the walls, like you couldn't mount over them, so it was like a big traversal topic. And it took them, I think, a year to make the animations basically possible.
You're kind of very locked. So what we've done? No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of.
I'm trying to see when it happened.
Body dragging, and even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around.
I'm seeing that like
so
it got updated.
You can jump onto a ladder directly. You can attack. You can run and jump onto a ladder. You can look around full 360 degrees. You can look around.
Well, games does this.
Yes.
And it's just
it doesn't look like a breakthrough.
And a lot more. It doesn't feel like now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human.
But that's the thing. They often present things that are basic features of every game, and they present it as if it was something new or innovative.
Holy Grail, yeah.
So they're not presenting like they're just not saying, okay, we were wrong. These were our mistakes. So they did a lot of mistakes in the past. So that's why we are at this point.
I think you'll see a lot more.
They say that every fucking ISC and every
to put a crate over or
CitizenCon. Squad was kickstarted in 2015.
Imagine a whole level above that. Which is
so 7 years. I know that it took him like I remember all the bugs because I was an alpha tester, but like
but there's a lot of
Still, now you can mount, you can vault over people. I don't know if you play it.
Oh, nice.
So
Yes,
yeah,
I've
so
seen that.
somebody can like
with a systemic world.
somebody can be if the wall is too tall, you can just vault on top of a guy and vault over a wall.
multiple ways to
Yes,
solve
Yeah.
the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached.
But in Star
Squadron
Citizen,
design is like
for some reason,
most
you
of the areas
only
you go
have
through,
certain
there's
things
more
that
than
are
one way
mountable.
to get
Or
to the
vaultable.
end to solve the problem. To do you stealth around? You just take
Oh,
your
stealth.
gun and start
Feels
shooting,
like
or,
most boring
use a
part
way
right
that you
now.
can,
Yep.
do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken.
It's
a
the
different
story of
person
Chris
path.
and
So those are
the other
all
guy
things that are
learning how to
important,
develop a
and
game,
so
you know?
it's little things like
At
this,
least,
and I
Jack,
would say,
you
I
can
mean,
get
we've got a
more
video to show, but
from this video.
still,
You can get more
like
for the
some of
face tracking, for
finesse
the
of the
whatever
animation
the
detail
face
is
swap
still
that you do.
So this, a lot of it is.
Yeah, this is a lot of
is
stuff.
At least it's
It's
going to
going
be
to
up to
feed.
date.
Yeah, it's going to feed the algorithm.
Motion capture
Yeah.
stage here that we will show you guys some point when the Manchester goods yards and this stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour.
They made a whole
But
building,
it'll
and they
be
made
in a
the
much,
office inside,
bigger
like they rented the office inside the building.
Anyway,
And it all happened in like a 2-year
But
span.
I would say definitely that. I mean, we could show it, but
Priorities.
we've got details to come. Like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person.
So 10 years down the road, we get Chris Robert speaking about how we're going to climb ladders in the game.
Yep.
You sort of see some of it. Even
That's
in
why.
animations,
That's
but
what we
much
pledged
more
for.
in the
And everybody
Suck it up.
thinks it's normal, you know?
Suck
Nobody
it up.
picks up on that.
You gotta love this. Come on.
So obviously this.
Wow,
this
look,
is
you
final
can
art.
jump.
Absolutely. This is
Wow.
taken directly from Squadron footage.
Never seen before, guys.
But you can see.
Oh my
that,
God.
As Chris said,
PC gaming revolution. Look.
It's almost. It's better than Mirror's Edge, dude. Come on.
You can grab on. You can go straight into a mantle.
Oh my God! The
into
transition
pull-ups.
between the
And the thing is,
animations
what you're
is
seeing
terrible.
here is
amazing.
While this is just
No, yeah, it's amazing.
a lot of these
Sorry.
are designing design.
Prince
forgot
Persia
the word
of
white
Persia
man.
was crying.
So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want.
Oh, look, a ladder, man.
We don't just necessarily.
And you can look around.
Only got jump.
And right there, we did
Game
a
breaking.
jump onto halfway onto
Literally game breaking. It's probably gonna 30k you.
to the left, to the right.
I think
Dude, when I leave a ladder in the new like reclaimer derelict, I always leave it like horizontally into the fucking derelict inside, and I just
At the end.
go through the world after that.
I think the share of Ubisoft will lose value tonight. It's probably dropping already. Everybody's selling Ubisoft shares.
Yeah. Did you see the transition between the animations? Fucking amazing.
Oh, I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Oops.
Anyway.
We did
But the
a
other thing as
back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs.
Let me see what
here,
you guys are
the other thing is
saying.
that we're also,
Spaceborne 2.
we've taken deep dive on things like.
I don't know
control
what
input.
you were
So,
talking
for
about.
example,
Squad
we've got
Team is
action
basically
queuing
team
coming up.
modders
So,
from BF2. Yeah,
for
so
example,
I know
if
them
you're
because
sprinting
I played
and
Project
you
Reality
were
for
shooting
like
just before
almost
you're
10 years.
sprinting, you might be holding down
And
shift
I've
and
met them.
mouse
I was
button.
actually
And now, what happens now if you then release shift? you
asked to
stop
do
shooting.
like sound
But
design
sometimes you
for
wanna-
that
you
game,
want it to continue,
and
because I'm still holding
honestly,
the
it
input
like
that I
they
want to
they
do.
got a better guy
What
than
we
I
kind of
am
technology in terms
because
of this action
he
queue.
had all the
And
weapons
that's
and all
something
that
we've
pre-recorded
got a
already
whole
and all that.
matrix
So
of all the
yeah,
different controls, all
I
the
still
different
have a
positioning,
few
crouch,
people that I'm
transitions,
friendly with from
weapon
that team.
swapping, and
They're
so
really good.
just
I don't want to
again,
like
using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot
promote
more,
that game. That like
intuitive. So
it
it's
it
something
has
that we're
like a
really,
finite
really putting a really magnifying glass on,
gameplay.
making sure that
A squad does. So like it's really good, but it's not for everyone. It's a tactical shooter. But yeah, it's a team of modders, and they made a Kickstarter, and some of them left because there were some like things. What is happening to the Chris's hand? Are you seeing this? What's happening to his hand? Let me. Where's my cam? What is happening to his hand?
crouching, the various
Chris?
positions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now.
Okay, from this angle it looks fine, but from that angle, what the
We've
fuck?
really taken a deep dive on all of it.
All right, so yeah, so they
looking around on the
they
example.
did they play Assassin's Creed ever? Yeah.
Done a complete rework on.
I know. Yeah, like they. Honestly, I don't think that they like played any games. I know for a fact that they have to play Star Citizen every Friday for an hour. Therefore, it takes them like half an hour just to do anything, and it got mashed. Amazing. So yeah, it's basically like. Yeah, they. I'm pretty sure that they don't like playing Star Citizen every Friday, but yeah, like I was trying to say, I'm getting really tired. Squad was developed by a smallish team, and it has 50v50 battles on huge fucking maps with helicopters, ground vehicles, tanks, IFVs, APCs, and all of that, and infantry, and all of that combined. And it is built in Unreal 4. And yeah, it's a great fucking game, and most of the things that I'm seeing here with like vaulting and all that, it's done in Squad. It's done in a bunch of fucking games. But as Jack said, like Jack from my Discord, dude, like 10 years in development, we're talking about vaulting and climbing up the ladders. Like what? What are you doing? Like,
which again you'll be able to see a clip of working. It's not.
I don't know. Like they said, like the previous thing that was huge here, and this is a huge thing. This is unfortunately this is a huge thing. Have you heard about the BF3 mode? Yeah, a bunch of people told me about that, but I don't know where to download it. If you have a download link, I will gladly play it because I want to check it out. But yeah, so. This is a huge thing, and like these FPS scanning is a huge thing, but it's fucking 10 years. And also, like before that, they were talking about something that we already had in the game, but they took it out. So what are they talking about now? They're still going
in that direction until you.
He's talking about fucking inertia
when you
now.
want to change, you just need to look at another direction and you push that way. And the way we've implemented.
That's cool, man. We're gonna throw people out of their own ship and they're gonna fly in space forever.
The forces, and then it allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it.
What happened to the EVA suits?
You know, actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. You know, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down. And
it's definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
absolutely.
Even, you know, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, well, 10 years now, I suppose. You know, that you can go into those tighter areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of where
EVA rework, another 2 years.
And I think that's
Squadron,
something that we've really
another
pushed ahead
2
on
added on top of that too. That's
EVA Tier 2 is actually on the progress
I find it a lot of fun.
It was. Jared said back in 316 days it's going into 316.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And everything, and it just got like up, boop.
Yep. EVA as part of its setup.
They're re-engineering walking.
Not every spacesuit is EVA capable.
They're really doing everything.
Separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of.
The land vehicle is still not in the store, by the way.
You know, it's the physical push-pull.
Unless it's fucking $1,000.
Move along surfaces,
but I'm not
you
seeing
can push
it
off against them. You come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop. Or
know that the EVA, there's a great video of him talking
on fuel. So I think
EVA
long term in the PU, there's going to be
2013, I think.
Gameplay. So if
and he was exactly saying the same thing.
A boarding action or something, maybe you need a.
Did you see?
Space
did you play Boundary?
Or you're doing repairs out in space.
It was like a demo.
I know what the game it is.
Yeah,
but I didn't play it.
I have a video on it on my YouTube channel.
It's a nice looking video. Yes, I saw
it. That EVA is done really nicely.
Yes. What we want to do in the in the PU.
Like when you hit a wall and you're
what you
EVAing,
wear
your
is
character
important,
like
right? So right now
pushes on the
everybody
wall
runs
so
around in a big
he
suit
doesn't
of
like
armor,
smack
obviously,
his head into the wall.
And we haven't
for
really
example.
turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for
There's
instance, you should be able to sit in
BBC. They're not game
in
developers, but they
seat
made
of
a
space
small
fighter in heavy armor.
VR module for
You shouldn't be
Steam
there with your gun
called
on
Home.
back. You should have
And
to
it's a
have
VR
black suit on,
spacewalk
or,
simulator.
you come into a city,
And the BBC guys nailed it down. I mean,
heavy armor
you can move around in the ISS,
have reasons
and it's perfectly rendered. I mean, why BBC can make it, and for CIG it seems so complex.
Yeah.
Roll out more of it.
I mean, it's a news channel, man. They put two guys on this and they crack it up.
Things that we're doing like that with the
I'll tell you why. Because in Crisis or in Crytek Engine, the doll didn't put up his hand to register a collision with the wall, so it needs to be programmed ground up. In Lumberyard, there's nothing. There's literally nothing. Everything needs to be made.
They're not even like they renamed the engine. It's not even Lumberyard anymore. It's Star Engine now.
As easy as possible for you
By
to
the way.
manage all these.
Yeah, because they took Lumberyard.
Yeah, they bought the rights
and,
to use it
and
yeah.
One of the minor parts
basically.
of that, like I said,
And
you either have an EVA.
what comes out of it, like even in 20 years, doesn't matter. If they succeed, they'll have a pretty good engine. Like even Unreal guys didn't build it overnight, but it took them decades. But still,
in terms of the EVA, this is what you're seeing here is that you'll probably see some of the third person, the thrusters are not firing.
Honestly.
Yeah, it's
there
the old VFX, but it's also the old.
There
VFX,
we go.
So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current.
I see it. Okay.
What we'll
and
have
he's
is
like
you
holding
proper,
to the
pack that has the
thrusters
in
side.
the right position, and when you go forward, the
Interesting.
thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected
It's like
to
crawling
this
along the
surface.
surface.
So now
Yeah, but
like
honestly,
you're in a prone
like
situation
seeing
where
this,
is going to be what more
we
new
saw
prone
like
will be.
remember
again you've got full
the mission that we had. I think it was like CitizenCon 2018 or 19, when they were on Microtech on New Babbage, and they took like a NPC taxi to a mission. Remember that?
Okay.
So
Okay.
after he did the sneaky mission that he did, they left, and there was like a bunch of shit laying in a cave that he like, I don't know, it was a helmet and a suit and all that. There was a whole, what the fuck?
So that's the sort of
Spider-Man.
Look
Spider-Man.
weird as.
I mean, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing
It looks gimmicky, but it's
it's
what
cool. It's cool.
you would actually do. Yeah.
But that doesn't make sense, huh? If he push on the thing underneath him, he would be pushed upwards, not in
It
this
would
way.
be pushed upwards. Yeah. I mean,
That
animation isn't spot on, but it's
It's
better than walking on it. You know.
He has hover something on his nipples.
This
Come
is
on.
where we have as you push forward, we have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around. And
So yeah, they showcased all of that during that CitizenCon, and we still don't have that animation of putting on helmets, putting on like, the gloves and all of that. So I'm just taking this as with a grain of salt because I don't really fucking trust them anymore.
Yeah.
But you know what? It looks more like on water, in water rather than in space.
Your character and body's doing.
This is more like you would move in the water, not in space.
Honestly, I think they're using like water mechanics for
but yeah, you have a lot more
like spacewalking.
control.
And normally you should also decouple when you look left and right, right?
Ability to look around.
Let's see
and really
this.
stop
This
yourself.
probably gonna be
So
a
I think,
collision
on
or
this
something.
one, we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself.
Yeah, as you said, with the cloth animation and the helmet and everything, who knows if this will be even.
Our character comes
This,
down here.
this looks nice, but what happens when you have like a gun inside your
on the glass here.
in your
Gun
hand?
just disappears or goes back
Yeah.
into your inventory, back to Narnia, back into the database that isn't working.
Or the
There you
server
go.
30 keys.
Brace yourself when you come hold on, arrest your thing. You can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, it's obviously useful in
Yevgi, or however you pronounce your username. Like, they heard of mag boots, but they need to reinvent the wheel. And it needs to be fucking triangle. Come on.
And also the big thing that Chris
every time
is it's systemic.
Jesus Christ.
There's no.
How do you not understand that?
Climb all over a ship.
And then after fucking 10 years, they're gonna take out, like they did with the inner thought system, they're gonna take out the whole thing, and then they're gonna give you the mag boots. Because everybody else is doing that.
Normally, you should need a handle.
There's no like, oh, it only
not
works
just
in
a
it only works in
flat surface.
It is what you see here. And then as
it's mag hands, it's mag nipples, because he is levitating because he has like chest plate. How do you not understand it? Like, come on.
Head rotate in 360 degrees, legs behind his ears, crawling on his hands, bugging through textures.
Or I can look around, and again,
yeah, that'll work, sure.
Look all 360 degrees. You'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just...
No, I mean, it's massive for the game, so I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA external action.
This is going to be a bitch to work with.
It's much more stable.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
We'll see a lot.
Hopefully, it's not another sandworm.
And traversal in the PU.
Yeah, maybe it's gonna be in the game, but like it's gonna be a bitch to work with when you're like, the derelict like caterpillars in space.
Derelict asteroid bases, kind of
and there's like a bunch of cramped spaces that you got to go through.
We all love science.
How is that going to work with this? You're just going to be sticking to walls, and
that's sort of
like
a lot of classic
I don't know.
sci-fi that you see. So we
honestly, I'm scared that they're going to have to like rework it again because of
it's actually a good argument, Grumpy, because
and
there is like debris of the satellites over Hurston. How did it do that with debris? No idea.
Did it blend between them?
Well, the guy on the left said it's working in small environments and in big environments.
You know it when you get it right, because you can just
hopefully it will scale up, but yeah, as Grumpy said,
you just end up flying around the level and connecting things.
They're gonna have to overhaul a lot.
This unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like that looks just like
Steve Bender.
Yeah, it looks just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero G
potential. Fucking.
That's
a trigger word for me.
One other thing here we have a video for, which is it's
I
not
spat on my
big as a
microphone. I'm
system,
sorry about
it's
that,
like,
but
say,
fucking potential, dude.
like
10 years in development, potential.
I know
there is a lot of
I really
potential.
like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like
really
it a lot.
like
I saw a Reddit thread saying, why doesn't someone do a hover trolley? Well, actually, that was something.
Like potential is another word for like unrealized possibilities.
But
like
the thing that's really good about this, because
I can't. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna get really angry.
Just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the
potential.
Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU,
sorry about that. I know I peaked, but
more interesting.
Fucking potential, dude.
Now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up.
I'm like turning into Angry Joe.
Sort of a gravel
Angry Joe is that the name of the YouTuber?
Stuck in this thing,
basically
and the
that.
gravel of it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo.
Space Dreamer, I'm gonna bang you.
I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 3.18, but it will come in probably not too far in the near
Probably
future.
not too far.
So this allows you. to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container.
Much
and
of what happened
if
after the
turn
Hey,
it on,
Faith.
up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold.
Why is
so
your
it
microphone so
locks
fucking
into
low?
the cargo
You're on
grid.
200%
And now that
for me.
cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens?
Penis,
now
can you hear me?
in the inventory
Yes,
system, you
that's
can
the
put
question.
things in
Thank you.
your
Okay.
local inventory of your ship. Or,
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the idea of the spirits. I might actually. I'm gonna get that pack.
Bigger, like maybe a 16
Of course you are.
I just like the idea of them. Like it seems like they're good, like mid-tier something.
You came here like guns blazing the last time you were here,
push it into my
and now you're buying the
and I
ships.
could fly it off to
I'm gonna buy them no matter what. You know that.
I know.
Where I'm camping out.
I mean, I can still criticize and buy.
Player base.
I know.
Some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict.
Hey, if I'm not gonna fund
I
it,
can,
who's gonna fund it?
Load up a bunch of supplies
Yeah.
in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor.
When they started talking about FPS, I was a little.
By doing this. So
I was a little happy.
I think the underlying sort of
in the whole section of the CitizenCon, they just need to trigger you once, so you pull the wallet out.
that are going to come with that, because longer term with persistence and what we're doing,
I'm not getting what you're saying, Super Duper. I can see why potential might trigger you, Grumpy, but you may have it yourself.
How do I have my food?
I don't understand after the calm out why you want to say.
Fighting a war over a patch of land.
I might be just
someone's
really
show up
tired,
with
which I am.
ammo and missiles and
I'll upgrade Cutlass.
or
They have
weapon replacement,
skin
especially as we
all
get
meal to
repairing
upgrade the
and
Cutlass.
salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can
I'm still waiting for the capital
field
ship.
repair that's happening right there, and changing out a broken weapon for another weapon.
I don't think
because you've loaded it up and
do you think they're gonna announce a cap ship?
your
I
container,
mean, they
right?
do it every fucking Citizen.
The possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little.
Okay, maybe not capital ship, but like huge fucking ship. Like last year, we had like the Odyssey and we had the Liberator.
Like the EVA.
Yeah, I mean the biggest thing about trolleys.
The Liberator came from CitizenCon, right? And the Odyssey came from IE, I think.
One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games.
I could be wrong.
Which is,
I think both of them were. No, both of them were on CitizenCon.
Traversal opportunity.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. If I'm blocked, I can.
We were streaming together. Come on.
I can get up higher now.
Dude, I don't know.
Kind of what the more physical.
I'm one of those people who goes to work and when you leave, I forget what I was doing at work.
And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies. So I've seen people fly missiles
whatever
out of ships,
TV is not.
They're not really utilised for what we want them to use.
Amazing.
And then you've got.
That's gonna be a good
they
seatbelt.
say that will be announced past the
Now again,
race.
we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps. The scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account. Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
See the video.
Let's say the video there, and
we've hyped this
it.
up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
Hover trolleys.
So you can see here, this is
because
actually
they don't know how to fucking do the clipping
We're gonna activate it
through the ground.
Lever takes up now.
So therefore, there need to be hovering.
Bam.
Yeah, but it's a good vibe.
It's Star Wars completely.
Separate build.
It's amazing.
Where as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU. That you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take you to load it up, not just.
What are the biggest changes you're hoping for here
this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says,
about from these guys. Well, I don't know.
You'd normally be able to.
Honestly, I have given up on this game a bit. Honestly, I haven't played it through the whole fucking 317 patch cycle, which is the past 6 months because we got 2 fucking patches this year. But I don't know. We already saw the slowing down of the ships. That's a huge thing. We saw the fuse boxes inside the ships. That's a huge thing. And I want that's gonna make us multi-crew, and that's gonna make orgs a viable thing because right now, why would you get a hammerhead if you're gonna get destroyed by a bunch of gladiuses, gladii, whatever? They're just gonna boom and zoom you.
unless there's something actually physically touching
with
it. So it allows
the
us to be
changes
much more
of
stable.
like the speeds
want to
of the
do
ships,
for your,
yeah, like
cargo
when you
loading
slow them
is
down, they
we'll use
will
a
not
system
be
similar to
able
the cargo
to
grid, but you'll be able to
walk
snap
away
things
that
on top
easily.
of it.
The other thing is like with the
cargo
but
boxes onto it so they can
honestly, we
perform.
already knew all of
Able to,
this.
you know,
Like this is nothing new. This is the newest thing that
frustration.
I
And again,
didn't
you can
see
see
before.
some of our
The
design points coming through is that this
trolleys that are hovering that are probably gonna go like work better because they're not gonna clip through the fucking ground like Chris's trolleys do. But yeah, honestly, I would love to see them talking about fixing the fucking desync and the tick rates and all of that. That would like make the game better. But yeah, they're not going to talk about that. They talked about some of those things last year was boring as fuck, so that's why they're not talking about that. Because like, see, like the thing is, whatever they do, somebody's going to complain. Like last year, I was complaining because they were just talking and showing us a fucking PowerPoint presentation of all the capabilities of server meshing, and where we didn't get server meshing this year. We're maybe gonna get it next year. We didn't get fucking 318 with PES, which we need for server meshing. So
you're developing
fuck if I know.
But
But
you're going, okay, this is our teaser.
this year they're not doing that. They're not like showing us PowerPoint presentations, and I like it. I like this much more. But also, I don't trust them that much. I can't, after all that I saw from all the CitizenCons prior to this one, all the ISCs and all the shit that's been happening, like the fucking chairman that's sitting right here. This year he said that 318 is going into the PTU in June. And it's fucking October now, and we got 317.3.
We don't need all that information.
So whatever they say here, I don't know. I don't trust them. But I'm gonna say that I'm liking this much more than last year's CitizenCon because it was just like a disaster. It was 7.5 hours of sitting and watching shit unravel slowly, and then being completely confused. Like I felt in the end, I felt like there's gonna be like a quiz or a test, like unannounced at some point, like during this year, that you will need to know the answer to, and then they're gonna like wake you up in the middle of the fucking night and just ask you about like shards and how many servers are like. But yeah, like this time it's better, but whatever they say, like
if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Will you care about your health?
Some things that they said were like trash, honestly. Like changing the inner thought system, fine, but like after fucking 10 years. Talking about fucking climbing ladders after 10 years. Come on. And showing us a fucking tier minus 100 animation with like animation transitions that are not fucking working at all. They're not fluid. During CitizenCon, that just means that you don't have anything to show. Honestly. Honestly, I would love to see Squadron 42. I would love them to play Squadron 42 for like an hour now. And that would like give me a reason to believe that maybe Squadron 42 is going to get like the first episode out of 3 that were announced is going to get released during or in the next 2 years. So I don't know. How would you rank priority of changes? Desync, combat, pyro, cargo refactor. In that order. Desync, then combat, because you can't fix combat without desync fixes. Cargo refactor. Maybe before pyro. I don't fucking care. I'm not a cargo holder, but also if you want to pirate somebody, yeah, that's gonna. I'm not a pirate either, but like that's gonna give us more PvP, like more incentive to PvP, and then pyro maybe. I don't know.
Of what you're targeting and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your.
Yeah, server tick rate needs to be the number one fucking priority, but they're not prioritizing that because like they're gonna do server meshing, but then. They're not going to prioritize that because it's still the tier 0 server meshing and it's static. But we're going to do that once we get whatever, like dynamic server meshing. And then there's going to be something new. There's going to be like PES 2 That's
yeah,
like
no,
in
catapult.
the end,
So
their
you
goal
wouldn't have the
for
catapult, you wouldn't cast
the
it
server
up to
tick rate
visor like
is
you would as a
30.
fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFD.
Like name
But
any
in the cases
names,
that you have
any games that have a 30
cast
tick
it
rate.
and do stuff. In all the ships are also building in the ability.
All the competitive games are like 64 and above. Like Valorant, I have a friend that worked on Valorant. He's still working for the same company. I forgot the name of the company. But it has like 128 tick rates. Okay, yes. Not as many physics or as much physics, and not as huge maps. Of course, that is not debatable. I'm not saying that, but still 30 tick rates, which is better than currently. Like we're currently getting like 5 to 12 ticks per second, but like 30 is not.
Polished already show, but
I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't know if it's gonna work for the whole scope of the game, because this game is a catch-all game, and you have FPS elements, you have fucking ship combats. It's gonna work for ship combats if they're like if the ships are slow enough. It's gonna work for that. But for like peeking around the corners, every time with a slow tick rate, every time. So let me see. So this is gonna be the corner.
Right now, you're either
and you are hiding. Like you are hiding behind a corner, camping for somebody on jump down, and this guy, this is the other guy, he peeks out and shoots you before you can see him, because the tick didn't switch yet, and he could aim at your head like and shoot you while you were just seeing him. And that was happening in fucking Counter-Strike, the original CS 1.6. That's why like camping was not a viable option in CS 1.6, because the tick rate, and the tick rate was like 32, I think, or 30. Because if you have an experienced player on the other side and he knows the camp spots, he would just like peek the corner and he would do it wide, and like he would decimate you. Even though you were camping, you were supposed to be prepared for him. So those things, if with 30 tick rate, are probably not going to work.
We're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit.
Hello,
because
I'm back.
You have a radar in the cockpit.
Welcome back.
Fighter pilots
Thank
in
you.
real life have a radar.
I mean, I'm
You
here,
don't
but
have
I'm talking
in-world
to
AR markers.
the chat in the stream.
We want to make sure that.
So what are your thoughts? What are you even fucking talking about?
But also we want to be.
I zoned out, honestly.
I was just wondering if Jared actually played the game before, and I don't know if he has, but.
Everybody's just reliant on that.
No, he's waiting for his Genesis Starliner.
But you've got MFDs.
Oh.
You've got a cockpit radar. You know, we want
And then I was yawning and almost falling asleep again because I don't even know what they're talking about anymore.
We've redone them at separate times, and you know the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks.
I'm catching pieces of it.
Kind of got into this cycle of.
My only thought is that this is not the kind of discussion they should be holding 10 years down the road. This is the kind of things you talk about like 1-2 years in the development, like the basic FPS system, how you're going to interact with things and so on. So I wonder what they have been doing before, you know, like.
If I'm telling you right now, if this was live and I was present there, I probably would have walked out and just got something to eat.
I should be able to go in there and select targets.
And then came back and it was probably still going on.
But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything.
They need to take like a cue from friggin' BlizzCon or something. Like, guys, you know, short, concise, right to the point.
And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot. It's a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus.
Oh, by the way, Fate, I didn't tell you. I got the Referrals.
And I would say.
Oh, you did?
You know, with
yeah,
a bunch of work in
I got all of them.
The radar, which is really
all of them.
Radar /
Yeah.
So like.
What do you mean all of them?
I have 2 Constellation Alphas with 2 Warbirds.
Yeah.
But also I have 2 Constellation Alpha Primes with 2 whatever the other thing is, the Mongoose.
Why don't you do that?
And also I got the throttle and the control panel and the rudders. Well, the sticks were a mistake on their side. I mean, a mistake on both sides, but they fucked up. So I'm gonna do a video on that, and they're probably gonna ask me to take them off. But what happened was I ordered the Constellation Alphas, and then like the day after or a few days after, they announced the Primes. And I asked them if I can like change the order, and they said that I can't, but I can cancel the order, get the money back, and then order again. And I was like, okay, fine. But I saw that email when I woke up at like 7 a.m. 8 a.m. They said in the email, they said that they're going to pause the order.
A lot of players, because we haven't delivered.
An hour later, I got the fucking order is being delivered notification. And I was like, what? So it came here to Belgrade, and I told them like, what? It came here in like 2 days, and I was like, you said that you're gonna like pause it, and they were like, yeah, our bad. You were not fast enough, and I was like, dude, I was sleeping. I was like, fucking, what are you talking about? So yeah, so I told them like, can I like give you the whole order back? And they were like, no, take out the sticks and just give us the sticks back. I was like, I gotta pay for the fucking tax. I gotta pay the taxes and the customs and all of that, the shipping, yeah. And then like pay it, just not to not have it. Like I'm gonna have to pay it twice when you deliver the new sticks to me. And they were like, yeah, well, yeah, that's the only thing that we can do. I was like, fuck you. So yeah, Puppeteer here is probably gonna get the VKBs that I was using.
Wow, dude! You gotta can you sell those other ones so you can at least get some money back?
I'm probably gonna do that, yeah.
Because that sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's money.
Also, if you want to get the rudders, do not get the rudders. The rudders themselves are really good, but the fucking screws on them are trash. Like,
really?
They broke while I was unscrewing the screws, so I can get the pedals on top.
Shit.
Yeah.
No thanks, then. Tell me though, like, is the primes better, like that much better than the alphas since you got both, or the regulars? Because I see the RGB.
They're metal. Yeah, you have a bit more RGB. They feel better. They feel more sturdy. The buttons are better. The main what's it called? Trigger is a bit better, and that's it.
Giving you information about the people you're fighting, or
I wonder if I should.
It's like I don't know. It's like a 10 to 15% upgrade.
That's just giving me.
I wonder if I should put mine up on eBay and just buy those other ones.
And that should be
is the internals.
Yeah.
10, 15,
the internals.
20,000 kilometers away. And then
how do you feel about the Warbird versus the what's it called, the other base there, Mongoose?
The Mongoose is better for what's it called, extensions.
Okay, I'm making a
so I'm gonna use it for DCS.
But for Q Boost, it's like okay,
I'm gonna keep at least one for DCS.
I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have.
Honestly, I'm gonna see what I'm gonna do with these.
You know, we're not just cramped in because radar and scanning is fundamental.
I might
that's telling them to me.
Are they still talking about fucking radar and scanning?
And the
Jesus Christ!
To help you
what did you say, Puppeteer?
To help you find things.
You'll probably end up selling them to me.
Space is a big.
The extra pairs, the old ones.
We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect.
Well, see, you got to come over and see the BKBs. Like they're basically. They're used, but they're basically like
investigate them. And so, I mean, I think that's
just to see what does the job for me. Plus, you have both DCS and Star Citizen installed, so I can try them on spot.
Patrolling an area, right? And
I think I might order these the prime sticks at some point. Just eBay my old ones. I like the RGB. If anything, if they feel a little bit better, it's still a win.
Yeah, the trigger is better.
That doesn't
honestly. It sounds better. It's better under the
space, and so we sort of were thinking about how.
Then I can just pick up a couple mongooses.
Short range.
I was wondering about those actually.
You gotta use them with extensions. You can loosen them up, but they're still gonna be
cluster of asteroids that I'm gonna
fly around to see what's happening. More tougher to move around than the Warbirds.
Gotcha.
Both got both of those bases and both primes sent by Whirlpool, and he's been using extra heavy springs all the time, so he's used to heavy movement. And he said basically that in his right hand, which is aim, he got more precision with the other bases, so there's that.
I'll walk over to that mountain.
Yeah.
And so the idea with sort of the scanning is
be right back. I got
the wave goes out, and you'll pick up things.
Sorry guys, I didn't want to neglect you, but Faithless made me buy the constellations. But yeah, you heard. If you're buying anything from Referral, do not buy the fucking pedals, the rudder pedals. At least don't buy the ones that you can change the what's it called? The pedals themselves. Star Citizen is a con.
Probably about 10th the speed.
In the final analysis, this development hell will continue until they run out of money. Yep. But they will never run out of money. That's the thing. That will be the excuse. They need to stop Squadron 42 and Star Citizen and start a new Kickstarter for another game. Yeah, fucking space.
That opens up a whole bunch of games.
A space private, maybe.
Definitely helps out in
space freelancer. Space Lancer. Let me see what else you said. We already have all this done for some citizen, so it should be easy to build a brand new game in a couple of months. Yeah, that's basically what they said for Theaters of War. I don't know what they're talking about. Like I completely fucking zoned out. Honestly, like.
Derelict, or there's
all these hand gestures and all of that. We saw this. We fucking saw this already.
Even in the PU, being a case where you can sort of almost sort of
they like those hands didn't do like any magic for us at all.
Go and visit. So I think the
so
whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is
watching Chris talk is actually quite infuriating. I'm so bored right now, just like the game. Yeah, I know.
Thrusters, which is much
I know.
Sort of
limited
and
and in the end, like, whatever he says, you know that you should not trust him. Because whatever he said was completely fucking wrong. Wrong to a point where, like,
quantum travel,
it's not even in the fucking game, and it's never going to be in the game. Some of the things that he said are never going to be in the game.
Quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount.
They are stalling, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it definitely makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean,
is this the first time that you like noticed it that they're stalling?
Squadron in space.
What about like we were potential?
That was the thing we were trying to follow, and I think it's a problem potential. In the PU
so
right now. In space, it's sort of like
all the devs got asked by Jared, how do you feel about that?
Right? It's like you spend your time around the space station.
Jack said, Jack Reacher that's in the call with me. Who the fuck cares? Like, is this like what is this? Is this counseling? Like, why are we talking about our feelings? You gotta show us something, and we gotta like it or dislike it, and that's it. But they are stalling. They are stalling the whole fucking time.
A huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this for folks who maybe joined the
no real updates on the game.
Flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the Quantum Boost clip that we have. So we can see it one more time here.
Oh, so we're watching the fucking Quantum Boost clip again. Amazing.
Yeah, that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
That's the next old HUD. Yeah. Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the Quantum Boost. Again, you can just boost over there, and it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into...
Yeah, and this, by the way, is that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on the Quantum Boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep it boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the
and it froze in the end when he.
What it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal.
So that's still in the game.
Things,
even on their servers.
To, spend forever at 1,200 meters per second, or quantum traveling over, and it's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old
Adala,
UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically, it's the same.
There's your answer.
As it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's,
the bomber. We have torpedoes.
You even saw it in the the need for speed
Well,
saving,
Jumptown.
whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just
What, you can't use torpedoes on Jumptown?
I mean, you can, but you can
stuff,
cover
but
a wide
when the new one comes
area
online,
with the
it should be
bomb.
much cleaner and easier to go.
A2,
And
yes.
I don't know if it was
A1,
too clear on the
no.
video that we were seeing,
It's
but
size
the video
5
said
bomb.
we were originally in SCM mode,
Yep.
standard control mode, and then we switched
Oh,
to
depends
quantum
how
mode.
much
So
you
the spool up
carry.
wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down, so you know,
I don't
there is some
see the
risk when
point,
you're in
really.
the fast traversal mode. And the quantum
Even
drive powers up.
So what's the
A2
difference
bomb.
between the
and you look at a
A1,
place, you
C1, E1? I'm trying to figure it out.
refresh
I don't
it.
see it on the
It's-
website at all.
Okay, A1 is a bomber, 10 size 5 bombs.
Okay.
C1 is transport, 48 SCU,
Okay.
and E1 is luxury transport.
Okay.
Yeah, few persons
Yeah.
with luxury cushions or whatever.
Contextual changes
Yeah.
and anything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. We talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today stuff. As far as those mapping,
Not ready
and
to show the
getting
new
stuff,
star map.
There's also
They have been reworking the
mini
star map
which
for
has
the past
always
fucking
been this
3 years,
promise
at
of
least.
being able to find your way
Yep.
through either a really large ship or a space station or something
Brainstorm
like that.
Citizen.
What can you tell us about the work on the mini map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map. It encapsulates what's
Blah, blah,
in your
blah.
cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your mobile or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move
See,
around.
the
and it's all the
problem, Adela,
information
is
there is
that
underpinned
whatever they
by,
do,
the FPS radar and scanner.
like whenever
So
you
the
ask them
information
to
that
fix
you're
something, they're not
scanning
going
in
to
the
do it
environment
solely
is the
because
information that you'll see on
they're
the
going to
mini-map.
redo the whole thing.
So if
So
you
they were
go
talking
into,
about like
say,
Grimhack's
known
elevators being
locations,
broken
let's say you
and
go,
why they don't want to fix it
to
for
Microtech,
quite some time
that landing
because they're
zone,
going to
essentially,
redo the whole
that
elevator
will be
thing
pushed
for
to your
Grimhacks.
mobiGlass. So you'll be
And
able
then
to
they
load
fixed
up
it
the mini-map
because
and go,
they realized
okay,
that
how do I
maybe they
get
should
out there? I
fix
mean,
them
I've seen so
because
many
they're
different
actually
new
not going to
players
redo it.
play
Like
Star Citizen
it took
like
them fucking years to
So
fix them,
in
and now they're
it's
broken
nice
again
to be able to
because it
go,
doesn't have
here's-
anything
here's
to
the
do with like.
spaceport. Here's where you go and buy
Whenever they
3D
change
drink.
something, it
Here's
breaks the
where you
fucking
go and buy
elevators.
weapons.
They change a
You go,
font,
cool, I
it
open up
breaks
my
the fucking
map. It's like,
elevators.
oh,
That's how it
that's
works.
where I am.
So
Oh, that's
yeah,
where I can go. And
they're not going to fix the
gives you
star
a
map.
map
They're
at
going to
your
introduce a
fingertips.
new star
But
map,
then when you're
which is
at
going to
an
be
environment
in
that
building
is
blocks because
not
the whole
so you go to
fucking
a derelict outpost,
mobiGlass
you'll
is going to be
mapping
in
that
building
environment
blocks. So
as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that
So,
has
guys,
a map that you can download.
I'm on
and
another
then you have
Discord
it to you.
where
So it really allows
I
us. Again,
actually have a
Star
different
Citizen,
understanding
one
of the
strengths
quantum mode and
is
its impact on PvP.
that's a challenge for us as developers to
Right.
be able to give it to players.
They say that actually when you're in quantum mode, your weapons will be deactivated,
yeah, they said that.
and therefore you can't catch anyone. And so anyone who wants to disengage will be able to even more easily than it is now. Because
Well,
if you want to follow him, you need to go in quantum mode as well.
But there
and
is a
your
delay.
weapon don't work.
That's the thing. There is a delay. So once you're entering the quantum mode, there is a delay where the ship systems power down, so you can power up the fast speed mode, whatever, quantum mode, and whatever. So in that time span, you can get killed by the other guy.
And there is
Yeah,
also the ships like Mantis.
Yeah,
but the time to kill is way too high, I think.
with
We need to- I mean-
shields, yeah, it's not gonna be like they said that they changed the whole flight model with the they slowed down the or they made the thrust I can't fucking speak anymore. The thrusters are not going to be as good as they are right now. That's what they said basically.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to
Yeah.
be pulling fucking 17 Gs in a strafe.
Okay.
If it is what I think it is, it's probably gonna switch a lot more from small fighters PvP madness to multi-crew.
Yeah, which is good.
We showed it. We thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a
for
good
us to
backdrop
use.
rather than just grey
really
boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and.
Okay, so Shane, would you like to see another? No, would you like?
So what we have is we
give me a second. Give me a second.
Here,
would you like to see my
have
dog instead?
the
There we go.
visuals
This is
of the
Lola.
minimap
This is
in
the
terms of
highlight.
sort of an isometric
My dogs are basically the
render
highlights of
in
the
the
whole
engine,
CitizenCon.
in the
Would you
UI
like to see the fucking
but you'll have a more sort of
sandworm, or would you like to
version with
see
you in the middle of the
this,
ground. But if we
which
run
is
it,
like
you'll
more grounded?
You'll see kind of what
Honestly, I like
tech is.
seeing
So
this
first
because
this
we're
is the
seeing like
editor.
what we're gonna get in the updates,
But it's
in the next
essentially what it
updates, in the
does
next
is
patches
taking our
at some point
existing,
maybe.
um,
But
layouts,
it is
level
very
ships.
underwhelming.
So we don't
Yes.
have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed, but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our minimap. So this is essentially in the engine using the
check this
Idris,
cuteness out.
Ship
This is so
itself
fucking
and
cute.
various parts of its interior to create
Anyway.
a minimap without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships.
Yeah.
Because the environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of
landing
traditional
zones.
game development, you have to make custom minimaps.
Yeah.
So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment minimap. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU.
and absolutely for the PU,
Honestly,
it's
I'm gonna
it's
fall
just
asleep.
not viable. So we wanted to come up with a
Oh,
solution
that's fine.
that we can use, with minimal.
All of that they talked about
content creation.
4 or 5 years
that
ago, I
gives
think.
us all
This
the information
radar
we
thing.
want. And this
Yeah.
minimap is not just, that's where I am. It can show you objectives. It can show you other people. It can show you information about those things. And
This
again,
is so
all
fucking hard
underpinned
to
by the
do
radar
for
scanner.
each
So when we
fucking
call it
ship.
minimap,
I don't see them
it's
doing
just-
this in the
is
next
just
fucking
a
5 years,
kind of
if ever.
how you view your radar
honestly.
information in FPS. And your radar and scanner. gives you
They
so much
probably
more
wouldn't
information
do
than just, oh, that's
like
the name of the door. It tells you its
60,
state,
80% of what they said
hack it,
today.
If
Yeah.
it's a person, what's their active status? Are they injured? So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical.
Yeah, Alan, this is a
or
map.
marker,
This is a
I
minimap
can
that you're
get
going to
a
use
scan,
on your
local-
movie class, probably.
Local lie of the area, and go, right.
This is not the
person's
Liberator,
injured.
this is
Oh,
Idris.
his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
Yeah, it allows you to
Wait, I'll be right back. I gotta go
saboteurs
take a
or
leak,
intruders,
honestly.
but then
I'll be back in a
using like a
second.
relay networking where the saboteurs and intruders can start pulling
Chat,
fuses and start hiding
sorry,
themselves.
I
from
got,
the
this will
I
also
gotta take
underpin
like,
resource network.
I'm like
so
suffering
exactly
here.
that
Be
the
right back.
same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two
He's
things,
really good with his
work
hands.
well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the minimap and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that
Again.
we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
Well,
when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And you know, it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things.
Yeah, they throw in AI.
They really haven't had time
away
to
and
focus on
starting
because,
a new.
You know, you're playing and with the
What?
servers
I have no
running
words.
Are you trolling me? Is that what he said now? Where I was taking a
help
piss?
the AI out at all.
Yeah.
So this is actually a really good example of.
He basically, once
where
we're done with
Squadron
AI, we threw
really
it away.
helps because we're saying, okay,
Really?
don't worry
Another
about
one.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU.
Almost exact
It's a
same
combination
words.
of the, you know, it's older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity.
He said this fucking I don't know how many years ago because of Squadron 42 we're gonna get a really good AI.
Fighting you. And
they're just fucking recycling what I said before.
Or creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that.
But still, like, even in my mind that I was
tied up in some
so
other
optimistic,
problems
well,
that
not
come
so
with multiplayer,
optimistic, but
come with
optimistic
online
enough.
servers, and
It
make
still
that
begs
work
the
really
questions like,
good as a
at
single
what
player,
state is Squadron
having
42?
fun, feeling challenged, feeling
If they
like
don't
it's
even have
you know,
AI
I'm
that's
not
working.
just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast.
Like,
Did you
you
see
know-
And when that all works,
the thing
then
that we shouldn't talk about?
comes across into the PU, especially
which
when
thing?
some of the
Oh,
latest
okay,
stuff
so you don't
in
know.
the PU,
Okay.
I think it'll be
No, I can't talk
a whole
about it
different
in
experience.
stream.
And
Okay.
I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive
Dude, Jared is
world
sweating
that can
in
have all
that
these different
fucking
situations. So
jacket.
it's not, you know, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, you know, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, you know, locations on the planets or up in a spaceship,
Like,
all these
guys,
different situations.
the
that
problem
AI could
is
be in. There's no way you can.
They said this
So you need to
fucking
make it
5-6 years ago
systemic.
when they were
You need to
talking about
understand the
Squadron
environment.
42
It needs to-
and like
to
how
have
good it
perception
is
of
to
what's
like
happening around it.
be doing a single player
be able
game
to
because they're gonna
communicate
have
with
really
the other
good
AI it's
fucking
fighting
AI
alongside to
from
seem like they're working
Squadron
as a team.
42 imported into
that
Star
takes
Citizen.
time to work.
And we know how good the AI is. Therefore, as like Puppeteer just said,
A long time led by a friend.
what state of like in what
we
state
absolutely have turned
is Squadron 42 in
this year.
right now? If we got the AI from Squadron 42 and we saw that it's
Playing
fucking
it
brain
with
dead
some of the blast systems
or
that came
too
in,
fucking good,
and,
then they're gonna like redo the whole fucking AI
challenging to say the
just to
least.
like give it
And
to
challenging
us
in a
in
good way,
start
in
like
the fact that we were like, okay,
where are we with Squadron 42? Because they need to release that one and 2 more before they maybe start focusing on Star Citizen.
I mean, Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think
This is honestly, this is fucking not. It's not even fucking infuriating anymore. It's fucking depressing, honestly.
And home, I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was, you know, it was like Elden Ring from Software. Like, I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything, where it was like, okay, the AI.
Stonegrim, fucking exactly. And I was saying this, I don't know, a year ago, that they're basically gonna do this over and over again. Because like the gold standard Gladius,
in terms of like realistic perception.
at some points they're gonna realize, well, we need a platinum standard, we need a diamond standard, we need a whatever standard, and it's just gonna like be redone and redone. The gold standard Gladius, I have a video called "This is the gold standard Gladius," where I repeat that sentence fucking 20 times just to fucking infuriate you, because you're sitting in the gold standard Gladius, you're using Track IR or Tobii eye tracker, you look upwards, in your head, your eyes clip through the fucking through the seats, and you can't see shit. And that's the gold standard for them. Therefore, they will need to fucking redo that So they're gonna call it fucking platinum standard at some point. And then like AI, they're gonna rework the AI. They reworked the fucking inner thought system. They reworked like, what are they doing?
Well, actually, I was
That's the main question that I'm asking myself for
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we do
a couple of months now. Actually, can you nail something? Can you just say, okay, this is finished.
What is there? How do we
Let's
change
add
it?
on to that.
So we're not throwing
Is there
away
anything gonna be like? Is anything going to be finished in this game ever?
Subsumption or like how the
Infinity Citizen. Fucking exactly, dude.
around the world.
Those things.
It's more about the bits that you
Exactly, but if you look at the chat on the stream, like
it's like AI behaviors.
every comment
So
is
what we did
basically
is
like
we
what we are
pulled all
saying
the AI back and
through the
flipped it back
lines
to essentially three
Yeah.
On the Twitch stream, you mean?
on the Twitch stream. So then I mean,
People
People
are
are
already
gonna be-
fed up.
kind of wants to get
in a bit
They're
of
mentioning
trouble after
Kotaku.
this.
behind you and then
Fucking
pushes that
amazing.
kind of put pressure onto you.
Imagine what Kotaku is
Create
gonna do
these
now.
three core behaviors that the AI can choose.
I
to
just
go
don't like.
with. They can
Shouldn't they be
yeah,
done?
combat
Like,
behaviors.
like.
So once you've engaged with
Were you
them,
here, Thoughtless?
one of these behaviors
For what?
Did you go AFK or were you?
Yeah, I
here?
just came back. I just came back.
Okay. They're redoing the whole
three
AI.
defenders, or you might get one straight from two pushers. We've got a video to show.
Yeah.
The,
And also,
what we
you
have is we
like
have a
while you were
training
taking your kid
system that sits on top
to
of
soccer
that, and that's where
practice,
designers can go in and say, I want this defender to be,
they're getting rid of the
always
inner
defend.
thought
You
system.
can never re-roll as another behavior.
Totally get rid of the inner thought system?
Yeah, and you press F
Wow.
on things and you pick them up.
Cover, or I want pushers to be,
Wow.
you know,
Like in
I want
Cyberpunk.
them to, be
Wow.
aggressive, I want them to be reckless.
So they're learning.
Not only Cyberpunk, like in any other game 10 years
Oh my
ago.
god, dude.
These three is that a fun experience.
Oh my
Then
god.
you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want
Fucking
this
amazing.
trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship,
Is Jared still awake?
Reinforcement, we can say, okay,
I mean,
this is
I
the
don't
same
know.
behavior. So you're not
He's
getting
not
the
even
same
there.
player every time. but you
He
go,
just walked
okay,
away.
you
He's
get these
doing
guys
his
because
side
they're
hustle
quite
as
aggressive
a
because that's their
barista.
faction, whether it's Ninetales,
Probably.
or these guys are quite defensive. They're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into
So I see the big
that allows us
guns.
to have a really strong
CR,
combat experience.
the Sleep
that is
Wizard.
not the same. It's not, Star Citizen game that you're going to be playing for thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again.
He
Vice
needs
versa in
oxygen.
Squadron, we want
Too much opium. Give oxygen.
Dude, he is so fucking sweating under that jacket.
When we looked at the AI,
He's
combat
probably
behavior, that's
so
something
hot
we
that he
identified.
just
But then
wants
we
to go
also
home and
looked at
shower at this point.
perception and basically
Oh my god, I can't believe this is.
tweaked that and redid that in a way that allows us that you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing.
Adela,
They're just computers.
look,
They know
like
who you are.
I know
They know exactly what they don't have to.
for a
think the
fact
same,
that
instant headshot.
fucking
Very
YouTube,
easy
like
to make
content creators, are gonna blow up
what is
YouTube
No,
with
exactly.
their
What we
like
want to do is we want to
predictions
make
and
it
all of that
challenging
for the next year, and
That
they're
is
gonna
when
like blow up after this CitizenCon, trying to tell you all the things that they said in CitizenCon, and that's good for revenue. And they're gonna hype it all up.
It was like, okay, I didn't.
I'm not yelling at you, of course. I'm just pissed off because I'm still here and I'm not fucking sleeping and I'm watching these two guys fucking telling me that they're gonna rework the whole fucking game again. But I'm not angry at you, of course. But like they're gonna hype it all up, the content creators, and they're gonna make a lot of money. Meanwhile, we're gonna struggle trying to play the game. And once we get all of this shit, it's still gonna be the same. Because the main issue is the fucking server tick rate. We cannot know if the AI is good enough or not without the server tick rate being on a higher level.
Oh, he's pushing that way.
With like 4 server tick rate, how the fuck do you expect the AI to respond? You can't expect the AI to fucking respond. You are the only CC that tells it how it is. It's crazy.
And then we have pretty much 90% of what
I'm not the only one. Some people try to like wrap it up in like
a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is
I just don't like wrapping up shit into into things.
We've got versions of them.
My dog. I just heard my dog for a second.
Reviving allies and
give me a second.
And all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation.
They scare me for a second.
All of it
but
to those three
yeah.
behaviors, the defender pushes strafer. Is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here.
It's fucking time to see the work. Yeah, I know. I know.
It's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge.
By the way, every time I mute myself, it's because I'm raging, and I don't want to in your ears.
Commando, you're a fighter pilot. You know, fighter pilots.
Oh my god! You can rage live, you know.
And again,
yeah. I'm like the stream is hearing me, but I just don't want to like
you might
irrip
want to
you.
do something else. You might
No.
be doing just a homestead, so you want to do.
Chris Roberts is barely hanging on right now.
We need to have the
Thank you,
the AI reflect the level of
Mad
difficulty that we
Bad
push
more
into
Mr. Wani bro.
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, sugarcoating. Yeah, thank you.
Thrown away was
yeah,
it's
behavior. Disingenuous.
But basically,
but
game developer is iteration, right? So you have V1.
I'd love to see Erin Roberts sneak behind the bar, you know, in the background, to grab another glass.
The beginning, and there's a lot more systems
Just like stumbles
underpin it. That's why we
onto the
really
fucking
run away, because we have more
set.
ones that are underpinned.
like the drunk Russian Emerald probably knows about the clip I'm referring to. The one that's like all muddy.
Specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social. So I mean, social AI and combat behaviors. There is
We've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is staying the same.
I like how Jared's trying to wrap it up, I think.
But we'll also be using some of these
guys, I want to go
tenants and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting,
like
how we want to have
Jared
close
pulls
combat.
grilled
like
chicken and
accuracy
start
and
eating
behaviours and
like
how
it's
they can roll
sore.
through,
I can't
traits and
take
how
it no more.
That's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across our
He's going to
systems as a
faint.
whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that we can.
Yeah, I got a lot of flack for that video.
So let's
just so you know, I got fucking attacked by a bunch of people for that video. Most of the videos that I do, that like after you followed me for a while, you will know that I'm telling the truth. Like the last Grumpy rehab facility video was about 317.3 that we're gonna get. At that point, it was in the Evo Cadi. And I was saying that, and I got attacked by people that I'm straight up lying and like imagining things and all of that, and I'm just like to get some revenue. My views went down after some of those videos because I'm not. I do try to look at the positive things, but like when there's none, what else is there to like look for? So when I said 317.3, we're gonna get it, people got pissed off because I was lying, and now they're playing that patch.
Need it anymore.
Daily business.
Too advanced
for
backers to understand.
What are you guys talking about?
Systemically, or for instance,
flight attendants.
Oh, they just said AI is going to have conversations with each other, and AI will be able to call for help when needed. That shit's groundbreaking, dude. I'd never heard of a game that did that.
For instance, the whole
it's crazy.
Yeah. Amazing.
I think they're gonna say like we don't need players anymore. Our gameplay itself.
And it's huge.
I mean, like I said, I wish about like just wrap it up and say, listen, the game's just gonna be a totally different game in about 2 or 3 years or whatever.
Yeah.
That's it.
All of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic.
But
give
wait,
us a spark.
Can the AI back the project so we don't have to?
Yeah.
Some people patrolling.
Yes, I was gonna say that.
It's all because script couldn't.
Know where to go and stuff like that, but also.
I mean, if the AI is like advanced, it's gonna realize that it's a bit scammy at this point.
No. They switch to cryptocurrency. And all AI becomes NFT.
And there's a system in for that, where that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge.
So
amount
they
of
play
light. So when you
stock
go into
market.
a bar in the PU, or
And
you're
backers are
wandering around
none the
big
wiser.
point of interest, the
Check my
cities,
chat.
people will be having
A guy said, "Can you imagine how long
talking
Chris's
about, oh, well, I
proposal
heard
to
there was
Sandy
something went on
was?"
the Ninetales but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it
because
just adds so much.
Yeah,
It just adds so much.
Maybe she proposed
in action. We don't have the
Yeah.
conversation
Could be.
system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've
Didn't
actually
we
got it as
take a
2
look at the
videos. So there's the
investigation stuff
investigation
already?
in the test map, and what you're seeing here.
Oh, okay.
In some respects.
So they're
you might
adding
think this is
MTS to the
scripted,
game.
That this
Okay.
is something that we just put on effect.
I mean,
This is
great,
purely
fantastic.
systemic. So if
Are they
we
gonna have
capture
exclamation
bits,
points as well?
20
Are they gonna
different
poke
times,
at boxes and
it
just say, "Hey,
would
just a
play
box"?
out 20 different ways.
Like,
so
what the fuck?
Those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that
Yeah,
color.
so that's the
He's
player,
gonna
essentially.
Go. This is essentially.
Oh my
standing
god,
for the
dude,
player.
is this really
The
Metal
other
Gear?
two AI are searching for him
Yes.
at the moment. The white spheres you
Now
see
they're searching for him.
basically
They're gonna radio
hide
it
in
in.
the
Nope.
cover spots. And
Just
so
a box.
as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and
How is
crannies
this
in the
going to
room.
work on planets, though?
They're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together.
Like
so
with
you'd
nav
see
You're gonna
Navigation.
pop him in the head.
This guy's coming in and go, okay,
Yeah.
there's an open vent.
My theory is they're
Again,
just gonna
this
keep
is
walking
systemic.
until they
He's
fall
just
through the
coming to
planet.
investigate this vent, but he's not cleared
That's my
this
theory.
entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And
'Cause you know
he's
that-
gonna
that-
go and
that's
check
gonna
the rest
happen.
of the room.
Yes.
Once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him.
Look at even Twitch is saying Metal Gear
Again,
Solid.
we've got-
Yes,
we've got vents
this
in
is
here.
Metal Gear fucking
Yes,
Solid.
we-
I
we
mean,
don't-
come
we
on.
also have other usables.
This is not.
so
This is
it
not
might be
anything
a-
new
it's
at all.
Something you can hide in. Or
It's great,
they're
sure,
going
but
through systemically
you don't need to
checking
sell it.
usables,
Just say
checking
MGS.
cover
That's all you have
points.
to
You can see
say.
there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then
Metal Gear
go,
Solid
okay,
had this
we've
10
checked
years ago.
everything in here.
Yes.
I'm now going to progress to the next space.
I mean, it's not the only game they
because
had this.
That's where,
Yeah, no,
personally,
facts.
I think we're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of
Oh
ones
no!
left. Just going to check it.
Now he's gonna get
Cleared
in the
those,
box.
So now he's coming around here. And
Fire away! And what you're seeing
Except in
Wow.
reality,
It's
in
the
reality,
wave
when
AI.
it's
something with the-
well, I know when it's out in reality,
Start off in
they'll be able to
green
see
and
you
it goes to
through the
yellow,
wall
then
and
red.
shoot you.
So once it goes to
Yeah.
red, this
Yeah.
is full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of.
The
they go
reaction
up
was
based on levels of
the
perception.
same
So
as we
green
have
might,
it in
just
the
might have seen you.
PU.
That's the equivalent of going, huh?
Yeah.
Did I see something? No.
by the way, in the game you don't see that. That's our
No,
debug.
that's our debug.
That's just
Oh, thank you for
indicating,
mentioning.
the level and the level in the game.
I love you,
Audio and
Jack.
visual
Yeah,
representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and
So they have
that's where,
so they have
they're turning
different
to face
different
the noise and going,
levels of alertness, huh?
think
Wow.
I'm gonna
I mean,
go check
you
it
guys
out,
just straight
and then,
like
maybe
ripping
they'll
this from
walk over there to investigate.
MGS.
Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey,
They
you go
should,
this,
but
and then he
they
goes,
did it
Revolution.
10 years
and then
ago.
you have obviously the
Yeah.
red, where it's like there's a definite threat here. And once
Like
they've
Thief never done that.
like
in
most
90s.
games, what happens is
I
God.
remember the game
Like, their
13,
minds have been,
which was
you know, it's like
it was
MLB.
basically in the 90s.
flash through memory.
Maybe
and
you
it's
played
gone.
it. It's like
In our
cartoony.
game, what they do is
Yeah, I
They
know
had the
that.
same
state.
mechanics.
And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social
Well,
activities. And their
Thief
functions,
was
but they're more
1998 or
perceptive. So as soon as
something
they
like
that.
like, he's there
I
with
thought
you,
it was
Yeah.
like
they'll
from the
get into
2000.
it. So
Oh yeah, it was
it
like
makes
the
a
rework
difference that
of
if
the
you've
first one.
gone loud at the start and then tried to hide.
I forgot about the
you
original
can't just go,
one.
oh no,
Let
they'll
me
forget
see.
about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
And so that was on a test map.
Yes.
But we do have an example of it working.
yep. So I would-
1988.
Yeah, 1998. Yeah,
That dark project.
nice.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area.
I completely forgot about that
You
game.
can see the two
Honestly,
AI in the
that was an
distance.
amazing game.
Yeah, I like that the main character can read or write. That was funny.
Yeah.
But obviously we wanted to show you the
because
kind of
it was
the
always
things
the
behind
pictures,
the
like
curtain, what are they actually doing?
hand
They're checking
drawings
cover
and stuff.
points,
Because
they're checking
character is
the
illiterate.
usables that are there. And then, you know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video,
what are these environments?
actually
Why are
failed
they always
because
showing
they
some
hinted
environments
the
that we're
player,
never gonna get?
and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening.
Each fucking
So it's,
CitizenCon we get something
really
like
good
this,
to
and we
see how
never
this
see it in the PU.
transition from
Social Squadrons.
It's Squadron, yeah, it's a
Yeah, I
theater.
know, but like, why are we looking at it? Like, it's CitizenCon,
here
it's
we're
not
checking a
SquadronCon,
which we set up.
SquadCon.
We're just kind of like looking and checking,
Fuck's
okay,
sake.
is there anything there?
What do you mean?
Nothing there.
If you're new and you're looking at this, you're getting your card
If you've
ready.
got 2, 3,
Yeah, I
4
know.
AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to
Fucking
each other and letting
amazing.
them know that nobody's found you.
Yeah, they don't see the NPCs T-posing and flying through the ceiling.
The same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see
I mean, it's
the
only
one in
two.
the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted.
Oh, God.
It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where, you know, we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments,
Like the
all different
bartender.
scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding.
Oh my god!
But let's look at some of the combat tactics
Sure.
now.
So,
Let's do combat tactics 1.
Grumpy, do you still think that we will
So
see
again, what you're
the
seeing
big
here
ship?
is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a
Yeah,
bird's eye view.
in the end,
So we've
maybe.
just turned God mode
Are they
on, so you
they're
can
making us
see it.
suffer for that?
You
Is
can
that
see
why?
the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing
Honestly,
towards you. And then we've got the
I just
strafer
wanna-
who's kind of like
I just
taking
wanna
more of a wider
cover another
angle.
game now.
Now there are some similarities
Yeah, this
between all
is-
the behaviors.
this one's actually a little-
but it depends on what
this is-
happens. So
I don't know.
Whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover.
So
A
the
defender can still go
AIs
cover to
have their
cover.
own
So
specific
it's not
patterns
like
as
you've
well.
got
Okay,
these
great.
binary
Cool.
choices.
Yeah.
It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior. So
This
that the
is
AI
ju-
provides
this is
something
just not a
different,
big
but
thing.
also
This
applies
is not a
pressure to
big,
you as a
like-
player, so that you're
It's
having
not,
to
dude.
react.
This
to
should
the
be in the
AI,
game
you know.
already.
Right
I
now,
thought
the
that
current
the-
AI,
this was in
you
the
basically
fucking
get the
game
jump
already.
on them, and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you.
That challenge would
We
be
want-
fair.
you know, we
Most
want that
likely, no
challenge
one's
to be
going to give a
fair so
fuck,
that
and they're
you
just going to
feel
kill
like
every
you make a
NPC the
mistake
second they
and
see
you
him.
eventually.
So-
if
Or
you
they're
do,
just gonna teleport,
they
or
get
they're
taken
gonna
out.
be brain dead. It's either or.
Right.
And then we have one more video showing the tactics
Yes.
situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version where but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for. They don't always become defenders or always become pushers. or
Okay, let's see what you guys
it
are
can be
saying.
random every
Like,
time, so the combat
I'm
experience is
really
different.
getting tired
So
of
you-
this
and you might
bullshit.
all
I
be
was
pushers and
I
not all
slept
be
for like
defenders,
4
but the way
hours.
it works is
But
if one of them
Jesus
rolls a
Christ,
defender,
this is like
then the weight
every
to roll another defender is lower.
excuse me. Every fucking game has this. Every single player game has
He's
this.
getting tagged a lot.
Why doesn't Squadron 42 have this already?
Behaviors themselves.
What is this shit?
You know, get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
Anyway, let me see what you guys are saying.
The eventual
The AI
speed
lovemaking
run's a lot
will be
harder
creepy.
because they're not just
Yeah.
Goombas that do the same
Did
thing
they
every time.
actually
You
say
can
that
memorize
that
the
they're gonna
patterns.
have like
And the other thing you
sex?
might have noticed as well is that we're starting to add
Like,
traversal opportunities. For the
honestly,
AI, so they're not always just on.
honestly, it would not surprise me at all. Like bed sheets, physics, sex, and all that. Like you gotta have that in a space MMO. Almost turn-based now. Yeah, the FPS. I noticed that the FPS is fucking ridiculous. Like oh my god, the FPS. We're used to it because of like we know my dog is being rowdy. Give me a second.
And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that. He didn't get hit right away. Some of the
So yeah, she wants to play with me, and I'm doing this shit for whatever reason. It's not for the revenue because I'm demonetized. Like whatever you donate here, I don't know if it's even fucking working. Super chat on? It is not on. No, it should be on. I don't know how it fucking works. But if Super Chat is here, yeah, that money is gonna work. But like I'm gonna get demonetized because yeah, I'm streaming somebody else's video. But what I wanted to say is that can we just watch them to just end this? I know, right? Yeah, this is basic stuff. Like all the games should have this. Like fucking. Even what's the game that I loved playing? It's you watch it like you play from the top down. It's like it's not an FPS game, but it's basically like what old GTA was, like the first two GTAs, and it's some like Miami Heat or something like that. It's like old synth wavy and in like the 80s, and it's really fast paced, but it had 2D models, but all those 2D models had their own AI. It wasn't really that like good. It served the purpose for that game, but even that game had fucking AI that was working. That had like the pusher, the backer, or the guy that's gonna run for cover, the pussy, or whatever you want to call him. But yeah, like every fucking game needs to have, like every fucking game has this already. Every
going to ADS.
like even
so that's, for example, like how resistant
simple games that do not rely on AI that much have a kind of this. And this is not revolutionary at all. Why are we talking about this? 10 years in the fucking development. After that, they were like reminiscing about the good old days. We're talking about like the most fucking basic stuff. Everybody is going to sleep from this. I'm only watching this because of Grump and friends. Yeah. Hotline Miami. Thank you. That was fucking amazing. Also, as Emerald said, like we had like sneaky mechanics and all that in 1998 with Thief, and I'm pretty sure that like it wasn't the first game that had that, but it was the first successful game that had that. That was actually really good to play. I played the shit out of that game, but yeah. Duke Nukem had AI. I mean, fucking Doom, the first fucking Doom, first Quake had AI. It was 2D, it was trash, but it had some kind of AI, right? They had to be programmed to like. It wasn't. It was so fucking simplistic. I'm just like talking out of my ass right now. But yeah, like I know for a fact that like Quake 2, I think it was 2, it had AI. And it wouldn't get stuck on the fucking boxes or chairs. It won't be standing on the fucking chairs. You asked me like, what is the biggest thing that I want to see getting fixed? I don't know. Maybe the NPCs standing on fucking chairs, or just take them out. Why do we have them? They're not interactable. They're like not. Pong had AI. Like it's not like why? Why would we care?
Again, that's part of like
about the NPCs and like
the living world. So if you want to invest in your character,
sorry guys, I'm getting really tired and I'm getting really cranky and annoyed because of all this shit. Why are we watching this? Why are we talking about this? Why am I not playing DCS right now? Honestly,
you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character's going to be. I mean, Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, yeah, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them.
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character because you're saying,
I mean, Adela,
the dedicated area.
The ships and the planets are
you can run further than them.
The most amazing thing, yes.
Things,
But also, you need to talk about FPS because the FPS portion of this game gives you the scale. Because when you're flying in your Cutlass and you're flying over hills, you do not know if those are hills until you land and exit your ship. Once you exit your ship, you see that those are actually mountains and are hills. So FPS is really important for this game. But why are we talking about this like 10 years down the fucking line after all the shit that we had, and they're gonna redo the most of it? For what fucking reason?
You take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me, it's
like,
not very good.
When is the point when they decide that they're like done with something and they finish the whole game loop, they finish the whole mechanic, and they just like move onto the next thing?
All the versions of Takedown from...
I don't know if that's ever going to happen at this point,
Yeah,
honestly.
and at the end ones, it'd be like, you know, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes
Jared wants to go home
much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level.
We like most of us, yeah.
And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like...
Grump, how do you feel about this?
Melee, like
dude,
fighting,
my brain hurts.
Because, you know, Death of a Spaceman, if you lose your character, right, you have to do this all over again, I would imagine?
Well, you're gonna lose some things. You're not gonna lose all the things. At least that's what they said before. I don't even fucking know what you're talking about right now, because I zoned out and I was talking to my chat.
The idea of sort of the skills and techniques that we want to introduce, because
techniques and attributes, basically.
Be a really huge, deep world.
Techniques and attributes.
Oh.
You get better as you do more things. I mean, that's the long and short. I just summed up what they're talking about for 30 minutes in like 2 sentences.
Athletes. They're not just, they don't just go get in the car.
They will sell boosters like Eve, learning boosters.
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
They'll go Eve route for sure. I mean, it's leading up to that, because how are they gonna like?
Absolutely. So
every they'll always put up a concept ship that you can buy, but it's gonna be in game, but you can go ahead and buy it, and they're gonna have to make money another way, which is gonna be.
There you go, Alan. You can see the Twitch chat now.
I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance, because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, you know, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you
I noticed that a bunch of people from my chat got banned on their chats on Twitch.
You just play the game correctly.
On Star Citizen?
Yeah.
Like
unless you're like
if
super
you
for
squat,
everything.
That's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that. And if you want to go and kind of like,
and you can be whatever you want to be, just don't live at
Look at
race.
Jared, dude. That's basically my face right now.
That Pilates area in Microtech.
Well, we went all the info. And then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is, you know, the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as, you know, I've got an Apple Watch on here and I can have my health app.
You are apparently very unfit, sir.
You know, how unfit I am. How fit I am, unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But
he actually said that.
You know, that will be essentially one of the apps in the Moby Glass, and then one of the last, you know, things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron, is, you know, there's a complete redo of the Moby Glass.
Totally new game.
And
what we're playing now is just not going to be the same. We get it.
A sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military Moby Glass.
Understood.
You know, don't need all the
oh shit, there's a Street Fighter tournament going on. I should go watch that.
You would want in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building.
Oh shit, there's a flower growing in my pot. I should probably go watch that.
It's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible.
Even my cat died.
Dude, my dog just wants to play with me.
Into how it looks and
for the best 3 hours.
Much
I think
and transitions much better before between the modes. And you know, in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, oh, you know, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health.
I wanted to
stats,
say that my cat
like, okay,
likes to watch what I watch. She decides and watch the screen.
Life,
but even cat already asleep.
You know, here's my mission assignments. You know, here's the ship chat channel.
And,
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp, basically. Obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the.
You want to know why one of the guys got banned?
Not just on the.
Why is that?
He just said it in chat. Will I be able to sell paintings to cover my divorce fees to a wife who created with a man that looks suspiciously like Chris Roberts? Why won't and they banned me. Fucking amazing.
The new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now, and so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI, and so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just
clean the
house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier.
No, don't say anything more.
And simpler. I don't know if you want to say anything more on the Moby Glass.
I'd roll the clip that we have, so we can
roll the Moby Glass. Let's take a look.
Oh, the new Moby Glass.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now.
You know what? That's not bad. I'll give it. I'll say that. Definitely not worth the 3-hour wait, but
overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's.
Oh god, Twitch is friggin' exploding right now.
Chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment.
Did you see the
so responsive.
The original Moby Glass,
yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner, and
like
the
how you
information
chose the ship
back
in
across
what
the HUD
was it, 2014,
and the Mobies, that we want to make sure that we
give
clean information.
You can see like the alerts, so the alerts now clear.
It was basically what we're gonna they showcased a couple of ICs ago.
Here, but now we've gone
it was basically something like that. It was like
a framework. So like inside the
a hologram of
notifications
of the ship and all
I got a new
that.
message over here. I'll
it was
click
cool.
over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is it's like in everyday life,
honestly, web duelist, I'm
falling
falling asleep.
Google Chrome.
See, like I'm fucking slurring words now. I'm falling asleep myself. This is just fucking stupid.
So when we come to things like the Moby Glass,
this could have been showcased in like fucking an hour.
It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity.
So when make sure the game is a good game.
That you want to go and do.
When the console release, I don't understand.
Get equipment or find rare loot.
They say that it's gonna be simple.
A lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience,
PlayStation 42.
Traversal,
oh my god! Grump, make it stop.
Moby is a combination of that.
I would if we could
provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with.
Like this all could have been said in like an hour.
How you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or
I'm looking at my camera and my face right now.
Okay,
like,
tell me what.
Not only that I'm
my environment outside.
Obviously falling asleep.
Do I need a helmet?
Like, I was up in my chair, like sitting up, and I fucking slid all the way down.
Well, my wife has a watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information.
Yeah, I'll do the rewind.
Okay, I can now.
I didn't think this was going to take this long.
And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms
of, mostly this segment, it's like super boring.
What do you mean, Fadeless? Like last year, it was like 7.5 hours.
You've got to.
But I think I walked away. Like I think I walked away like shortly in. I'm actually sitting here this time and watching this
there the whole fucking time.
Together.
Oh, there's no way I paid attention for 7 hours.
Well, you haven't, of course. We were trolling and we were talking about their faces and like calling them names and shit.
Red outs.
I don't remember last year at all. Could be honest.
Come on, that was the best fucking part.
When you put it or start putting it all together, which is kind of we're seeing that glitch.
There's a lot of suffering, I'm sure.
Because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features.
Oh my god, yes, we're
not
playing
just
a game.
See it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today.
Exactly, Space Dreamer. It is a fucking achievement, and they just unlocked it, basically.
Garfield, right? I wish they came out and told us everything step by step on what they're doing. I really wish. Because I would love to just listen to them talk for hours and hours about something I just don't care about.
And let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, confident in, technically and from a design point of view.
Julius, thank you. Thank you for being both morally and intellectually superior than everyone else in this community. I mean, I wouldn't really say that, but
I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU.
I guess you're just being too kind. I'm not superior to anyone, honestly.
Just specifically
I just
content.
I'm not amused by this. I can't be amused by this or by the current state of the fucking game.
Other developers have already gone through the mix.
It's not even a fucking game. It's just like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing because
the last patch, why did they push out the last patch?
Some of the traversal
because of this, because of CitizenCon and IE basically, and we're still waiting for 3.18
to make an interesting.
So, but yeah, thank you. I don't know what to say. I know that a bunch of fucking content creators are gonna make a fuss about this whole CitizenCon, but this is just, to me, this is just nothing. This is just a bunch of maybes and
a lot of things that went
a bunch of wasted time.
With that,
honestly,
it's trolleys. As
it's like they want to do everything, but we will see. My fucking throat is hurting. We will see what they're actually going to achieve with this. From all of the things that they said, and I'm pretty sure that at least 70% of this that we saw here is not going to happen.
We know that
at least not in the sense or in a way that they presented to us.
Absolutely, we know and we're working on it.
So yeah,
and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too. Everybody.
Oh my God!
So that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities,
tell us about your feelings.
You want to share with the Star Citizen?
He's gonna say, "Give me money."
Squadron 42. It's the co-development of 2 projects. How it'll affect Star Citizen. What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the.
This one is probably going to be called a address from a chairman. I don't know.
It's also incredibly
are you going to rewatch this? Honestly, why would you?
Feedback. Especially on the PU side that we see.
Grim, you missed nothing. They are reworking. Well, they already did the new mobile glass. Apparently, they're reworking the whole AI. They showed us 10 years in development. They showed us ladder climbing mechanics in jumping physics and all of that. So
this time, but
oh yeah, also people that are or NPCs that are
something of the
searching for you, basically, and that sort of AI rework. And they said that they're gonna rework the whole thing. Also, I don't know when you watched it, but they're getting rid of the inner thought system, and they're just gonna use the F, and you're just gonna press F on everything, and you're gonna pick it up.
Here, look at this constellation Phoenix.
10 years of fucking
and
development.
Walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing them out in the distance.
Yeah, I can play freaking No Man's Sky. Okay,
there rather
good.
than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything. That is something that most.
Well, that's
if you took a dictionary and looked up nothing, it will link you to the VOD of this CitizenCon.
Limited spaces, and we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience.
He just said most games don't allow you to do everything.
In a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and
there's a new community hub
being able to
on the
build a system
website.
That can do that for
it's
the detail and
obnoxious.
fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone who a player is a complete I mean, from a
I love the chat typing
it's a dream.
hashtag free Jared.
Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is something I'm always eternally grateful for.
Sure it is. You're getting all that money.
It's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something, or something's not working.
Ooh, bitching about something.
What kind of idiot did this? Or which, doesn't this person know how to run a project?
Is he going to call us noise? Please, Daddy, spank
still
me.
The best job in the world.
Roadmap watchers.
Roadmap watchers that are bitching about
every
shit.
developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelance online. And
sure, he was pitching a much more limited game.
What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the
fidelity is a favorite word.
I will love to have Chris on a podcast.
See it, you can
to ask him a few
go
questions.
there, do all those things. That is.
He will talk non-stop, and everybody got asleep.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna ask a few questions, and then I'm gonna let him talk, and we will see.
If you ever go to a podcast, you will go to a simp. You will go to
hard work.
One of those content creators.
No one slacks up. We're working really hard. We all
basically sell the game
quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. We are working really hard.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself. Even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more.
Did he say spending more money? Yes, yes. The people spending more money,
spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testament.
It has not become more stable.
Over the last
what the?
Few years has become more stable. It's become more.
If anything,
more
it's
features
worse.
And content added. So even
right.
though we still
like what the
have
hell?
A lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve.
Sexy Rexy.
It's more of a.
I haven't heard that sexy voice in forever.
Edges, but there is something there that keeps.
I would just making fun of Chris Roberts and stuff, and how he thinks black makes him look skinny, but it really doesn't.
That
and all that.
sense of
it only works for Grumpy.
And do anything and be anything in
you ever see fucking Grumpy
really
wear another shirt and then see him wear black? He looks so slick.
Finishing that off.
Yeah.
A really
especially when you shave your head, bro. You might as well just go join the Andrew Tate school.
While it is challenging doing these two games together,
I don't fucking know who that is.
It's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward over the next few years because we
did Jared just not ask him for a quick final word or something?
Yeah, I think Jared left.
Beyond what we
honestly
hear, it's.
Oh, he mentally left. Oh yeah, look at him. He can't even. He doesn't even know.
It is a lot of fun.
This is all pre-recorded too. Imagine that. Couldn't they have shown it down at least a little bit?
People, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work.
They're like commercial breaks.
It's like it's job. It's like pain.
DCS is an amazing game,
games are
and you guys got to test it out. You got to play it. It's fucking amazing, and everything. Mostly everything works. Also, since we have some new people here, the ship giveaway is still going on. The 5,000 subscriber ship giveaway. So if you want to get a possibility, I'm really tired. To get a ship for me for free. Check out my latest video, like the last video prior to this one, music video. Comments, I don't know, a lyric from that video. Tell me if you like it or not, or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna do like a random comment picker, and I'm gonna pick one of the or a few of the winners on that video. And next, I'm not sure if I'm gonna release another one this week, like the next week, but probably the week after that. So there's gonna be like another ship giveaway. So yeah.
Voice sounds a little bit too familiar.
biggest thing is
I heard you guys talking shit about fucking Chris or something like that.
Or
Jared.
And whilst
that never happened. Come on.
already is a game there.
No, we're not really talking smack about Jared. I know he doesn't want to be there. It's just these other two.
And making sure that all the things that new players and existing players.
Oh fuck, I'll go do it, bro.
With,
as long as I pay.
We're smoothing them.
I may not have the best words for everything, but I'll say shit and fuck a lot.
And then about injecting that new.
So this stupid shit right here.
I think it's, you know, in the next few years, it's going to be a really exciting time.
Final words. Final words. It's in chat. Final words.
Yeah, Twitch is hilarious.
Not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it.
Are they talking about staggered development?
I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think
honestly, I don't know what this guy's saying.
If you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is.
Well,
what
do you
about
want to
that aspect of the game? Then you've
I think he's gonna. I'm not too sure what this dude in the white shirt is saying, but I think he's gonna stop talking at some point.
At least on Squadron.
Yes, he did. Okay.
So that we can then map that over to.
Of course, it's work in progress. We know
What I
this.
want to add is that everything you see here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game.
2 years. We're going to see
all
Squadron.
this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to
It
show
is
you,
probably
the
gonna
stuff
suck.
we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just.
But do you have any final words,
that in there before
Chris?
the Moby Glass? Rest assured, we will. Be
No, please
following up on
no.
the skills
Yeah,
conversation,
how do you
with
feel?
visuals and a more in-depth discussion.
How do you really
of
feel?
How do you
and
feel
How you'll
about this?
interact with that and stuff as
Apple
we
Watch
research
black
and being
T-shirt.
able to
Okay.
do so.
Okay.
So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit,
Disappointing.
or
Black long sleeve shirt. My bad.
Laser
Black long
Eyes,
sleeve
to
shirt.
Richard Tyra.
Should have wore a tank
That
top
last
under
part's
that
okay.
shirt.
Everything else,
I thought he
we just ask that you hang tight. and
would
give us the benefit of the
surprise us with some gold
it'll be
watch.
fine. So yeah. So
What does
thank you, Chris. Thank you,
Bambi
Rich,
like?
for taking the time
The
to
CitizenCon
talk
or
about Squadron
us?
42 with us
Because
and how to look
like
the PU.
I don't know what else to
About
do
wrap
to
up
make
our
this
entire
more
CitizenCon
amusing,
day
because it's
here.
not fucking amusing at
Before
all.
we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers
That'd
and
be
staff
fantastic
at
if it
our
was
5
liquor.
studios around
I
the
would love
world
it.
talking about their
It's like
favorite things
eggnog.
of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time, and when we come back,
So where's the
we'll,
big
put
ship?
this whole baby
I
to
feel
bed.
like he's
So
like a
take look.
wannabe Elon Musk.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound
he's talking
cliche,
about-
but
they're
They
talking about
believe
us
as much
now.
as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I love them because they continue to support us.
They're right there with
Yeah.
us
That's
throughout
the
the whole
quote.
process.
It's unlike anything I've ever worked
I'm
on.
sure they realize that a lot of the
thing I
community
really
actually
like the most
do
about
not
the
like them.
community is how welcoming they are.
To new players
Oh,
entering
God, I
the
just
verse
hurt
for the
myself.
first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
They're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome. When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the carrot,
my God, what the
everyone
fuck
was
was
so
that?
supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying
He's
through
just
that
getting
wormhole
stoned
was
in the fucking
unbelievable.
background.
Oh, I missed that.
They put into like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or
The cinemas. I love watching them on my lunch
This
break.
guy's wearing a fucking.
I enjoy watching the
looks like he's
videos and
wearing
the
a workout
content.
shirt.
There was one recently on
Is that
Twitter
like
where
an
it was like the 100 players
MLG,
entering
like,
the
gaming shirt?
atmosphere that just looks really grand. I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come
Oh,
out
he
of
loves
this
all the
is
memes,
fantastic.
so
How
he's
they
talking about you, John.
come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't count, can I?
The new and exciting ways.
Oh, so this is the video they opened with. Okay.
Just the random stuff that you
Yeah.
do. It's
He
not
said they
like,
were going to wrap it up by showing us
gameplay
this
wins
video and
and
coming back and saying
people
bye,
doing
basically.
Crazy stunts in
their
ships.
I like completely zoned out during this video.
That's
Then.
really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community.
All right, let me show the chat something else then.
Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been
All right, now this is a better cam, I think. Which cam is better?
Frustrated, you can
Right.
tell it's
Hola.
they have so much love for it.
Watch this. Ah, you can't fucking see her. Let me see.
Oriented about our work.
Can you see her now? Okay, you can see her now. Sedi.
How much inspiration
Deixa ela, pô.
we get from
É
them,
drugo
from
chapo.
their ideas.
Bravo.
I
Lezi.
love the genuine enthusiasm.
Lezi.
The quick turnaround
Bravo.
on feedback.
Pustini?
I love that.
And how they're always interested in
Mirna.
what's coming up.
Kaži.
I especially appreciate the people
Kaži.
who are able to keep track
Bravo.
of dates.
They,
Mnogi lagane?
It really
Bro.
our decision-making process for.
So yeah, You can do that in a few months with a dog.
In the entire development process.
We're not making the game.
Can't make a fucking game in 10 years.
Still keep fighting.
So yeah.
They really
I'll be right back. I just need to give her a treat for this.
I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if
okay, just
somebody
walk
said
away
you
then,
had
because
to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
Fucking Grumpy the fucking Whisperer.
And the community.
Grumpy Whisperer. The Grump Whisperer.
Star Citizen is. So we've got
I can see your chode, bro. I can see your package.
Before we wrap this up.
I saw your package, bro.
What are you talking about?
Dude, you're packing, bro.
I mean, I am. Thank you for noticing, but
you're like Batman in his suit.
Some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time, and finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0.
What? What is this?
So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
Is this the end?
Community Hub. New ship a year, right?
I do not hear this guy at all.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the director of
Oh,
Community
okay,
at Cloud
I'm
Imperium
hearing
Games.
from somebody else.
Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i.
Am I leaking?
No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that
I know, right? Best part of the stream, because I had to like show you something that's cool, right?
With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both
Community Hub will really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what we put for the community and what they like.
Most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the Community Hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and
it doesn't work anymore.
Share and comment with each other.
Now, I know I'm a little biased.
Maybe they took it down before they.
Many others. I believe that the Star Citizen
they missed the
time.
5 minutes ago.
Creative community in all of gaming.
Look, I got sabroso.
If you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat.
I hope you guys understand that this tool is not for us, but for them to do better marketing with what we do.
Choose between 3 post
see, you know what? Those Legos are pretty cool, though, dog.
A video and
I'm happy they updated their website to maybe close to modern standards.
Put a title and description
so good for them.
But also to pick and choose from
maybe work on the mobile site. I don't know.
Categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse other
there's going to be a lot of cosplay.
You can also filter content with your preferences.
Yeah.
For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay,
hey, Grumpy,
I can
do you think I could post my videos on that?
Cosplay. And I can also sort them.
What did you say?
Do you think I will be able to post my videos on that platform?
You're going to get banned immediately.
You think?
I never posted any of my videos on Spectrum or like whatever, because like Cameron, the German YouTuber, he got fucking banned for like
just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people.
He has a very punchable face.
Outside of this
Which one?
See, like that is exactly how it started like last year.
For the rest of my life.
We started with that fucking comments, and then we just commented on all their faces, dude.
It was vital to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
I did not notice any of your new subscribers, bro.
Creativity and exchange between.
There's so many new people. I don't notice any of the names.
Put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we're really hoping the community will like it as much as us.
man.
So you can head to our website, dive in, check out
That's
all
the
the
best
new
line
features,
ever.
break the new features. It's okay. It's part of the process. And as always,
They really want us to make
thoughts,
Lego
so make sure
with
to head
this
over to
stuff.
our dedicated
Yeah,
feedback
sure.
thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think.
I'm so gonna do that.
And this is just
It's not
the
one
beginning.
person.
We've
Then
got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide
Yo, I would
notifications,
totally
a
build that
massive shared
Cuddy.
content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new community
good.
hub, it's live right
I'll never use it.
now.
Okay, so they're gonna release it now, probably. Community hub is probably gonna work now.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like
I think they're
12:30
trying
in
to
the morning.
look
One last thing before we
organized,
let you
even
go,
though
because
they're
we
not.
got more endings than Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
I bet you his watch is dead.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Damo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports.
All right, so
in an
speaking of
emergent
esports, I have a video on that because I was in an event from these guys, and I'm not gonna bash on these guys because they are fucking amazing. Everything that they did was like top notch. It was really well organized. It was really good, but the game is not ready for esports, and that's a fact. And that, like, I understand them and their like side of the things. They want to be the first ones once the game actually gets to a point where it's like esports ready. Then, okay, they're just confusing me with all this noise in the background. Then they're going to be the guys that are doing the esports for Star Citizen. But the issue is currently there's no point in, like, if you want to maybe win something, then you're going to like queue up and do this. But also you're going to get fucked by the game. Like I did, like my friends did, and like, what's the point? You're just going to get fucking pissed off.
The debut of our new home for our evergreen recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future.
So they're going to be doing ICs in the Oculus.
Of information that I'm sure is going to feed our,
it's the Phoenix.
Our content
it's not going to work.
Phoenix.
For
Oculus.
months
yeah, I know.
and months
Phoenix,
to come.
Whatever.
But the last word on things shouldn't come from me.
Your favorite ship.
Let's throw it over
yeah,
to the Peanut Gallery.
No,
our
the Emerald
esteemed
is
group
my
of
favorite ship.
Oh yeah.
Guests and visitors. Chris. Oh, I should. Hold on.
Look at Aaron,
please,
it's
no one
here.
Can people
what do you
stop
wanna say?
talking? Like what,
I
guys?
think I've
He already
said
talked for
quite
like
a lot
5
already.
hours.
I don't really need to see that much
you
more.
can
Look at Aaron.
Oh my god.
Well, let me
Jack,
start
you're
with
gonna
back
get me
in
banned.
2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone that meets everyone.
Bro, if I ever end up
really
looking like these guys
the sense of
in my
support
40s,
of
please just
everyone
off me.
puts in from your side and also from
Look like
our
a bunch
side
of
into the
space
project.
chuckers.
So we really
Well, just got
appreciate that.
time out from Star
This year's
Citizen
CitizenCon
Twitch
didn't quite
chat.
have the big flashy
There's
demos
only one
Really?
person.
For what?
Yeah.
Because we've got a huge
I said
amount of people
Erin is drunk as usual.
working on
Wow.
streaming out
Rexy,
and
there's only
creating,
one
which
person in
hopefully
this
we're
group
gonna
of people who
get to
actually have
this
people
coming
skills,
week, right?
and that's Jared.
Maybe?
Like the rest of them don't
Yeah.
even. They look like they should be in a
GM
basement
over here.
somewhere.
He's not Mike, so he can't really say much. But he's our director of development on Star Citizen Live. And
Tell Chris to lay off the
we're
donuts.
working hard on that for this year, and that's
I like
gonna be
donuts,
a
though.
massive patch with a lot of really cool.
Fuck yeah, bro.
gameplay in it.
What is this turning
And,
into?
of course,
We're gonna talk about donuts now.
but
Is Jared touching asses? Is that what he's doing? He's going around just grabbing ass behind
Fuck
everyone?
yeah, bro. Touch
I
him.
know he's definitely doing it, dude.
Look at the guy with the long hair and the button-up shirt. He looks awkward as fuck.
He does, dude. Jared just go around cradling berries.
Happy birthday, Star Citizen.
He looks like
He looks like a member from Metallica, dude. Come on.
Look at Jared, bro. He's so Chad.
Oh, good. We're done. Finally.
Aaron,
All right.
Aaron is so hesitant on drinking this. So this is it.
This is it. We're done. Thank you.
Zoom
bud.
out. Zoom out.
Thank
I want to see
fucking
the guy that.
God.
That guy's forced to be there.
All right, guys. a quick finisher, top to bottom. What are your feelings about the whole thing about CitizenCon? Puppeteer, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right,
just
open up.
Drained.
I want to know what that crossbow was up at the top corner of their bar.
Shut up, Rexy. We're talking about feelings. We're sharing our feelings now. Right, Puppeteer, go on.
Drained and empty because just found out that they're gonna redo the whole game top to bottom.
Basically, yeah.
Who knows what that time is gonna take? So yeah, there's that. That's
so
me.
I'm taking that you didn't really like the CitizenCon.
No, not at all.
Okay, Emerald, what about you?
Well, a planet, a ship, a vehicle can be done like in 30 minutes, and then a disappointment. That's all.
Yeah. All right, Rexy.
I wasn't even here, bro.
I know, but how do you feel about the whole thing? Come on.
Well, how I feel is a lot of these guys like really upset me inside.
All right.
That's how they make me feel.
Okay, Fate.
I mean, my second CitizenCon. Disappointed for the second time. So I mean, I'm up for 2 right now. A lot of decent. I mean, I guess decent information for people who care, but I frankly don't. I'd much rather just have an actual game and then listen to Chris Roberts talk about their penises for about 5 hours, and that's pretty much it.
All right, Jack.
I'm happy because I see after 10 years and 500 million spent, they realize they just need to do like all other games, and I think that's a good news.
Yeah, they finally figured it out. All right, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm just gonna close it off with the stream.
Thank you for having us, man.
Love you. I'll be back
See ya,
in a second.
Love you too.
So let me switch the camera. So you heard it from the guys that were like suffering with me here. It was really fun. Let me just see what you guys were talking about before I end the stream. Shipping up a copium. I need a drink. Yeah, dude, I need to eat. I need to shit. I need to shower after this because I feel dirty for even fucking attempting to wash this. I didn't really wash it. And no, this cam is better, I think. So, I don't know what, like, if you actually trust them from, to a point that you think that, like, in the next few months, we're maybe going to get something from, of all the things that they said during this stream, I don't know what to tell you, because check out, if you don't want to check out my videos, check out their previous CitizenCons, or you can just go and watch all the CitizenCons condensed in the series that I called Should You Trust CAG? Because, you really shouldn't, because every fucking CitizenCon we get something like this, and it's always like this, and they always use a bunch of like keywords that are going to trigger us and trigger happiness in us with like I don't know, like saying that them working on Squadron 42 is much better because we're going to get like more finished products into Star Citizen faster, but that never fucking happened. So you guys sat through all that. Yeah, it was for since 5 p.m. so fucking 5.5 hours. Last year it was 7.5 hours. So this one is a bit better. So yeah, thank you for watching, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I had to do this because I guess you informed yourselves a bit, but also I guess you get like you got some like fun out of it because my guys are fucking crazy. Also, as I've said, if you just joined, I was joined by a couple of friends, one of which is Jack Reacher, who has a YouTube channel, and I'm going to link it right now. His YouTube channel is fucking amazing. He's making, like, I have nothing to do with this, but I just love the guy, and he's making some really good meme content on Star Citizen, and you got to check it out. Also, ship giveaway. If you wanna earn a ship or win a ship, you gotta go onto my last video. Check it out, the music video that I did, a rap song. Maybe get a lyric from that video and post it there. So you gotta comment, subscribe, and all of that. Then I'm gonna hit you up, and you will have to hop into my Discord so I can verify you, and you will win a ship. Maybe if the random comment picker picks you. So yeah, I gotta wrap it up. I'm really tired. Like I wanted to do an Ask Me Anything kind of a video. Maybe I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Maybe because like I don't really like streaming, honestly. But it could be cool. I don't know. Thank you for watching, Yevgeny. Yeah, guys, like, thank you for hanging out with me. I was checking on my phone. I saw that like, yeah, there's like 52 of you guys watching me getting pissed off at fucking Star Citizen again and again and again. So thank you for hanging out with me. And I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to do a video for tomorrow, the usual Grumpy's rehab facility video, because I'm spent and I got to go to bed. And yeah, but maybe we should do like a Q&A at some point. We will see, or Ask Me Anything. But thank you for hanging out with me, and thank you for supporting me, and for the 5,000 subscribers, and for being there for me. And you guys are amazing. The revenue is still so if you want to support me, I don't have the setup, so I can't like have the names of the Patreon supporters here. But if you want to support me, there's a super chat, there's a Patreon page linked down below, and that's it. As always, don't forget to bring a towel when you're traveling through space, or when you're watching CitizenCon for 5.5 hours and seeing nothing except them like reworking the whole fucking game. With that said, thank you for watching again, and love you guys. Take care and bye. Thank you.